Chapter 1 College Entrance Examination. Jiangnan Province, College Entrance Examination Venue. Pain. It hurts.
Chen Mo's brain seemed to explode. He slowly opened his eyes and found that what came into view was a huge venue filled with students. There are countless spectators sitting on both sides of the venue, and there are drones flying in the sky above the venue.
Where is this? Many young boys and girls in school uniforms were standing beside Chen Mo.
Their blood and energy were like a tiger, which made Chen Mo feel frightened.
This is Blue Star? No, this is the martial arts exam venue.
At this moment, memories flooded into Chen Mo's brain, and Chen Mo finally realized a fact. He traveled through time to save a little girl who was about to be hit to death by a truck. He saved two people at once. Before Chen Mo died and turned into meat paste, he found out that they were twins. He had no regrets in this life. To be precise, it should be the awakening of innate wisdom.
This is not a peaceful human world.
However, this is an era of high martial arts where warriors are invincible and ferocious beasts roam freely. The original body was an orphan, which was similar to his identity in his previous life.
Chen Mo digested the memories in his brain and roughly understood where this place was and what to do next. The original identity, Chen Mo, was a student at Jiangbei No. 1 Middle School in Jiangbei County.
Possessing sea-level night talent, through hard training, he has reached the middle stage of a first-grade warrior and has also mastered basic marksmanship. In Jiangbei No. 1 Middle School, where educational resources are extremely scarce, Chen Mo was honored to be the top student in his grade.
This kid is really cool.
I checked my original body's daily routine and found out that I got up at 4 in the morning to practice and had seen the sun at 4 o'clock in Jiangbei County. I also once practiced for 18 hours straight just to improve myself.
I thought I could get good results in the college entrance examination.
As a result, when I arrived at the college entrance examination venue, I was hit hard.
The reason is simple.
Some schools with good martial arts education resources can easily produce high-level and perfect martial artists.
There are even warriors who reached the second rank in high school.
This dealt a heavy blow to the original body who had been practicing hard. His blood and chi instantly rushed to his heart and he fainted in the college entrance examination room.
This led to the awakening of Chen Mo from his previous life.
The voices of the people around him also constantly contrasted this point.
The geniuses in this city and province are all monsters. I just saw an A-level superpower. A-level superpowers, I know, I've seen them on TV, they're so scary. There's no comparison at all.
I've been training hard for 18 years and I'm only at the beginning of a first-grade warrior.
Only our brother Chen Mo can really compare. Yeah, the only one we can name in our school is Chen Mo. Brother Chen, take everyone to the college entrance examination for a while.
You strive for a first-class martial arts college, and we strive for a second-class martial arts college, or even a public junior college. Listening to everyone's words, Chen Mo endured the pain in his mind and smiled in a corresponding tone.
If there's a chance, I'll take you to a better school.
At this time, Chen Mo's best friend Lin Qiming seemed to see that something was wrong with Chen Mo and patted him on the shoulder.
Okay, the college entrance exam is only an hour away. Everyone should take a break and stop disturbing Chen Mo.
Lin Qiming is Chen Mo's best friend.
They grew up in an orphanage and helped each other grow up. What? Are you too excited?
Lin Qiming said with a smile.
Chen Mo shook his head. It's okay, just thinking about something. After answering Lin Qiming's words, Chen Mo looked at the bustling college entrance examination arena. Through the drone, Chen Mo seemed to be able to see the audience's comments. Only.
At this time, the corners of Chen Mo's mouth twitched. He had just traveled through time, so logically, he should have practiced for a while before taking the college entrance examination. In other words, get familiar with your body before taking the college entrance examination.
But there is still 1 hour left before the college entrance examination. 1 hour. What can he do? It was difficult to even go to the toilet outside the venue.
If he were to take the college entrance examination like this, Chen Mo doubted whether he could even get into a public martial arts college. However, Chen Mo is not someone who will sit and wait for death, he has to find a way. At this moment, a voice suddenly rang out. Detected that the host will take the college entrance examination in 1 hour. It was detected that the host was killed by the great luck in his previous life because of saving a little girl. Congratulations to the host for binding the strongest sign-in system.
Note, this system can get sign-in opportunities every month. Benefits for time travelers. The kind where good people are rewarded.
Suddenly, Chen Mo's consciousness appeared in the system space.
Chen Mo was overjoyed.
His system had finally arrived. Now there is a way to solve the problem of strength in the college entrance examination. Exhaling a breath of foul air, Chen Mo quickly calmed down and thought, sign in for the first month. Congratulations to the host for completing the sign in and receiving the SSS-level Dark Divine Body as a reward. Congratulations to the host for completing the sign in for the first time and receiving double rewards. The reward is SSS-level Enlightenment.
Is it integrated in the system space? SSS-level Dark Divine Body?
Chen Mo raised his eyebrows, and his heart was filled with excitement.
You know.
What he awakened was only a C-level night talent. The C-level night power can inflict a night effect on the enemy, and at best can only serve as an auxiliary warrior.
And now, he actually signed in and awakened the SSS-level Dark Divine Body. In the Human Federation, the ability ranking is ESSS.
The SSS-level superpower is the highest level among all superpowers. The Dark Divine Body can absorb the dark energy between heaven and earth and transform it into the most terrifying means of attack. Swallows countless superpowers, destroys countless superpowers, and offsets the effects of other superpowers.
Can be transformed into any form and attack as desired?
Looking at this introduction to superpowers, Chen Mo was ecstatic.
Unparalleled insight.
Raise the host's comprehension to the highest level, and practice martial arts and artistic conception without any threshold. Looking at these two talents and abilities, a smile appeared on Chen Mo's lips.
System, merge immediately. Chen Mo said without hesitation.
Suddenly, two vast energies came from all directions and poured into Chen Mo's body like a tide.
Buzz. After an unknown amount of time, Chen Mo opened his eyes.
His black pupils were as dark and terrifying as black holes, and sometimes gave off a heart-pounding feeling. And every part of his body seemed to be covered with dark liquid, like a dark windbreaker.
Is this the Dark Divine Body? It's so powerful. Chen Mo could clearly feel that the SSS-level Dark Divine Body could almost crush his C-level night talent. The same martial arts talent should not be underestimated. System, open the panel. Host, Chen Mo. Talent, SSS-level Dark Divine Body, SSS-level Comprehension against Heaven. Realm, First-Class Warrior Midterm. Martial Arts, Basic Spearmanship.
Even though Chen Mo only learned basic shooting skills, with his strength, he was able to rank first in the entire county's #1 middle school. However, if the top student in this county-level school only has basic marksmanship, he would not be able to perform well in the college entrance examination. After all, there are countless geniuses and prodigies competing in the college entrance examination hall.
In that case, let's perfect our basic marksmanship.
Under the influence of extraordinary comprehension, any martial arts can exert extremely terrifying power. Chen Mo's mind moved slightly, and he focused his attention on basic marksmanship. Now that I have obtained the system, I can no longer strive to enter any first-class martial arts university. It's such an embarrassment to the army of time travelers. Above the first-rate martial arts universities, there are second-rate martial arts universities and first-rate martial arts universities.
The top one is Shengwudao University.
He set himself a new goal. That is to be admitted to the top 3 sacred martial arts universities.
An hour passed in a flash, and Chen Mo opened his eyes. Harvest. Very big.
Chen Mo was filled with joy and surprise, feeling that his body contained a lot of energy. With this power, I can give full play to my abilities in the college entrance examination. At this moment, a series of voices suddenly rang out. Look, the top 10 high schools in the provincial capital are all entering the arena.
Chapter 2 Advice.
There was an uproar in the crowd, and then 10 high school teams, like a long dragon, poured into the stadium from outside. The combat uniforms they all wore exuded a powerful aura and pressure that made people feel chilling.
Oh my god.
It's Wang Tianming, the top genius at Provincial No. 6 Middle School, who possesses the S-level Absolute Fire ability. Some people in the crowd shouted excitedly. Under the brocade flag with the 3 big words Provincial No. 6 Middle School on it, a strong young man wearing a blood-red battlesuit, holding the flag in one hand, was emitting a terrifying aura. Looking at the huge crowd of people, Wang Tianming had a blank expression on his face. As he breathed in and out, a dragon of blood and energy spread out. That was the symbol of a second-grade warrior.
Yan Jinghong is here too.
The top talent in the Provincial No. 3 Middle School.
Jinghong's swordsmanship, S-level hurricane ability. Another student saw his idol and screamed in surprise.
The young man in a snow-white robe holding the flag of Provincial Number 3 Middle School and carrying an ancient long sword on his back, led the team like a fairy. The power of his figure was that of a second-grade warrior, on par with Wang Tianming. The two are among the top 3 talented young men in Jiangnan province today, and their achievements have been recorded in various reports and magazines.
Powerful. Genius. Desperate. That's exactly what they're called. He had mastered S-level talent, a top talent that was hard to come by among hundreds of thousands. However, when a young man holding a golden flag walked over from a distance, the entire venue fell silent.
That's the top talent in the Provincial Number 1 Middle School, and also the recognized genius in Jiangnan province, Long Haoren.
Long Haoren. SS-level Golden Dragon talent. The best in the entire Jiangnan province.
It's said that the 3 holy martial arts universities have extended olive branches to him. Then, students from the remaining 7 schools in the provincial capital entered one after another.
The overwhelming momentum and the foreshadowing shocked all the other students.
The realm of the students in the provincial capital is truly terrifyingly high. Looking at the 3 students whose auras were completely open, countless students exclaimed in excitement, but at the same time, they felt a deep sense of powerlessness.
In particular, students like those from Jiangbei No. 1 Middle School, after a brief moment of excitement, immediately lowered their heads. They are too strong, so strong that it makes people despair. He who has the best results every year holds the banner every year. Back then, when I saw them live on TV, I set my ambition to surpass them. But now, it seems like a pipe dream.
As they spoke, everyone turned their attention to the top student in their grade. However, the next moment, everyone's eyes and expressions were slightly stunned. Because they saw Chen Mo's thin figure, his eyes turned into deep black holes, as if he was overlooking the world. Everyone just looked at it from a distance, but suddenly felt a sense of fear. It was like facing a 1,000-foot-high peak. Lin Shiming, who was standing next to Chen Mo, actually took several steps back without realizing it. He felt that his best friend, Chen Mo,
seems to have gotten stronger again?
As if he had noticed their gazes, Chen Mo restrained the momentum that had accidentally leaked out of his body and smiled softly.
He admitted defeat before even taking the college entrance exam. This is not something that only a true warrior can do.
The heart of a warrior is to strive to rise above the world, with the goal of overlooking all living things.
Everyone, keep doing your best.
These words, coupled with Chen Mo's previous momentum, made everyone swallow their saliva secretly, and suddenly, their blood suddenly boiled.
The gazes became scorching and fiery.
Yes, the heart of martial arts should be like this. At this moment, a middle-aged man with a powerful aura like a dragon suddenly walked up to them with a smile on his face.
That's exactly what classmate Chen Mo said. If we admit defeat before the college entrance exam, what will we do once the exam is over? Principal Wei Qingtian nodded at Chen Mo, strive. Fight. Fight.
The spirit of martial arts.
Fight to the limit. Yes.
Everyone's faces were filled with excitement. At this moment, their atmosphere had been completely mobilized by Chen Mo and Wei Qingtian.
After it was over, Wei Qingtian took the initiative to pull Chen Mo aside and looked at Chen Mo with a surprised expression. You made a breakthrough? Wei Qingtian looked at Chen Mo in surprise and delight.
He didn't expect that as the number 1 in their school, he could gain something here. The atmosphere was so lively that I suddenly gained some understanding of my own talents and martial arts.
Chen Mo answered casually, his eyes looking up at the sky. It would be best to keep the matter of the golden finger secret.
As for how strong he is, he will show it himself in the college entrance examination.
Okay. Wei Qingtian nodded happily.
Chen Mo's strength had already reached the middle level of the first grade. If he continued to break through, he might be able to reach the first level.
If he reaches the first line level, then his performance this year will also be achieved.
You know, Jiangbei No. 1 Middle School hasn't had a top-tier student for more than 10 years. For this, the city's education director almost scolded him to death. Even the principal of the neighboring middle school was mocking us. It seems that Chen Mo is going to be his lucky star. However, when you really get to the college entrance exam, you must relax and give your best. Wei Qingtian reminded, there are many strong students taking the college entrance examination, such as Long Haoren, Yin Jinghong, Wang Tianming, and so on.
We just need to be ordinary warriors.
We don't need to care about their achievements, and we don't need to be discouraged.
After all, we are definitely not as good as them.
In previous years, too many students were so shocked and heartbroken by these gifted students from the provincial capital.
He didn't want Chen Mo to be in this situation.
After getting Chen Mo's nod, Wei Qingtian nodded, gave everyone a few words of advice, and immediately left the team. Their principal has his own special observation room, together with leaders from the city and province. Looking at Wei Qingtian's departing back, the corners of Chen Mo's mouth gradually curved up. His eyes were as mysterious and captivating as black holes.
Can't compare to them? That's not necessarily true.
The helplessness of the principal and others does not represent his helplessness. In the college entrance examination hall, he made a splash and competed for admission to the 3 holy martial arts universities. This was his goal when he traveled through time.
Chen Mo raised his eyebrows.
Suddenly, a streak of light flashed across the sky, and everyone's attention was suddenly attracted by this terrifying figure. The power was so great that everyone felt like a mountain was pressing down on them. That was the strongest commander in Jiangnan province, the 6th-rank master warrior, Su Lingyun. Dear candidates, dear leaders, and dear audience members waiting in front of the live broadcast. Su Lingyun opened his arms, and behind him, hundreds of brilliant fireworks suddenly shot out, and the roar resounded through the sky.
Welcome to our Jiangnan Province Martial Arts College Entrance Examination. Chapter 3 Testing.
As this thunder-like voice fell, countless students and audiences watching the live broadcast became excited. Only in the martial arts college entrance examination can the grace and strength of each top martial artist be displayed. Every June 7th is like the second New Year in this world. The path of martial arts is like 100 boats vying for the current. If you try to find your sword by carving a boat, you will fall behind. Striving to cross the river, competing with each other to become the best, becoming a martial arts star, shocking the whole country. This year marks the 126th anniversary of the martial arts college entrance examination. I hope all candidates can do their best and show their unique level. As the voice descended, a brilliant firework bloomed again, covering the sky and filling the entire space.
Everyone's eyes became excited.
Only here could they verify the results of their 18 years of hard work.
Get admitted to an excellent martial arts university and decide your own destiny.
You have to know that a martial arts university is not like a liberal arts university where you can study at any time. In martial arts, if you fall behind by one step, you will fall behind for the rest of your life.
This is everyone's goal.
Feeling the enthusiasm from the 100,000 people at the college entrance examination venue, even Chen Mo's eyes were filled with excitement. This was a situation that had never happened in the previous life, a huge scene of 100,000 people gathered together. Every time the college entrance examination comes, they have to rush to the provincial capital from all over to check their results. If it were the Chen Mo of the past, he might also be enlightened by this.
However, at this moment, he possesses an SSS-level Dark Divine Body.
Shenghuadao University is not far away from him.
That's right, Chen Mo's only goal is Shenghuadao University.
The 3 holy martial arts universities were established by 3 10th-grade martial saints of the Great Xia Federation. They are the highest institutions of learning in the entire Great Xia Federation. In this Jiangnan province, countless people are trying their best to get in. The so-called Long Haoren, Yin Jinghon, Wang Tianming, and others are all like this.
The college entrance examination is finally here. Chen Mo thought to himself. With the release of the admission tickets, countless candidates were ready to go.
Then, soldiers armed with live ammunition were stationed around the venue. Then, one by one, the invigilators came running from a distance with sharp eyes. The first round of testing is coming.
After placing his bet on his target, Chen Mo couldn't help but look serious.
In front of the invigilators, the ground suddenly began to shake, and huge instruments rose up with a loud bang. Blue light flashes on each instrument, as if it is integrated into thousands of technologies. This is the 10,000 gene speed testing instrument, someone shouted. The 1 gene speed testing instrument is the first round of test in the college entrance examination. It is used to test the strength and speed of the candidates. The combination of the two can preliminarily determine the score.
10,000 candidates scored 99 points.
The candidate who smashed the 10,000 gene speed testing device scored 100 points.
Suddenly, everyone's eyes became hot.
Only here could they show their true strength.
Chen Mo, he's here as expected.
The first round of the college entrance examination.
I've tested it, and my strength is about 3,000 kilograms. With a bit of luck, it should be 3,500 kilograms. Starting to get nervous.
Why are you so nervous?
What if you make it to the second round of testing? It's hard to pass the first round of tests, let alone the second round. Looking at the huge testing instruments erected on the field, Chunemo retracted his gaze. In the past, the college entrance examinations were conducted in this way to determine the scores of the vast majority of candidates. Why do we say the vast majority of candidates? That is because once a candidate exceeds or reaches 10,000 gene, he or she will enter the mysterious second round of testing. The three holy martial arts universities almost all select top talents from them. The first round of tests is just the threshold to enter the three holy martial arts universities. It is not until the second round of tests that the true ability can be determined. This is the first round of testing. Looks like I'll have to work a little harder. Chunemo muttered to himself. Possessing an SSS-level Dark Divine Body and SSS-level Intuition, how strong is this moment? He doesn't know either. While everyone at Zhongbei No. 1 Middle School was stunned, the tense first round of tests had already begun. Those who are given priority for testing are the talented candidates from the provincial capital. As students from the provincial capital, they are highly capable and have priority. And counties like Chunemo, or cities at the municipal level, are ranked behind them. The results of each test will be described in text on the sky and in the live broadcast room to ensure fairness and justice. Provincial Capital No. 1 Middle School, Zhengsan, strength 7,000 kilograms, speed 20 meters per second, totaling 70 points. Provincial Capital No. 3 Middle School, Yilianshan, strength 6,000 kilograms, speed 18 meters per second, totaling 62 points. Provincial Capital No. 8 Middle School, Shaohua, strength 6,500 kilograms, speed 18.5 meters per second, totaling 69 points. As countless names appeared on the vastest name field, countless people exclaimed in surprise. Compared with those who were exclaiming in front, people from other counties such as Zhongbei No. 1 Middle School had bitter smiles on their faces. Including Lin Qiming, who was standing next to Chunemo, everyone sighed, "We are too weak. I really can't compare to them." Perhaps, among county-level schools like ours, there are few that can compare to them. Chunemo didn't say anything, but looked at the screen in front of him calmly. Suddenly, a huge voice rang out. Wang Tianming, break the 10,000 gene tester and qualify for the second round of testing. Suddenly, the screen flashed with Wang Tianming's portrait, and next to him, his achievements were prominently displayed. Countless people were shocked. This is the ability of the top genius from the provincial capital. Countless people smiled bitterly. Compared with such a genius, they were almost as weak as dust. Two more voices rang out. Yan Jinghong, break the 10,000 gene tester and qualify for the second round of testing. Long Haoran, break the 10,000 gene tester and qualify for the second round of testing. The sound of a machine suddenly rang out, and then, there were 7 sounds of breaking 10,000 gene testers. Obviously, those were the 10 top candidates from the provincial capital. In subsequent tests, many students from the provincial capital also achieved a strength of 10,000 gene. They qualified for the second round of tests. The real genius goes for the second round, and their destination is Shenghuodao University. As for ordinary people, the first round is used as the standard, and their goal is to enter an ordinary martial arts university. But there is a huge difference between the two. They are really amazing. I'm so envious of them. It would be nice to be their classmate and expand my network. Lin Qiming lowered his head. At this moment, he suddenly felt a hand on his shoulder. What are you envious of? Chunemo smiled softly. What if you have a classmate as talented as that, or even more talented than that? Lin Qiming was stunned. Then I think, I'm probably going to die of joy. Then you might see it in your good brother. Chunemo smiled lightly. My good brother? Then there is only Chunemo? Chunemo breaks through 10,000 pounds? Good guy, are you teasing me? Lin Qiming turned his head and was about to make a joke to refute, but suddenly froze. He saw an unparalleled confidence on Chen Mo's face. That is a kind of absolute confidence in one's own strength. Chapter 4 Shangguan Kong. In the huge trapezoidal monitoring room, there are countless top figures. Presidents of various universities, directors of county and provincial education bureaus, and major martial arts groups. Sitting at the front was the commander of Jiangnan Province, Su Lingyun. The trapezoidal monitoring room is arranged according to last year's college entrance examination scores. At this moment, Wei Qingtian, a student from Zhongbei No. 1 Middle School, is sitting in the last row. There's no room further back.
Long Haoran, break the 10,000 gene tester and qualify for the second round of testing. Looking at the results of these top talents from the provincial capital of Jiangnan, even Wei Qingtian, who had a very good mentality, couldn't help but smile bitterly. Compared with those who were striving for the second round of tests, those kids from his small county are no match for them. No, not to mention those top talents in the provincial capital, even Jiangbei County cannot compare with other county-level first middle schools. In the citywide competition, their county is often the weakest school in the college entrance examination. At this moment, a voice sounded. Suddenly, a dignified middle-aged man sat down in the row in front of him. He said with a smile, "No, Lao Wei, why are you still standing so far back? TSK, it seems that your education is not good enough. My Jiangdong County has been ahead of you for 10 years. Lan Xinghua smiled lightly, and a hint of mockery flashed across his eyes. He and Wei Qingtian are competitors. He is naturally happy because they received good education in school. Old Wei, did you know that our school's top genius, Shangwan Khan, already possesses a strength of 6,000 kilograms? Your Xiao Chen and Chen Mo only weigh 4,000 gene, right?" As Lan Xinghua finished speaking, Wei Qingtian's expression became increasingly gloomy. However, Wei Qingtian still said stubbornly, "Don't worry, Chen Mo will definitely give you a surprise this time." Chen Mo gave him a surprise? Lan Xinghua covered his mouth and chuckled. He had already investigated Chen Mo's information. He was just a guy who awakened the C-level night talent. Their Shangwan Kong had awakened the B-level strength talent. How can we compare after 2 rounds? Lan Xinghua felt happy when he thought that Wei Qingtian would be stepped on by him again and the school would become the worst performing school in the entire provincial capital. As time passed, the next group to be tested were students from the municipal level. The vast majority of city-level students reached around 5,000 kilograms, which made the county-level candidates envious. Only here can they feel despair and helplessness. It's too easy to get beaten here. However, this was the college entrance examination, an absolutely crucial moment for martial arts university. Everyone took a few deep breaths before adjusting their mindsets. Here we come, it's our turn. A classmate from Jiangbei No. 1 Middle School shouted. The next test is for county-level candidates, who come from major counties outside the urban and provincial capitals. Generally speaking, they have the weakest overall strength. But there is no doubt that there will always be some dark horses with a strength of 6,000 or 7,000 pounds. Getting closer and closer to the testing equipment. The candidates of Jiangbei No. 1 Middle School waited anxiously. As they were at the bottom of the test group in the previous year, they were also the last to take the test. They can only know the results at the last moment, which is undoubtedly a mental torture for them. Here they come. The people from Jiangdong County No. 1 Middle School are here for the test. Jiangdong County was the county next to theirs, and that was where Lan Xinghua was the principal. Since the areas were close, they were arranged to take the test together. Among the crowd in Jiangdong County, a young man in black tights stepped forward. Shangwan Kang's eyes were full of confidence as he looked around. He even glanced over and exchanged glances with Chen Mo and all the Jiangbei County classmates around him, revealing a strange smile. That smile was clearly sarcastic. Everyone at Jiangbei No. 1 Middle School was immediately in an uproar. What does that guy mean? Isn't it just a bit of strength? Why is he pretending? TSK, isn't it just the next county? It's just because it's close to the blood chi mine that its realm is a little higher. They were already very excited about the college entrance examination, and now someone actually looked at them like that. This group of young men, full of vigor and vitality, widened their eyes, wishing they could go up and punch Shangwan Kong twice. It's a pity that this is the college entrance examination, a critical moment that determines one's chance to enter a martial arts university, and the order is very strict. Shangwan Kong is truly hated. Lin Qiming said indignantly, and at the same time, glanced at Chen Mo who had a calm face. Old Chen, aren't you angry? Lin Qiming asked cautiously. Everyone's eyes turned to Chen Mo. Chen Mo was the strongest in their middle school. Most of the time, everyone would revolve around him. Why are you angry? Chen Mo shook his head. Is it necessary to be angry with ants? Everyone at Jiangbei No. 1 Middle School was in an uproar. His voice also reached the eyes of the candidates in the neighboring Jiangdong County, and they all glared at Chen Mo. So arrogant? Shangwan Kong sneered. It seems I have to let you know what a county-level genius is. As the candidates from Jiangdong County walked to the instruments, the college entrance examination hall fell silent again. Most people's eyes were on them, ready to see what good results they could achieve. Only people like Long Haoran, Yen Jinghon, and others closed their eyes to rest.
They were preparing for the second round of tests.
As for the county-level students, they are even less competitive than the city-level students, so they do not need attention.
Bring it on! Giant strength talent! Shang Wankong roared angrily, and his muscular muscles immediately propped up his battlesuit.
Then, he suddenly punched the strength testing instrument. The numbers on the strength testing instrument jumped rapidly, and in an instant, it reached 6,500 kilograms. Almost all the county-level candidates were in an uproar, and even some city-level students were shocked. The enormous force of 6,500 kilograms almost symbolizes the upper level among the municipal levels. It is rare for a county-level student to achieve this. As the people from Jiangdong County finished the test, almost all of them achieved good results, and countless candidates from Jiangdong County cheered. "Old Wei, it seems that I beat you again this time." Lan Xinghua laughed. Wei Qingtian's face darkened. He didn't say anything, but looked at the thin and upright young man outside the surveillance screen. Chen Mo is the strongest person in their county and also the face of their county. On a vast testing ground, Shang Wankong shook his head and walked off the field. Under the gaze of the Jiangbei County crowd, he came to a place not far from Chen Mo and the others. Then, he made a gesture of wiping his neck.
Countless students in Jiangbei County were filled with righteous indignation and wished to tear Shang Wankong into pieces.
This attitude clearly showed that he looked down on them. However, there was no verbal rebuttal. After all, they are stronger than you, more terrifying than you, have higher college entrance examination scores than you, and can go to a better martial arts university than you. Chen Mo, I'm looking forward to your results. Shang Wankong narrowed his eyes. Get lost. Chen Mo's answer was simple. The whole audience was in an uproar. Shang Wankong narrowed his eyes. Alright, then I'll wait and see how much more talented our great Chen is. TSK, number 1 in Jiangbei County, so strong. A huge voice suddenly rang out. The next school to be tested is Jiangbei number 1 Middle School. All candidates, please prepare. Chapter 5 Broken Instruments. There are 267 testers in total. Please enter the testing area immediately. Following this voice, everyone in Jiangbei number 1 Middle School adjusted their breathing. At this time, Chen Mo turned his head and looked at everyone in Jiangbei number 1 Middle School. People look down on us, so we have to show them our achievements and prove it to them. Don't be embarrassed. Martial arts never cease. As the top student in his grade at Jiangbei number 1 Middle School, Chen Mo naturally had to say some encouraging words. Martial arts never cease. Rush. I'm so angry now that I can beat 10 people by myself. Looking at the indignant crowd, Chen Mo smiled lightly. Emotions can improve test scores to a certain extent. After all, this is not about doing math problems, but a test of physical performance. Led by Chen Mo, the former brought everyone to the testing site. In an instant, countless eyes converged, including candidates who had finished the test, surveillance cameras, and live broadcasts throughout the entire Jiangnan province. This is an absolute feast. Every student wants to give their best here and get into the martial arts school of their choice. Come to your testing equipment. The invigilator smiled gently and said, Relax, don't be nervous. As the number 1 student in your school, you can choose to take the test with everyone or take the test alone. Also, there are 2 chances to test. When a group of people take the test, there is a cohesive force that often leads to better results. Individual tests focus on the individual first. If the test is strong, it can inspire the fighting spirit of everyone in the school. However, if the test is weak, the entire school will become weak as well. Generally speaking, everyone tests together. Whether it is Long Haoran, Yen Jinghong, Wang Tianming, and others who are striving to enter Shengwadao University and enter the second round of tests, they will choose group tests. After all, no one can guarantee that it will be perfect the first time. Moreover, as the first test for the school's top student, everyone's eyes will be on you, and the pressure is extremely great. If I lead everyone in this school astray, it would be a serious sin. Looking at the invigilator's eyes, Chen Mo smiled lightly. I want to choose the individual test. The sound was not loud, and the whole audience was in an uproar. Even the students who had finished their exams and were standing next to the venue, the audience watching the live broadcast across the province, and the countless leaders in the monitoring room were all stunned. This is the only candidate who chose to take the individual test in this college entrance examination, Chen Mo.
This guy is really crazy. Shangwan Kang's expression froze. Was he trying to use this method to put pressure on himself and surpass him? Thinking of this, Shangwan Kong sneered. He was ready to watch a clown show from a clown named Chen Mo. No, you're Chen Mo, is he stupid? Choosing a solo test?
Lan Xingwa slapped his thigh, turned his head with a bright smile, and looked at Wei Qingtian, who was in a state of bewilderment. When one prospers, all prosper.
One strong person is enough to motivate thousands of people. However, a single defeat would lead to the defeat of all, and that could lead to the defeat of thousands of others. In Lan Xingwa's opinion, it was obvious that Chen Mo was being arrogant and pretending to be cool in order to gain the attention of the entire college entrance examination. Some candidates know that they have no hope in martial arts, so they try to create a buzz during the college entrance examination and become internet celebrities when they go to college. This is something that thousands of warriors despise. I believe him. Wei Qingtian said something that he couldn't even believe. Chen Mo has an extremely calm personality and generally doesn't do anything out of the ordinary.
He dares to do this because he is absolutely sure of what he is doing. What's more, he felt a different aura from Chen Mo today.
Maybe, perhaps, possibly, Chen Mo might give him a surprise. Ha 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 ha. Lan Xingwa didn't say anything else, but looked at the surveillance video with a smile. He was already looking forward to the clown moment of this genius Chen Mo.
However, at the front of the monitoring classroom, feeling the disdainful voices of the leaders around him, the commander Su Lingyun, who was in the first position, suddenly smiled.
Old Su, what do you think? This is the first time in several years that a single-person test has been chosen.
The deputy commander said with a smile.
That young man is extraordinary.
Su Lingyun's eyes narrowed, which made the deputy commander put away his playful expression and watch the test seriously.
Su Lingyun's realm has reached the 6th grade Grandmaster realm, and he usually doesn't make mistakes when he speaks. But, this is just a student from a county-level school, how extraordinary can he be? It's impossible to reach 10,000 pounds and qualify for the second round of tests to participate in the competition for the Holy Martial Arts School, right?
Around the venue, countless students who had completed their exams were also looking over. Even the three geniuses preparing for the second round were looking over.
A guy who was just trying to attract attention. Wang Tianming smiled coldly. Interesting.
Yan Jinghong shrugged, she's not as good looking as me.
Boring.
Lan Haoren opened his golden pupils and then closed them again, as if nothing could stir up any ripples in his heart. The other geniuses also showed different expressions, but most of them showed disdain for Chen Mo.
Even they don't dare to lead the entire school with a single test, so how could this guy from a small county middle school dare to do it?
Chen Mo on the field remained calm and composed. Everyone in Jiangbei No. 1 Middle School looked at him with surprised, passionate, and shocked expressions. Some people wanted to refute, but after feeling the power that Chen Mo had exuded earlier, they swallowed what they wanted to say.
Perhaps, Chen Mo really has the possibility to achieve it? A voice spread out, and everyone's eyes turned to Chen Mo again. What on earth is Brother Chen going to do? Is he really going to go it alone? Believe in Brother Chen Mo, he won't lie. Well. Believe in Chen Mo.
Lin Qiming's eyes were firm, and a strange feeling jumped out of his heart.
Everyone at Jiangbei No. 1 Middle School knew Chen Mo's personality. If I am not absolutely sure, I will never do it. As students of Jiangbei No. 1 Middle School, almost all of them believed in Chen Mo. The person in front of them will bring them miracles. Looking at the huge instrument in front of him, Chen Mo smiled lightly. You have courage. The invigilator's eyes flashed. I haven't seen a student as confident as you in a long time. With strength comes confidence. As the invigilator stepped back, the whole place fell silent. Everyone looked at Chen Mo, wondering whether this arrogant and haughty guy could really achieve a shocking result. Of course, some people closed their eyes and rested. After all, even if a student from a county-level middle school achieved amazing results, he only weighed 7,000 kilograms. Too weak for them. The second round of tests was the battlefield where they fought. They would not care about those who failed to pass the first round of tests perfectly. Facing the gazes of countless people, Chen Mo slowly raised his arm. Suddenly, a black energy like a black hole climbed up his arm. Everyone's gaze suddenly focused, and they sensed an extraordinary smell from this black hole-like energy. Then, Chen Mo threw a punch. There was no muscle surging, no blood released, and no ferocious force. Rather, it was just an ordinary, commonplace punch. Bang!
In an instant, where Chen Mo's fist collided, a huge dent and distortion appeared on the target, and countless airwaves spread around. Then, amidst everyone's astonished gazes, cracks suddenly appeared on the strength testing instrument. The cracks are becoming more and more numerous, denser, and more intertwined. Finally, there was a loud bang, and the strength testing instrument shattered on the spot. Deathly quiet. Absolutely dead silence. In this venue that can accommodate 100,000 people, there is a deathly silence. The barrage in the live broadcast room presented an empty barrage environment.
An idea came to everyone's mind.
This guy from the county middle school actually broke the strength testing equipment with one punch and entered the second round of tests.
Can he compete for the Shangwadeo University? Chapter 6 Reaction. As Chen Mo finished the test, everyone's dull eyes finally regained some clarity. Everyone looked at Chen Mo in shock.
This guy who came out of the county town actually broke the strength tester with one punch. Countless people were shocked by this, and some even suspected that Chen Mo had taken drugs.
However, the martial arts college entrance examination would require a comprehensive physical examination, which eliminated this possibility. Then, it only exists in that kind of amazing achievement. Countless geniuses from the provincial capitals looked at Chen Mo in shock. They had not expected that there would be a dark horse standing beside them in this college entrance examination. There was only admiration in everyone's eyes. The crowd in Jiangdong County became extremely gloomy and terrifying. They had not expected that Chen Mo's strength was so terrifying. Shangguan Kong, who had made the sarcastic remarks, now looked as ugly as if his parents had died. His hands began to tremble and his face turned extremely pale. Just now, he actually said something that offended such a genius who could reach 10,000 jin? He couldn't even imagine the consequences behind this. Inside the huge monitoring room. Oh my god. Principal Wei Qingtian suddenly slammed the table and jumped up immediately, his face flushed red with excitement. Wei Qingtian pointed his finger at the screen and said in a lost voice, "Holy crap! These are students from our school, students from Jiangbei No. 1 Middle School." This voice spread throughout the venue like a tide, but what was rare was that no one came out to stop Wei Qingtian. In a county-level middle school, he was able to achieve a score of 10,000 jin and enter the second round to compete with geniuses from provincial capitals. Such an achievement would make any principal lose his composure. If it were them, they would probably tear their clothes to express their excitement. Lan Xinghua. Wei Qingtian reacted and immediately looked at the arrogant Lan Xinghua. "Oh, your Shangguan Kong is really amazing. Unlike our Chen Mo, who can only break the equipment. Indeed, you Jiangdong No. 1 Middle School have considered a lot, unlike us Chen Mo, who only needs to make a slight move." Lan Xinghua's face turned extremely pale, but he couldn't say anything. He stared at Chen Mo on the screen, and he had never imagined that Chen Mo could be so strong. Crazy. All crazy. Lan Xinghua couldn't contain the countless gloating glances cast at him in the monitoring room. He stood up and ran away on the spot. Looking at Lan Xinghua's embarrassed back as he fled, Wei Qingtian laughed out loud. This has been the happiest time for him in more than 10 years. Who could have imagined that a genius like Chen Mo could emerge from Jiangbei No. 1 Middle School, which has always been at the bottom of the province? He had never dared to imagine that he could break the testing equipment, enter the second round of testing, and get a place to compete for Shangwadeo University. "Principal Wei, please calm down." At this time, a secretary ran from the front of the monitoring room and spoke politely to Wei Qingtian. Wei Qingtian also calmed down. This was a monitoring room where leaders from all parties gathered. He had indeed lost his composure just now. "Sorry." Wei Qingtian reacted and was about to sit down when the secretary spoke again. "The director of the Jiangnan Provincial Education Bureau and Commander Su Lingyun are very interested in you and would like to invite you to take a seat in the first 2 rows. All of a sudden, the gazes of countless leaders in the monitoring room became filled with envy. You should know that only provincial-level leaders or students from the top 10 middle schools in the provincial capital can sit in the first 2 rows. And now, Wei Qingtian actually got such an opportunity. But the leaders also knew that the reason Wei Qingtian was able to take a seat was because of the enchanting genius Chen Mo. For a moment, everyone was envious. Okay, I'll go now." Wei Qingtian was so excited that he almost cried. Sitting with so many big shots was a symbol of status. He had already decided to go back and build a statue and erect a monument for Chen Mo, so that their students could kowtow to him every day like the Confucius. On the field, every student had a different reaction when looking at Chen Mo. What was most surprising was that many geniuses from the provincial capital also responded to Chen Mo. They didn't expect that there was a dark horse in the county who reached the same level as them and participated in the second round of testing together. What an amazing achievement! Break the target testing equipment? So what? In the second round of tests, I will show my strength. Wang Tianming sneered. The first round of testing is nothing. Even breaking the tester was a casual act on his part. The real test would have to wait for the second round. Filling up the tester and breaking it are just tickets to get the second test. Interesting, this guy is hiding something. Yan Jinghong's eyes flickered. He seemed to feel that Chen Mo's strength might be more than just breaking the tester. However, among the top 10 geniuses in the provincial capital, who could just break the tester? The final results will have to wait until the second round. Yan Jinghong now vaguely looks forward to meeting Chen Mo in the second round of tests. It's a little interesting, but not much. Lan Haoren rarely opened his golden pupils again, and this time, a slightly different emotion flashed across his eyes. But that's all. As Chen Mo finished the test, the eyes of everyone in Jiangbei No. 1 Middle School suddenly became hot. The spirit of martial arts, like emotions, can influence the people around you. Seeing that Chen Mo actually broke the tester, an inexplicable sense of excitement and pride suddenly surged in my heart. Brother Chen actually did it. They can too. They took the test one by one, and as expected, almost all of them improved their test scores by 500 to 1,000 kilograms. This kind of improvement is the most terrifying. Everyone in Jiangbei No. 1 Middle School expressed their warm gratitude towards Chen Mo. This is the power of role models unique to Jiangbei No. 1 Middle School. Lin Qiming smacked his lips. His best friend had really become very strong. The words having friends who are like three geniuses seemed to be completely embedded in Lin Qiming's heart. Chen Mo smiled softly. It is because of everyone's hard work in the past few years that we can achieve this in the college entrance examination. For a moment, everyone was even more moved. As Chen Mo and other people from Jiangbei Middle School walked off the stage, everyone's eyes were focused on Chen Mo. Many people have begun to use various means to investigate Chen Mo's true identity and talents. However, after learning that Chen Mo's talent was nothing more than the power of the night, they all shook their heads in denial, revealing expressions of disbelief. Impossible. The ability to break the tester could not possibly be a C-level night power. It was just an auxiliary power used to interfere with the enemy's vision. The only possibility is a mutation of talent. I just don't know to what peak this mutation of talent will push Chen Mo. B rank? A rank? Or even the rare S rank among hundreds of thousands? Everyone was extremely envious, knowing only that in the second round of tests, this dark horse candidate might be able to emit terrifying light again. The second round of tests is the test that determines the true genius and the real top scorer. It maintains its mystery, but it is the top hot topic in each province's college entrance examination every year, and its difficulty is no less than the Chinese composition topics and mathematics difficulty in the liberal arts college entrance examination. Everyone couldn't help but look forward to seeing how far Chen Mo could go in the second round of tests. Chapter 7 Admissions Office. When Chen Mo led the people from Jiangbei No. 1 Middle School down the testing ground, countless burning gazes were cast at them. As a graduate of a county-level middle school, Chen Mo's ability to achieve such results today has simply exceeded the imagination of countless people. Among the middle school candidates who took the test later, there was no one like Chen Mo. Yes, such a genius is hard to come by in decades. When the students of Jiangbei No. 1 Middle School came down excitedly, the first thing they did was to settle accounts with the people in Jiangdong County. As a result, everyone in Jiangdong County was ashamed and their faces were red as if they were about to bleed. Shangguan Kong, who was extremely proud before, was even more embarrassed. He actually ran directly to the toilet to hide. All candidates are prohibited from leaving the school until the college entrance examination is over. Holy crap! I gained a whole 1,000 pounds. 1,000 pounds. I'll have a chance to make it to the top tier. My mom asked me why I performed so well and got into the second tier. It's because I had a mentor to guide me. Chen Mo. Chen Mo. Everyone at Jiangbei No. 1 Middle School looked at Chen Mo with excited and grateful smiles. When Chen Mo smashed the testing equipment with one punch, everyone's blood seemed to be mobilized by Chen Mo, and they performed exceptionally well one after another. Okay, you're welcome. Actually, this is very risky. If I fail to show off, we will all fail together. Chen Mo smiled lightly.
Everyone was joking with excitement, and even Lin Qiming came over to join in.
Oh my god, this is too strong. I actually have a friend who is a genius. Brother Chen, don't forget that you have a little brother named Lin Qiming. Chen Mo smiled lightly. How could he possibly forget Lin Qiming as his best friend?
Of course. After another round of chatting, everyone in Jiangbei No. 1 Middle School calmed down at the same time.
Because, among them, Chen Mo needs to take part in the second round of tests. The second round of tests, that was such an unattainable result that countless students struggled to achieve it. Generally speaking, only students from provincial capitals can compete. And now, someone at their county level has actually reached this level. How can they not be shocked? Naturally, they have to create a good environment for Chen Mo to rest. At this moment, Chen Mo had already entered the system space. In an instant, terrifying black energy was suddenly released from his whole body, like a tide, filling the entire system space. Countless black hairs were flying wildly, and terrifying black armor was condensed around his body, which was shocking. The first round of testing is just the starting point. The first round of testing is specially created for scholars from first-rate martial arts universities, second-rate martial arts universities, first-rate martial arts universities, and second-rate martial arts universities. The second round of tests is the threshold for entering the 3 holy martial arts universities. Breaking the 10,000 gene tester is not my limit. I don't know where my ultimate punching power lies. The eyes, like black holes, looked at the dark arms, and the explosive energy contained therein was self-evident. One of his goals is to get first place in the second round of tests and enter Shengwadao University. There will be more spiritual medicines when you enter Shengwadao University. My current realm is only the middle stage of the first rank, but the power contained in it is definitely enough to compete with a second-rank warrior. Only by entering Shengwadao University can one improve his realm faster. There is a full hour left until the second round of tests, and during this hour, he can still practice his martial arts. Laugh. Chen Mo suddenly stretched out his right arm, and instantly, the black liquid condensed rapidly and turned into a pitch-black spear. As the first round of tests came to an end, some people were happy that they had performed exceptionally well, while others were sad that they had performed poorly. But the college entrance examination is cruel, with thousands of people competing to cross a single plank bridge. You know, the martial arts college entrance examination is all about fate and luck, and there is no chance to repeat. However, after everyone calmed down, they stood in a line and looked at the sky in the center. Next, it's the second round of testing. Decide the number of places at Shengwadao University. Jiangnan Provincial Capital Airport. 3 planes with the Sibudo University logo painted on their surfaces fell from the sky. Xianyuan Martial Arts University. Starry Sky Martial Arts University. Songqiong Martial Arts University. The 3 holy martial arts universities are the most top-notch martial arts holy places in the entire Daxia Federation. Almost all the powerful people above the 8th level of martial arts honor were born in those 3 holy martial arts universities. It can be said that this is the goal that countless candidates in the entire Daxia Federation strive for. Oh. Lao Qin, Lao Yi, you came quickly this time. A middle-aged man in a long robe suddenly walked down from the plane of Xianyuan Martial Arts University. 2 middle-aged men also came from the other 2 planes. Lao Lin, you're not bad either, you're really efficient. It's been years since Jiangnan Province has produced a top-tier genius. What's going on? Now all 3 of our admissions directors are here? If there were anyone here, they would definitely be able to recognize their identities. Shenyuan Martial Arts University, Director of the Admissions Office, 8th rank Martial Master Lin Jianfeng. The other 2 are also admissions directors, Qin Xian, an 8th grade martial artist from Starry Sky Martial Arts University, and Yi Xingchen, an 8th grade martial artist from Songqiong Martial Arts University. TSK, who told us that our admissions policy is to go through each province in turn. Lin Jianfeng chuckled. Compared with the other 36 provinces, the quality of college entrance examination candidates in Jiangnan Province is generally biased. However, after all, the enrollment is conducted in turns, and every province has to be visited. Today, it is their turn. Let's go to the college entrance examination site together. Calculating the time, it should be the second round of testing, right? I heard that Long Haoran, Yin Jinghong, and others have great talents. All of a sudden, under the astonished gaze of the crew members, the 3 of them simultaneously transformed into 3 completely different streams of light, and then disappeared on the spot. On the other side, in the college entrance examination venue.
Countless fiery gazes flashed, and in the center of the venue, Grandmaster Su Lingyun was standing again.
Next, it's the second round of testing. Su Lingyun's voice was as loud as a huge bell, deafening.
Countless fiery gazes were cast there.
Only here could the final list of students going to Shengwadao University be decided.
Even the admissions officers of the 3 sacred martial arts universities would watch here, with the aim of selecting the most terrifyingly talented ones. Chen Mo naturally withdrew from the system space and looked at Su Lingyun.
Second round of testing.
Virtual Space Battle Royale Drill. A total of 98 people have filled and broken the tester. Please, all those on the following list, please participate in the Battle Royale trial.
Bring it on! Candidates, what you will participate in next is the competition for Shengwadao University. Rumble. Countless fireworks were released again, and this time, they were even more fiery than before. Chapter 8 Battle Royale. Battle Royale Mode.
Select the corresponding list, enter a 100% simulated virtual battlefield, and engage in a duel like a chicken-eating shooting game. In this duel, the higher the ranking and the higher the fighting level, the higher the overall score will be, and the more likely you will be valued by Shengwadao University.
Everyone was extremely stunned. You know, this Battle Royale test is always the most difficult in the second round of tests. The most challenging part is to test the true level of the warriors.
According to historical precedents, most warriors are very strong in daily strength and speed tests, but when it comes to actual combat tests, they instantly become weak. At this moment, 98 candidates were standing in the center of the college entrance examination venue.
Each of these candidates has an extraordinary temperament. Chen Mo. Come on. Come on. The students at Zhongbei No. 1 Middle School were shouting and were very excited. After all, it was the first time that a student had entered the second round of testing. Chen Mo, if you really get into Shengwadao University, I will treat you to barbecue.
Lin Qiming shouted loudly.
Chen Mo turned his head and smiled. I've already planned to invite the whole class. The principal invites the entire school.
Everyone in Zhongbei No. 1 Middle School looked happy and waved their fists excitedly. This sentence undoubtedly caught the attention of other candidates, and they all cast glances at Chen Mo.
Does this guy really think he can pass the exam? Ha, Wang Tianming and the others don't dare to say that. This guy is really crazy.
It was just the broken test equipment.
Maybe it was just luck? A breakthrough in talent awakening, what a stroke of luck.
If I were Chen Mo, I would definitely keep quiet now. After entering the Battle Royale, I would die instantly when we meet each other, and I would be the one who is embarrassed.
Dozens of candidates were secretly making plans in their minds.
The 3 candidates standing at the front still had their arms crossed over their chests, with no expression on their faces. Then, led by the examiners, they walked out of the college entrance examination venue and came to a huge room full of high technology.
Put on this helmet and you can enter the virtual space.
In the space, the Diu system will scan your physique and enter the terminal. As for your information, please rest assured that only the chairman of the Supreme Council of the Great Xia Federation has the right to inquire about it.
An examiner said this while respectfully presenting the virtual helmet to Chen Mo.
You know, entering the second round of tests basically means that you have a 100% chance of being admitted to a top martial arts university.
Regardless of whether they can eventually enter Shengwadao University, the future of these candidates is absolutely immeasurable.
Therefore, no matter which invigilator you are, you should behave politely.
Thanks.
Feeling the cold touch of the virtual helmet, Chen Mo felt a little emotional. This type of virtual helmet is extremely expensive to produce and use, and he never thought that he would use it one day for the second round of testing. In this case, we must not waste this opportunity.
Take a deep breath.
Under the command of the chief examiner, everyone put on their helmets, and suddenly, their figures suddenly appeared in the sky. And the video of their figures was simultaneously recorded standing high in the sky above the college entrance examination venue. Countless candidates looked at the screen with eager eyes, looking at the true geniuses of Jiangnan province with great envy in their hearts. Although it is not them, watching the battle will be of great benefit to their martial arts.
At the same time, Su Lingyun had already returned to the monitoring room and sat down in the first row.
Looking at the high-spirited young men on the screen, Su Lingyun's mouth curled up slightly. He always had a premonition that this time, the top scorer in the college entrance examination in their Jiangnan province might not rank behind among the 36 provinces.
The first round of testing is just a formality. What is really important is the second round of testing.
Suddenly, he saw a young man with eyes like black holes and thought of something.
Principal Wei, what is the current level of Chen Mo from your school?
Wei Qingtian was very excited. He was just immersed in how to show off when he got back, but when he saw Su Lingyun's question, he became serious on the spot. According to the test before the college entrance examination, Chen Mo is a mid-level first-grade warrior. I don't know if there have been any breakthroughs in the past 2 days. Hearing this, Su Lingyun nodded calmly on the surface, but a hint of excitement flashed through his heart. When he went to the college entrance examination venue earlier, he paid special attention to Chen Mo. Therefore, he could feel that Chen Mo's realm was still only the middle level of the first grade. However, relying on the middle stage of the first grade, he was able to achieve the perfection of the first grade, or even the initial stage of the second grade. Then, Chen Mo's awakened supernatural power will be at least above S level. To find out how much it is, we can only wait until the college entrance examination is over and take the test again. It seems that in addition to Long Haoren, Yan Jinghong, Wang Tianming, and others, our Jiangnan province has given birth to another genius with S-level talent.
Heaven will strengthen our Jiangnan province.
In the past, out of 100 second-round test takers, only 1/10 were admitted to Shenghuadao University. I hope there will be a breakthrough this time. At this moment, Su Lingyun felt something and immediately stood up. The other leaders in the monitoring room also stood up. Suddenly, outside the monitoring room, 3 figures with supreme majesty walked over.
Everyone, how are you? There were 3 people coming, 3 8th-grade martial masters, and the admissions directors of 3 holy martial arts universities. Everyone was extremely shocked. The Jiangnan province test actually attracted these martial honor level figures? As countless gazes converged, a vast island appeared on the screen.
On this island, there are ruins where all kinds of ferocious beasts are rampant and vines are crawling.
This is based on a battle royale test, using Gaoshan City, a city that has fallen into a paradise for ferocious beasts, as the basis. Here, 98 talented students will fight to determine the final spot in Shenghuadao University. But the landing location is random. In other words, you are very likely to appear next to Long Haoren, Yan Jinghong, and others.
Rays of light flashed, and countless geniuses landed in Gaoshan City.
Look! Some candidates have already encountered it. Many people watching the screen shouted loudly.
On a high-rise building in Gaoshan City, Wang Tianming, his body covered in flames, looked at the candidate who appeared in front of him with a wry smile on his face.
Wang Tianming, you go your way, and I'll go mine.
Although I can't kill you with my strength, biting off a piece of your flesh is no problem.
Wang Tianming smiled grimly, as if he had heard a joke. Are you worthy? Boom!
In an abandoned park overgrown with weeds, a candidate was looking at Yan Jinghong, who was holding a rusty iron pipe. In the virtual venue, weapons cannot be brought in, and all weapons are made from local materials, which also maintains a relative balance.
Yan Jinghong, how about we change someone?
Yan Jinghong smiled lightly and narrowed his eyes. Sorry, I want to go to Shenghuadao University. A flash of lightning passed by, and a sword light as white as snow approached.
Laugh.
In the abandoned alpine playground, the 2 candidates looked at each other and looked solemnly at the man in front of them, Long Haoren, who was wearing a golden robe.
Will you commit suicide, or will I kill you personally? Long Haoren opened his eyes, revealing golden pupils, which was terrifying.
The 2 candidates looked at each other and immediately decided to form a temporary team. They used their wind blade and thunder powers to attack Long Haoren.
Even a mayfly dreams of shaking a tree. Ridiculous.
Suddenly, Long Haoren opened his arms, and a golden dragon appeared faintly.
Battles like this occurred in every corner of Gaoshan City. Chapter 9 Focus. Wang Tianming defeated Li Bing and is currently ranked first.
Yan Jinghong defeated Shui Shangsong and is currently ranked first.
Long Haoren defeated, and is currently ranked first.
On the ranking list, everyone's performance changed rapidly, and the 3 top geniuses naturally occupied the top spot.
Countless people looked at the strength displayed by the 3 geniuses with envy on their faces.
It was really too terrifying.
Only by reaching this level can one be qualified to enter Shenghuadao University? So, what kind of scenery is there at Shenghuadao University, where so many geniuses gather?
In the huge monitoring room, the principal of the school where Wang Tianming, Yan Jinghong, Long Haoren and others worked was rubbing his hands and looking at the 3 admissions directors who came from afar. It's not just because of this that the director of admissions has earned their respect. Another reason is that these 3 directors are all top martial arts masters. You have to know that Su Lingyun, the commander of Jiangnan province, is only at the level of a 7th grade great martial master.
The gap between them is like heaven and earth.
Just as Su Lingyun was solemn, he obviously did not expect that the person coming to their province this year would be such a person.
Dear directors, the 3 geniuses of our province have performed well, right? Su Lingling said with a smile.
The 3 directors nodded politely, and then, one of them, Lin Jianfeng, said with a smile, Long Haoran's strength is indeed quite good.
Xin Xian smiled and said, Yan Jinghong is not bad.
He has a high talent in swordsmanship, which can make up for his shortcomings as an S-level talent. Yi Xingchen also smiled and said, Wang Tianming is not bad either, but his ability is only S-level, so he needs more polishing. Noticing the 3 people chatting casually, all the powerful leaders present couldn't help but gasp. You know, S-level superpowers are already the ultimate genius in Jiangnan province.
And in front of these 3 directors, he only received a good evaluation? So, how amazing are the students at Shenghuodao University?
At this moment, Lin Jianfeng seemed to realize something. The screen switches to the side of the person named Chen Mo. This young man seems interesting. All of a sudden, all the high-ranking officials and wealthy businessmen, including Su Lingyun, widen their eyes.
Director Lin Jianfeng from the capital of Daxia actually took the initiative to ask to see Chen Mo. Look at this genius who came from the county level. Even if his superpowers were awakened to a new level and he destroyed the testing equipment, he wouldn't be noticed by these 3 directors, right? The person responsible for operating the screen also adjusted the screen immediately. At that time, Chen Mo's image suddenly appeared on the big screen. At this moment, Chen Mo seemed to have encountered 2 candidates who were also warriors. In a huge square filled with broken walls and ruins, Chen Mo stood in front of a fence. Looking at this city that had been ravaged by ferocious beasts, Chen Mo couldn't help but feel a little emotional. In this world, ferocious beasts are rampant. Only by becoming stronger can you have the ability to resist them.
There is a great monster Kuanping in the North Sea, whose magical powers are enough to suppress an entire province. And in Gaoshan City, it was turned into ruins due to the inadvertent impact of the aftermath of his pressure.
This is something every high school student should learn.
It was not until he entered this 100% simulated space that Chen Mo witnessed the horror of the great demon Kuanping.
At this level, only an 11th grade martial arts saint can withstand it, right?
At this moment, the ranking list on his virtual screen in the upper right corner changed rapidly. The 3 geniuses, Wang Tianming, Yan Jinghong and Long Haoran, are climbing into the top 3 of the entire kill list at an astonishing speed.
Speed, not bad. Chen Mo murmured to himself, it seems that I have to speed up a bit. At this moment, Chen Mo seemed to have noticed something. He turned around and looked at the trees in the distance, where 2 very similar warriors were standing on and beside the trees.
Twins?
Interesting.
Chen Mo shrugged and looked at the twins.
It was obvious that the 2 of them had formed a temporary team.
The names of the other party are also displayed in the upper right corner, Zheng Tian and Zheng Di.
Oh. Chen Mo, the genius who graduated from the number 1 middle school in the county.
Zheng Tian raised his eyebrows.
He even broke the force measuring instrument. What an amazing person.
Zheng Di murmured with a sneer.
However, if you encounter us 2 brothers, please die here.
All of a sudden, the 2 of them stood side by side, and his body was suddenly covered with earth armor, and the power of the earth condensed around his body was even more astonishing. Their eyes were full of confidence, as if Chen Mo was still in their pocket.
Wow! Chen Mo actually ran into the Zhang brothers as soon as he entered. It's over.
The Zhang brothers all have a level earth abilities and are perfect first-grade warriors. They have been preparing for this college entrance examination for a long time. When these 2 geniuses from the provincial capital's 4th middle school team up, the power they unleash is beyond the imagination of ordinary people.
The Zhang brothers immediately went after Chen Mo. I'm afraid it was premeditated. They probably knew that Chen Mo was from a county town and didn't have much practical experience. No matter what, Chen Mo will probably die first this time. If I were Chen Mo, I would retreat immediately instead of continuing to fight. It is said that they can gain the upper hand in battles with 2nd grade beginner warriors. Countless people spoke out, commenting in the barrage or in voice chats. Is this true? My goodness, the Zhang brothers are so strong? It is said that a 1st grade perfect warrior will also fully test the tester. Brother Chen is in real danger.
The students of Jiangbei No. 1 Middle School all turned pale, and many of them prayed secretly, because that was a first-grade perfect warrior, and such a person had never been born in their high school.
Chen Mo. Lin Qiming looked at the screen. You are going to be admitted to Shengwadao University and treat me to a meal. Next to the students of Jiangbei No. 1 Middle School, Shang Wankong from Jiangdong No. 1 Middle School finally dared to raise his head. His eyes were bloodshot. Until now, he had not thought about why Chen Mo could behave so terrifyingly. Looking at Chen Mo, who was confronted by the Zhang brothers, Shang Wankong revealed a sinister smile. Ha 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 ha. Chen Mo, you have come to this day. Isn't it just a mutant talent? Today, I, Shang Wankong, will see you fall from grace. The corners of Shang Wankang's mouth kept twitching, and his eyes were fixed on the sky. Old Lin, the young man you are optimistic about seems to be in danger. Qin Xian smiled lightly. Through the information transmitted, he knew that this was just a mid-level first-grade martial artist candidate from the county. Even if you have talent, it is very difficult to fight two people alone. The gap between county students and provincial capital students is really too great. A mid-level first-grade warrior encountering two perfect first-grade warriors is already a sign of defeat. However, we can take a closer look at what Chen Mo's talent has become after the mutation, and whether he is qualified to obtain some qualifications to enter Shengwadao University. Ha, don't look down on anyone. Lin Jianfeng smiled lightly. Back then, I was also a warrior from the county town. Everyone looked at Lin Jianfeng in shock. How could a warrior with such a background actually reach the level of an 8th-grade martial master? This is too terrifying. At this moment, the battle between Chen Mo and the Zhang brothers seemed to have reached its peak momentum. Chapter 10 Victory. On the Gaoshan City battlefield simulated by a virtual helmet. Zhang Tian looked at Chen Mo and smiled softly. When you met us two brothers, you didn't even think of running away. Zhang Di grinned grimly and said, it seems that people from small places are always short-sighted. Suddenly, Zhang Tian and Zhang Di looked at each other and smiled, as if they had already seen Chen Mo's defeat. Chen Mo shrugged lightly, sighed, and his face was full of boredom. Stop chirping and hurry up. I'm in a hurry. This square is just on the edge of Gaoshan City. If you want to show enough strength or kill more candidates, you must go to the central area of Gaoshan City. He didn't want to waste much time here. In a hurry? Zhang Tian sneered, so arrogant? Brother, go ahead and destroy him. Good. All of a sudden, Zhang Tian and Zhang Di's arms expanded suddenly, the terrifying earth energy gathered, and the former's arms were already as big as buckets. With a bang, Zhang Tian came forward and attacked Chen Mo with his huge earth fist. Immediately afterwards, Zhang Di did not relax at all and actually inserted his hands into the ground. In an instant, sharp thorns rose from the ground and stabbed towards Chen Mo. One person jumped high in the sky to attack, while the other attacked on the ground. The tacit understanding between the two was extremely terrifying. Even a warrior at the initial stage of the second rank would find such an attack extremely strenuous. What a powerful attack! Outside the screen, countless people frowned, and pity flashed in their eyes as they looked at Chen Mo. Even a warrior at the initial stage of the second rank would be frightened by such an attack, let alone a kid like Chen Mo. However, looking at the attack coming from the air, Chen Mo shook his head. Too weak. It really is, it doesn't interest me at all. As soon as the words fell, Zhang Tian's pupils suddenly shrank. He opened his eyes and looked at Chen Mo, only to see that behind Chen Mo, a fist like a giant python suddenly gathered. Then, in the astonished gazes of countless people, this fist suddenly hit Zhang Tian. Bang! Under such an attack, Zhang Tian's earth armor shattered into pieces and he flew backwards. How is that possible? Bro! Zhang Di reacted and his heart suddenly trembled. This Chen Mo was definitely not as simple as he seemed. He roared angrily, and the earth energy in his arms was pushed to the limit. The spikes that erupted from the earth were extremely sharp and attacked Chen Mo. However, what he got was a slash as dark as a tide. The huge fist gathered behind Chen Mo suddenly turned into the shape of a black knife and slashed towards the countless spikes. Swish! It was as if a knife had cut through countless spikes, and all of them broke on the spot. Standing in front of Zhang Di was Chen Mo, who was already wearing a black energy windbreaker and had messy black hair dancing as he walked towards him. Quiet. The entire venue was once again in a state where one could hear a pin drop because of Chen Mo. This guy actually killed the Zhang brothers in one move? Am I seeing things right? Chen Mo was not just a mid-level first-grade warrior, but the Zhang brothers are perfect first-grade warriors. Oh my god. Just how far has this guy's talent mutated? What on earth are these dark fists and dark blades? I take it back that I was going to run away, and my mom asked me why my legs were shaking. After a brief moment of calm, there was a cry of surprise like thunder. Even the students of Jiangbei No. 1 Middle School were excited about this, cheering and their faces flushed red. The students of Jiangdong No. 1 Middle School all lowered their heads, and the biggest clown was stunned for a few seconds and then fainted on the spot. No one expected that Chen Mo could defeat the Zhang brothers in such a crushing manner. Just how strong is Chen Mo? Many people have compared Chen Mo with the three great geniuses Yin Jinghong, Wang Tianming, and Long Haoren. However, most people still believe that although Chen Mo has shown strong strength, he is still far from the three great geniuses. You know, only those who have truly known the horror of the three great geniuses can truly feel the terror from Long Haoren and others. To them, ordinary students are like the Zhang brothers, who can be killed in one move. At the same time, most people were looking forward to seeing how far Chen Mo would go in this second round of tests. Perhaps, he could really become a miracle student from the county middle school and be admitted to Shangwudao University? At the same time, in the monitoring room, countless leaders lost their composure, opened their mouths wide, and looked at Chen Mo in disbelief as he defeated the Zhang brothers in this way. Even Chen Mo's principal, Wei Qingtian, suddenly had his pupils shrinking, as if he had been severely frightened. Chen Mo, the top student in his grade, when did he become so powerful? How is it? Lin Jianfeng laughed. What do you think of my vision? Su Lingyun was shocked. He never thought that Chen Mo could do this. At the beginning, Su Lingyun just took a dim view of it, but now, I am afraid that this optimism has been raised to a higher level. Chen Mo, the mutated superpowers are definitely not that simple. Old Lin's vision is obvious to all. After all, the awakened supernatural power is the S-level exquisite eye. Qin Xian shrugged. TSK, look at the strength of Chen Mo's supernatural power, it's pretty good. Yi Xingchen smiled lightly. Lin Jianfeng was obviously very pleased. This little guy's supernatural talent is definitely around S-level. When he shows up, we can officially test him. This trip to Jiangnan province for the college entrance examination will definitely be incredibly exciting. Qin Xian was slightly stunned, then smiled and said, Old Lin, how about we make a bet? Lin Jianfeng raised his hand, speak. Qin Xian, let's bet on whether Chen Mo can make it into the top 3. Lin Jianfeng narrowed his eyes, what about the prize? I can't go empty-handed, right? Qin Xian smiled lightly, how about the 100-year-old enlightenment tea? Lin Jianfeng was stunned. It seems like you're extremely confident in Wang Tianming, Yin Jinghong, and Long Haoren. Okay, then I'll make a bet with you. Qin Xian narrowed his eyes, Yi Xingchen, do you want to come? Yi Xingchen shook his head, I'll just take a look, I'm not as rich as you guys. However, I think that even though Chen Mo has shown great talent, it will still be difficult for him to make it into the top 3. Su Lingyun, who was standing aside, was terrified when he heard the 3 words Wu Dao Ti. The commander of Jiangnan province was really not enough in front of these 3 directors. So, amidst the casual chat and bets between the 3 top bosses, expectant eyes were once again fixed on the screen. Chapter 11 Gun vs. Gun. In the square with broken walls and ruins, Zhang Di and Zhang Tian bumped into each other awkwardly. They looked at the calm Chen Mo with their bodies in disarray. They never expected that they, who were originally hunters, would become Chen Mo's prey. You are very strong. Looking at Chen Mo, who was wrapped in a strange black energy, Zhang Di and Zhang Tian swallowed their saliva at the same time. Yeah, I know. Chen Mo shrugged. Next, do you want to surrender, or do you want me to kill you? Zhang Tian and Zhang Di looked at each other. They didn't expect that they would be defeated in the first battle. Chen Mo, I admit that you are very strong. However, even if we 2 brothers join forces, we could only rank 40th out of the 98 candidates. There are many strong people above the age of 40. Even Wang Tianming, Yin Jinghong, Long Haoren, and others are there. We 2 brothers will see how far you can go. As soon as the words fell, Zhang Tian and Zhang Di nodded, and with a thought, they turned into streams of light and disappeared in Gaoshan City on the spot. To what extent? Chen Mo looked at the devastated Gaoshan City and smiled softly, of course, it is the best in Jiangnan. Shaking his head, Chen Mo leaped towards the city center. The strength of the Zhang brothers was so weak that he couldn't muster the slightest interest in them. Bring it on. I hope to have an opponent who can make me happy. And at the same time,
On the kill list, Chen Mo's ranking rose rapidly, and in the blink of an eye, he reached the second position. Together with Long Haoren, he defeated 2 contestants.
Chen Mo defeated Zheng Tian and Zheng Di and came in second place. Countless candidates in Gaoshan City were surprised by this. I didn't expect that. Even Zheng Tian and Zheng Di were defeated by Chen Mo. This Chen Mo is indeed a tough opponent.
It seems that if we meet him, we must take him seriously.
TSK, what a scary guy.
Looking at Chen Mo on the huge leaderboard, Wang Tianming, whose body was flashing with flames, showed a sinister smile.
Suddenly, flames all over his body burst out like a volcano. When? A guy from a small place can actually stand on my head.
My killing speed is still not fast enough. Wang Tianming's eyes seemed to be filled with flames as he looked at a warrior dozens of meters away and rushed towards him like lightning. His goal is to enter the Starry Sky Martial Arts Academy and witness a brighter light.
Jiangnan Province. Even the college entrance examination of the entire Jiangnan Province is too small for geniuses like them.
Wang Tianming believed that apart from Yan Jinghong and Long Haoren, no one could be his opponent.
The other side. Oh.
Yan Jinghong, who was just coming out of a cold weapons venue, was slightly shocked when he saw the suddenly rising results.
It seems that this Chen Mo is really quite capable. This battle royale test is finally getting interesting.
And on top of a tall tower, Long Haoren, his whole body shining with golden light, was standing on the top of the tower, overlooking the dilapidated Gaoshan City.
Compete with me?
In Jiangnan Province, only I, Long Haoren, can suppress it single-handedly. Faintly, his golden pupils seem to have found several candidates wandering around the city. I will let you become the cornerstone for my admission to Shengwudao University. Only by entering Shengwudao University and seeing the scenery of the place with your own eyes can you know that this so-called Jiangnan Province is nothing more than a remote small town. Only that one, a warrior, can truly display glory. Looking at the flashing and exciting scenes on the screen, everyone realized that the entire battle royale space was probably stirred up by Chen Mo alone.
This unknown guy was suppressing everyone in front of them, which made everyone very dissatisfied. However, it is also good this way. Only through this kind of competition can they, the 3 admissions directors, see the genius from Jiangnan Province. However, looking at the rapidly moving figure on the screen, everyone couldn't help but wonder what kind of grace and demeanor this Chen Mo could display. In the devastated city, fierce battles are taking place in many places. Chen Mo was still on his way, his eyes like black holes looking around. Suddenly, at the end of a street, it stopped. At this moment, in front of a cold weapon shop, a spear flashing with blood-red light suddenly shot out. The long spear shot towards Chen Mo like a meteor. A huge sound of breaking through the air arose, and the crisp sound echoed throughout the street. The pupils of countless people outside the screen shrank. They didn't expect that there was someone hiding in the shop and killing with this kind of long-range attack. If such a sneak attack succeeds, there will be almost no chance of survival. However, at this moment, Chen Mo slowly turned his head and looked at the blood-red spear that was magnified in his sight. He gently turned sideways, stretched out his hand, and suddenly grabbed the blood-red spear. Bang! A huge force dragged Chen Mo's feet into the ground, and the cement road that was originally overgrown with weeds cracked again. Under countless astonished gazes, the blood-red light in Chen Mo's palm dissipated, revealing a jet-black gun body. Everyone's pupils suddenly shrank. Chen Mo actually caught this attack? If it were them, they would definitely be nailed to the wall by this spear and killed on the spot. This guy's strength, speed, reaction ability, it's so fast that it's terrifying. And amidst everyone's horror, a figure slowly walked out of the shop. Under a black combat uniform inlaid with gold, a young man holding a 2-meter-5 long spear slowly walked out of the shop. The bright sunlight fell on his spear, causing it to flash with a faint cold light. Chen Mo? No wonder he was able to take my attack. The spear-wielding young man smiled softly. My name is Li Xuanyan, from the number 2 middle school in the provincial capital. When everyone outside the screen heard the 3 big words Li Xuanyan, their bodies suddenly froze. This young man holding a spear is the top talent from the number 2 middle school in the provincial capital. In terms of his strength, he is only second to Long Haoren and the other 2. In other words, these are the top 5 terrifying geniuses in the provincial capital. Chen Mo actually encountered Li Xuanyan so soon? This luck is too bad. Li Xuanyan's ability can compete with the 3 great geniuses. Having mastered the extremely rare talent of blood, coupled with his spearmanship that is about to reach the subtle level, who else besides these 3 geniuses can defeat him? Terrifying. Powerful. Sharp.
It was not until they heard the introduction of Li Shuinyun from people around them that many people who looked confused actually gasped on the spot.
The reason is simple: Li Shuinyun's resume is simply too terrifying. Chapter 12: Half Step into Micro.
Li Shuinyun started practicing shooting at the age of 12, and at the age of 13, his shooting skills were unparalleled in the same realm. At the age of 15, he became the runner-up in shooting skills in the province's youth group. Afterwards, he entered the number 2 middle school in the provincial capital for further studies with the first place in the high school entrance examination. At the age of 18, he awakened his A-level blood talent. With his spear skills that were half a step into the micro level and his position as a second-grade beginner warrior, he was invincible in the number 2 middle school in the provincial capital.
His strength is second only to the 3 great geniuses.
At the same time, he is also considered to be the top talent with the greatest possibility of entering the Holy Martial Arts University after the 3 great geniuses.
It can be said that Li Shuinyun is one of the opponents that the top 98 candidates are most reluctant to meet. And Chen Mo unexpectedly met Li Shuinyun at the end of the street.
His journey in the college entrance examination might have come to an end here. In the vast and huge monitoring room, many leaders felt sorry for Chen Mo. With Chen Mo's strength and talent, he should be able to go further. However, he met Li Shuinyun.
This young man's luck is really unlucky. TSK, it looks like I'm going to get the enlightenment tea out of thin air.
Xin Xian, who was from the Starry Sky Martial Arts University, raised his lips slightly. However, my request is not much, just 1 or 2 will be enough. At the same time, Yi Xingqian from Songchong Martial Arts University smacked his lips and said, "Old Lin, are we going to lose this bet?" Lin Jianfeng chuckled and said nothing. Instead, he turned his head and looked at Principal Wei Qingtian, who was sitting upright. Su Lingyun was very perceptive and immediately called Wei Qingtian to Lin Jianfeng's side.
"Xiao Wei, you should be the principal of Chen Mo's class, right?" Lin Jianfeng smiled. "Yes, Director Lin, is there anything I can help you with?" Wei Qingtian swallowed secretly. He couldn't remain calm at all facing the questions from such a top boss. Chen Mo should have practiced spearmanship, right? Lin Jianfeng asked.
Suddenly, countless eyes were cast towards Wei Qingtian, and Qin Xian and Yi Xingqian were stunned.
A gleam of brilliance flashed in their eyes as they looked at Chen Mo.
"That's right, but his marksmanship is just at the entry level,"
Wei Qingtian said.
"The realms of marksmanship: entry, advanced, subtle, true self, perfection, and unity." He knew a little about Chen Mo's shooting talent, but it wasn't very strong.
Why did the director suddenly ask this? Ah, that's right.
Lin Jianfeng smiled faintly. "Let's watch the duel.
The winner of this duel may be very interesting."
In an instant, countless people sat up straight, staring intently at the screen, which was a picture of Chen Mo.
Could it be that this 8th-rank martial artist from Kyoto thought Chen Mo could defeat Li Shuinyun? This is too fantastical. Within the virtual space, in the dilapidated Gaoshan city.
On the desolate street, Li Shuinyun and Chen Mo stood opposite each other, like 2 straight spears, their sharpness piercing the sky.
"You can't stop my shooting. Add to that my blood power, and you will be unable to resist."
Li Shuinyun held a 2.5 gun in his hand, with the corners of his mouth wide open, revealing a faint smile. At the same time, vast red energy surged out and climbed onto his spear, giving the spear an enchanting color. Suddenly, there was a bloody light formed by the condensation of endless and delicate blood energy.
Even Chen Mo had a slight ripple in his calm eyes. "So you use a gun?" Chen Mo said with a smile. "Why, you're surprised."
Before Li Shuinyun finished speaking, his words seemed to be stuck in his throat, right in the middle of his throat. Chen Mo was seen holding a spear in his hand, standing sideways behind him, with dark energy surging up like a black hole, condensing at the tip of the spear.
An invisible dun intent dissipated, spreading out like a tide. "You can actually use a gun?" Li Shuinyun widened his eyes in disbelief.
He didn't expect that Chen Mo could actually use a gun, and the gun intent generated when he held the spear actually made him feel vaguely scared.
How is this possible?
Among his peers in Jiangnan province, no one had ever used a spear and could bring such a sense of oppression.
Just a few 100 million.
Chen Mo stood in the wind, his messy black hair fluttering wildly. Amidst countless astonished gazes, the windbreaker condensed with dark energy appeared again. Accompanied by the strong wind from Gaoshan City, the wind was rustling.
This guy really knows how to use a gun.
Outside the screen, countless people opened their mouths wide. Just by looking from a distance, they felt a terrifying sense of oppression on Chen Mo's body. First, he displayed an extremely strange dark energy, and then, he held a spear in his hand, showing a terrifying spear intent.
How many secrets does this young man have?
On the field in Gaoshan City, a rare solemnity welled up in Li Xuanyun's eyes. Now Li Xuanyun had to admit that Chen Mo's strength was probably second only to those three geniuses.
But, so what?
As a genius in the number 2 middle school in the provincial capital, Li Xuanyun's heart for martial arts is firm and resolute.
Your strength is only at the middle stage of the first rank, while mine has already reached the beginning stage of the second rank. The difference in realm is as vast as the difference between heaven and earth.
Not to mention, my marksmanship has already reached the half step to the micro level.
Defeat me.
Suddenly, Li Xuanyun's body was covered with red bloodlight, and then, red light suddenly flashed at his feet, and a huge amount of energy burst out. Then, with the help of this blood-colored energy, Li Xuanyun rushed forward with a spear in hand. Strands of blood and energy flowed out from his body's meridians and condensed on his spear. Blood gun, 18 deadly shots. In an instant, countless blood-red gun shadows rushed towards Chen Mo. Li Xuanyun's unique skill, someone exclaimed.
This is Li Xuanyun's famous skill.
With superb half-step micro-level spearmanship and blood talent, he can stab out 18 spears in the blink of an eye.
Different angles for every shot.
Among them, 17 shots were all feints, and only one shot was the most terrifying and shocking real attack. It was this attack that caused countless young people to suffer.
Can this sudden dark horse that burst out from the county be stopped?
Looking at the gun shadow that kept expanding and shrinking in his pupils, Chen Mo held the black spear in his hand, his eyes like black holes.
Your marksmanship. It's terrible. Chen Mo drew his gun.
It was just a shot packed with the energy of a black hole. However, this shot suddenly penetrated Li Xuanyun's 18 fatal shots, and pierced through the 18 gun shadows with a thunderous posture.
Then, like a cold star, it pointed directly at Li Xuanyun's neck. Swish!
In an instant, Li Xuanyun's neck was suddenly pierced and blood spurted out.
You. Subtle level spearmanship.
Chen Mo smiled lightly. You have a good eye, your shooting skills are terrible, but with more practice, maybe you can catch up with me.
Back view, hee hee. Chen Mo, I'm looking forward to your final result in this test. Defeat, Long Haoran. Sandao Shengwadao University is the stage worthy of your brilliance.
Then, Li Xuanyun turned into a stream of light and disappeared on the spot. As a huge sound resounded throughout the venue, both the candidates in the virtual helmets and all the audience outside the screen suddenly fell into an eerie silence.
Shengwadao University?
Looking at Li Xuanyun's glittering figure, Chen Mo held a spear in his hand, and his black hair danced wildly with the rustling sound of the spear in the wind.
This is also his goal. Chapter 13 Wang Tianming.
As Li Xuanyun turned into a stream of light and disappeared in Gaoshan City, everyone suddenly fell into silence. Then, a broadcast voice resounded through the sky.
Chen Mo defeated Li Xuanyun and is currently ranked second.
All of a sudden, as if a volcano were erupting, everyone burst into thunderous sounds.
Win. Win. Invincible? It's too fake, too strong, and too fucking awesome. One shot to kill Li Xuanyun instantly. Didn't you hear what Li Xuanyun said? Chen Mo has mastered the subtle level spearmanship. Subtle level? What an amazing talent. Looking at the handsome young man in the black windbreaker, everyone was stunned, their faces full of disbelief. That arrogant and domineering Li Xuanyun, who had studied at the provincial capital number 2 middle school for 3 years, was defeated just like that. Moreover, before his defeat, he revealed a shocking piece of news to them. Li Xuanyun, who is only 18 years old, has mastered the half-step micro-level gun technique, which is enough to make him the best in the entire Jiangnan province youth group. Now that Chen Mo has mastered the subtle level spearmanship, how can he crush the entire Jiangnan province youth team? Brother Chen, that's too fierce. Inside Jiangbei number 1 middle school, countless students cried out in excitement. Noticing the shocked gazes of the students from the surrounding county level schools, their faces glowed with joy. For many students of Jiangbei number 1 middle school, Chen Mo is now no less than a god. In the monitoring room occupied by countless leaders, most of them stood up in a hurry. Then, he looked at the young man who was wrapped in terrifying black energy with awe and respect. Oh my god. Oh my god. Wei Qingtian stood up again with excitement on his face, but when he saw the backs of the 3 martial masters in front of him, he immediately swallowed the words that were inappropriate for the occasion.
He looked at the screen with great excitement.
It's hard to believe. Such an outstanding student appeared under my guidance. Recalling what Chen Mo said before the opening ceremony that he understood a little bit, was it sure to be a little bit and not a billion bits?
Of course, no one cared about his gaffe, because almost all the leaders were shocked by Chen Mo.
He wished he could bring Chen Mo over right then and there and treat him as a student from his own city and his own school. Su Lingyun became excited. With a talent like Chen Mo, his performance this year would be great. His spear skills are at the micro level. He is truly a gifted young man. No, he is a genius young man.
Lin Jianfeng smacked his lips and looked at Qin Xian beside him. Old Qin, it seems that you also make mistakes sometimes. Qin Xian murmured to himself, it's normal to make mistakes sometimes, but this young man's talent is truly jaw-dropping.
You are qualified to enter our Starry Sky Martial Arts University. Then Li Shuingyun is not bad either.
After the Dayu system calculates his comprehensive score, he may have a chance to join our Shengwadeo University.
Although this is the case, the focus of the three people's conversation still revolves around Chen Mo.
For the three martial masters, only the top geniuses in the province can catch their attention. Just relying on his subtle marksmanship, he is already superior to most of his peers.
There are even dark abilities that are almost S-level.
The combination of the two could allow them to extend an olive branch.
Yi Xingqian said with a smile, Old Qin, didn't you just look down on him?
Qin Xian laughed and said, they've used their strength to shatter my doubts, so why should I speak out and suppress them?
Lin Jianfeng smiled and said, Old Qin is really broad-minded. After all, he wants to give me 100-year-old enlightenment tea. Qin Xian. Even if they beat Li Shuinyan, Wang Tianming, Yan Jinghong, and Long Haoren, they are not pushovers.
As the three directors chatted, the entire monitoring room became lively, and most of the big guys were discussing how far Chen Mo could go.
Even in the space of Gaoshan City,
dozens of candidates raised their heads high and looked at the words on the banner sweeping across the sky.
Countless people were moved and shocked.
You know, Li Shuinyun's strength is among the top 5 among the top 10 geniuses in the entire provincial capital. His marksmanship, which had reached the micro level, had frightened countless of his peers, but now, a guy who appeared from the county town was able to kill him.
No one thinks this is strength.
In the virtual space, everyone is the ultimate genius of every school, province, and city, and has experienced countless struggles.
How could one achieve this level just by luck?
It seems that if I meet Chen Mo, I have to think twice before taking action.
Chen Mo's level is almost on par with Wang Tianming and Yan Jinghong. It's better not to provoke him. TSK, I never thought that this guy would reach this level. I don't know what his final ranking will be.
As the voices fell, countless candidates joined in the battle. In their hearts, they had already placed Chen Mo below the three great geniuses, so naturally they would not bring bad luck to him.
At the same time,
a golden dragon of energy flew by and instantly sent the two candidates to heaven.
Defeated Li Shuinyun?
Long Haoren shrugged, his golden eyes exuding infinite majesty. An interesting guy. I hope that when he faces me, I won't kill him instantly. Retracting the brilliant golden light emanating from his body, Long Haoren stepped forward, as if isolated from the world. No one could face his terrifying pressure.
And on the other side,
a flash of sword energy passed by, and the heads of the two candidates suddenly fell off. As the breeze rippled the lakeside, Yan Jinghong slowly retracted his sword.
San Yun was defeated. It's just as I said. It's not easy.
Yan Jinghong's eyes looked at the streets of Gaoshan City in the distance. There, two completely different energy afterwaves were wandering and surging. One was the devouring energy like a black hole, and the other was an extremely terrifying scorching flame.
So close. It seems that Chen Mo and Wang Tianming are about to meet each other. Let's go, we have to go and take a look.
Yan Jinghong tapped her feet and flew away like a nimble swallow.
And at the very beginning of a street,
Wang Tianming's arms, like fire sticks, seemed to pierce through the two candidates in front of him.
Listening to the announcement in the sky, Wang Tianming felt extremely happy. Only by defeating his opponent can he feel happy. Who will I defeat next?
Just as Wang Tianming was about to leave, an announcement from the sky seemed to resound throughout the city.
Chen Mo defeated Li Shuinyun, current ranking.
The sound echoing in his ears made Wang Tianming's brain stagnate slightly, and then, his fiery gaze passed through the alley in front of him, where there seemed to be a figure.
The next prey. That's you.
A mere fellow from a small town has become so famous that he even surpassed me at one point.
I really don't know what it means to be so high and so deep.
Suddenly, flames rose from Wang Tianming's body, and he rushed forward as fast as a fiery red cheetah.
Chapter 14, Rising in the Rankings. After killing Li Shuingyun, Chen Mo looked at the camera facing the street.
All the insights in his mind merged into one, dark energy surged and boiled in his body, and his understanding of the gun's intent seemed to have increased a bit.
Interesting.
Chen Mo stepped forward with a spear in his hand. His next destination was the end of the street, the center of Gaoshan City. Only there could he see the scenery above the clouds.
To the three great geniuses, they were nothing. Only by entering Shangwadao University can one's life begin.
Shangwadao University brings together talents from the 36 provinces of the Daxia Federation, and Jiangnan Province was generally ranked within the bottom 6 in the college entrance examination in the past. Therefore, there is no need to be too proud. Only after entering Shangwadao University can the brilliant light bloom. Chen Mo raised his eyebrows slightly, and saw a figure with flames all over his body suddenly appear at the end of the street in the distance.
The domineering human-shaped eyes were surrounded by flames, like a terrifying volcano climbing out of hell. Countless flames roared in the strong wind. Wang Tianming? Yes, it's me.
Suddenly, Wang Tianming clenched his fists, flames swirling around them, and looked at Chen Mahjong with a sinister smile.
I'm sorry to announce that your journey ends here.
Buzz. The terrifying fire energy poured out, and many candidates outside the street groped over. When they looked at the two people facing each other in the air, their pupils suddenly shrank.
Wang Tianming and Chen Mo actually faced off.
A mid-level second-grade warrior, the third highest talent among the three great geniuses, and a representative figure of the provincial capital's 6th middle school.
He even mastered the S-level Absolute Flame ability. This Chen Mo is probably in real danger.
If I were Chen Mo, I would probably just run away now and kill some other weak ones to get some points.
You are you, and he is him. It looks like the two of them are really going to fight. TSK, the battle of the century, it's going to be interesting.
Many candidates' eyes lit up as they watched the match with anticipation and nervousness. On one side was a well-known master, and on the other side was the top dark horse of the Jiangnan Province college entrance examination.
The pressure these two people exude is really enough to give me goosebumps.
On an abandoned high-rise building, Yin Jinghong held the sword in one hand, looking down at Gaoshan City like a solitary immortal.
His gaze fell on Chen Mo and Wang Tianming. It is said that Wang Tianming has mastered that move.
Even if I were to face him, I wouldn't be completely sure of winning. Outside the venue, countless students were also excited and stared at the screen intently. You know, the showdown between the three great geniuses in the past was the most exciting and eye-catching. And now, these three geniuses have become the four great prodigies, and among them, Chen Mo and Wang Tianming are actually facing each other.
How can one not be exciting? However, most people sided with Wang Tianming. The reason is simple: Wang Tianming's record is simply too terrifying.
Wang Tianming showed extraordinary talent in martial arts when he was 9 years old. Not only did he practice his boxing and body movements to the point of being invincible at the same level, he was even admitted to the number 6 middle school in the provincial capital with the second place in the Jiangnan Province high school entrance examination.
After high school, he became even more abnormal.
Relying on his strength as a freshman in high school, he won the championship of the Jiangnan Province youth fighting competition.
After awakening the S-level Absolute Flame, he became even more terrifying.
He participated in the national top youth fire talent competition and fought his way to the 5th place. It caused a sensation throughout the province. Therefore, he was given the status of one of the three great geniuses. Even though Chen Mo is very strong and even masters the subtle level of marksmanship, he seems too weak compared to Wang Tianming's brilliant resume. However, there are still many people, like the students of Jiangbei No. 1 Middle School, who hope that Chen Mo can fight to the end. In the huge and spacious monitoring room, many leaders are already ready, their faces full of anticipation.
It seems that the bet on Wu Dao Ti will end early.
Lin Jianfeng said with a smile.
Are you so confident in Chen Mo? Aren't you afraid of failure? Qin Shen chuckled.
Perhaps he didn't know much about other geniuses, but he knew a thing or two about Wang Tianming's strength. He was selected as a judge in the national finals of the Youth Fire Talent Group.
How could he not know how much Wang Tianming weighs? Perhaps Wang Tianming's attainments in spearmanship cannot be compared with his body movements and boxing skills.
However, just by relying on his development of the Absolute Flame ability, he has probably reached a level that ordinary people can hardly reach. Looking at the two people who were arguing with each other because of the bet, Yi Xingqian touched his nose and decided to watch the game carefully. In the end, he would choose the special admission students based on the situation. However, in his heart, he voted for Chen Mo. As the flames surrounding Wang Tianming's body grow stronger, this powerful confrontation will also unfold here. The chance to be the top scorer in the college entrance examination or to enter Shengwadao University is waiting for these two people. In the virtual space, two completely different figures stood on both sides of the street. A flame spread wildly, and a darkness was gloomy and terrifying. Looking at Chen Mo, who was still calm in front of him, Wang Tianming's lips curled up slightly.
You know what? I've been displeased with you since the beginning. How can a dark horse from a small place be more famous than mine?
I don't think you deserve this level of strength.
If you admit defeat now, perhaps in the next battle, I won't let you lose too badly.
Wang Tianming raised one hand, the flames spread wildly, and his hand was like a knife tip, pointing at Chen Mo diagonally. His tone was filled with arrogance and pride. But no one thinks that Wang Tianming cannot say this, because Wang Tianming does have the capital to do so. However, when these words reached Chen Mo's ears, Chen Mo just smiled lightly. The windbreaker condensed from darkness was reshaped, and black lines spread on the surface of Chen Mo's skin, making him look like the god of death in the world, which was chilling. He held a 3-meter-long spear in his hand, his back straight as a dragon soaring into the sky, and the black energy seemed to be able to absorb even light. Then, a sentence that shocked countless people suddenly came from Chen Mo's mouth.
3 moves to finish you off. 3 moves. Countless people's eyes suddenly turned, and they looked at Chen Mo in disbelief.
They couldn't believe that Chen Mo would say such words in front of Wang Tianming, who possessed the S-level absolute flame talent. It is not a wise choice to anger Wang Tianming. Yan Jinghong narrowed his eyes. Wang Tianming is not just an ordinary supporting role, but a long-established figure who has been recognized as one of the 3 great geniuses by both the government and the public.
Even at Shengwadao University, he can still show his style.
Moreover, fire-related talents and abilities are affected by anger values to a certain extent. When Wang Tianming heard Chen Mo's calm words, countless murderous intent surged in his eyes.
How proud!
In that case, don't blame me for being too heavy-handed next time.
S-rank absolute flame. Appear. Chapter 15, The Attention of All. Boom.
Just like a volcano that had been dormant for millions of years suddenly erupted, huge flame energy burst out from Wang Tianming's body.
The terrifying pressure was completely released, and the terrifying temperature seemed to distort the surrounding space.
This is a reaction caused by high temperature, but it is still amazing enough.
I'm curious, you're only a mid-level first-rank warrior, why are you so arrogant?
Rest assured.
I'll let you know what it means to be a senior. Bang! Amidst countless shocked gazes, Wang Tianming suddenly rushed out like a flaming cheetah. In the blink of an eye, he was several meters away from Chen Mo. Then, a vast flame energy suddenly burst out from Wang Tianming's right arm. There is actually a kind of deathly energy contained in this gushing energy. Absolute flame, the ultimate flame that cuts off all life. A dazzling column of flame energy, like a fire python, bit towards Chen Mo. It's over.
Many people closed their eyes, not daring to look at the bloody scene. Wang Tianming's absolute flame candle was so terrifying that they were worried that what they would see next was Chen Mo dying with his body reduced to charcoal. Chen Mo, whose whole body was emitting dark energy, looked at the enlarged column of fire in his sight and shook his head slightly.
It's still too fragile.
In an instant, Chen Mo raised his spear, and then black energy surged up, and Chen Mo stabbed out suddenly.
Buzz!
The 3-meter-long spear suddenly pierced into the center of the fire column. Just when everyone thought that this counterattack was of no use, a dark energy burst out and absorbed all of Wang Tianming's attacks.
Absorb! Everyone stared at this in amazement. Could it be that Chen Mo's evolved ability also had the ability to absorb? This ability is not simple.
In the monitoring room, the 3 admissions directors of Shengwadao University raised their eyebrows at the same time, and behind them, the pupils of many leaders, including Su Lingyun, also shrank, obviously realizing Chen Mo's extraordinariness. In the secret realm, Wang Tianming was shocked to see that his attacks were completely ineffective, but at the same time, he burst out with a stronger fighting spirit.
Ha 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 ha. It's fun this way. Chen Mo, you are now qualified to be my opponent. Boom!
Wang Tianming opened his arms, and the burning flames became even more vigorous, and then covered every inch of his skin.
absolute flame, ape form. Immediately afterwards, Wang Tianming's muscles swelled several times.
Filled with flames, his entire body looked like a demonic flame gorilla, flashing with strange colors. He originally wanted to wait until the entrance examination for Shengwudao University to use this move to demonstrate the maximum value of this method. It seems that now, we have to use this method to kill Chen Mo.
Those who knew Wang Tianming's true strength all took a deep breath. No wonder Wang Tianming is so arrogant. Did he master this move? What's the meaning?
Absolute Flame, ape form is Wang Tianming's own absolute flame technique, which can transform one's body into the ultimate state, more than doubling one's strength. Although Chen Mo's current combat effectiveness is very strong, he will probably be no match for Wang Tianming, who has double the combat power. I'm afraid this battle will end here. Many people took action, and their eyes were filled with regret when they looked at Chen Mo.
If he had not met Wang Tianming, perhaps Chen Mo would have been able to go further and be more brilliant and bright in the second round of tests.
And the biggest possibility of meeting Wang Tianming is that he will stop here. And Wang Tianming on the street also suddenly completed his evolution.
With flames flashing, he stood in the middle of the road like a mountain. Do you dare to be my enemy? Wang Tianming smiled.
However, what responded to him was Chen Mo's still calm words.
Noisy. Suddenly, Wang Tianming was stunned, and then, countless anger burst out in his eyes. Die.
This time, he did not hold back and his giant hand filled with fire energy came towards Chen Mo. The speed was so fast and the attack was so fierce that the air began to distort. Countless air dissipated madly, as if they were afraid of Wang Tianming's attack.
Absolute flame hand, absolute flame overwhelms the demon.
In an instant, Wang Tianming actually sent out dozens of fists and palm shadows, and the tremendous power they carried made everyone terrified. However, when Chen Mo looked at Zhu Yanlingma, his expression did not change. Instead, he waved the spear in his hand, colliding continuously with Wang Tianming's flaming hand. In the blink of an eye, the two had already collided for dozens of rounds. On one side was the fierce and powerful flame, and on the other side was the mysterious and devouring darkness.
The two were fighting each other, and for a moment, it seemed like a draw.
Every time an attack clashed, the ground shattered, the weeds disappeared, and the glass of the surrounding shops began to crack and then shatter.
This also made the audience stunned.
They did not expect that Chen Mo's fighting ability was still so terrifying. You know, Chen Mo is just a mid-level first-grade warrior, while Wang Tianming is already a mid-level second-grade warrior.
This is a huge gap in realm. This kid is so scary. Amidst the tidal-like attack, Wang Tianming's eyes couldn't help but become solemn.
Under the attacks of his fists and palms, ordinary people would have turned into charcoal and died on the spot. All the moves he used were derived from his spear. As long as I can knock his spear away, victory in the battle will surely be mine. Thinking of this, Wang Tianming's eyes flashed, and he suddenly discovered a flaw in Chen Mo's shooting skills.
It's right here.
Suddenly, Wang Tianming roared, and then a torrent of flame energy gushed out from his right arm and landed on the junction of Chen Mo's gun tip and gun handle with lightning speed.
Then, the gun handle suddenly broke. Chen Mo's weapon was destroyed. Many people's eyes suddenly widened.
In addition to being shocked, they marveled at the horror of Wang Tianming. They didn't expect that during the battle, he even took into account the shortcomings of the opponent's weapons. You know, the weapons and equipment simulated in Gaoshan City are made of the worst ordinary iron. Under the impact of a second-grade warrior, they naturally cannot last for long.
However, Wang Tianming actually took this shortcoming into account and used lightning speed to break Chen Mo's proud spear.
This kind of mentality is really jaw-dropping.
At the same time, everyone felt sorry for Chen Mo.
They didn't expect that the battle would end like this. At this moment, a voice suddenly shouted,
"No! It's not over yet, look!"
On the screen, Wang Tianming, who interrupted Chen Mo's weapon, was about to laugh out loud. However, at this moment, his laughter stopped abruptly. Chen Mo in front of him, his eyes as calm as a well, suddenly flashed with two rays of light like black holes. Then, an astonishing dark energy surged out, and dark dragons of energy wandered around Chen Mo.
Do you know?
The sound, like that of hungry ghosts from hell, echoed in the ears of countless people.
Originally, I wanted to defeat you with 3 shots. Now it seems that 1 is enough. In an instant, the dark energy around him climbed onto Wang Tianming's skin as if it were alive, holding him tightly.
Then, under Wang Tianming's extremely horrified gaze, the dark energy from Chen Mo's right fist suddenly gathered together.
Darkness, destruction.
A faint murmur came from Chen Mo's mouth and echoed in everyone's ears. Then, Chen Mo slowly threw a punch.
Boom!
Suddenly, under the horrified gazes of countless people, Wang Tianming lowered his head in horror. I saw the most terrifying scene in my life.
Chapter 16 Victory.
The overwhelming darkness gushed out from Chen Mo's right arm. The terrifying and sharp dark energy instantly turned into a beam of light, shooting towards Wang Tianming like a rocket. Under Wang Tianming's astonished gaze, the energy column easily passed through his body.
No feeling at all. Wang Tianming didn't feel anything.
Until he looked down, the pupils in his eyes suddenly shrank more than dozens of times. His body below the chest had completely disappeared, and only his upper body remained. The dark energy turned into liquid and spread upwards from the broken part of the chest, trying to devour it all.
Good, so strong.
Looking at the thin and plain figure in front of him, Wang Tianming could no longer suppress the shock in his heart.
This guy is the real strong one.
Looking at Chen Mo, whose face was still calm, for a long time, Wang Tianming suddenly grinned bitterly.
So, to enter the Holy Martial Arts Academy, is this what you need to do?
Suddenly, Wang Tianming turned into a stream of light and disappeared on the spot. Looking at this scene, everyone was shocked and speechless. They stared at the picture on the screen blankly, trying hard to open their mouths, but there was still something stuck in their throats.
How is that possible? Wang Tianming's realm is the middle stage of the second rank. How could he be killed instantly by Chen Mo in just one move? What kind of power is this dark energy that can actually devour Wang Tianming's flames? Oh my god! He defeated Wang Tianming, one of the three great geniuses. A crushing defeat, a true crushing defeat, with just one move. Just how terrifying is this guy's talent? Brother Chen is so sincere when he says he can kill a person in one move. He really can kill a person in one move. Looking at the figure wrapped in a dark windbreaker on the screen, the next moment, countless people burst into thunderous applause and discussion. They never expected that Chen Mo could defeat Wang Tianming so easily. It can even be said that it is effortless. Just how strong is Chen Mo? Could he be able to defeat Long Haoren? Someone suddenly said. All of a sudden, everyone was stunned. Some of Long Haoren's fanatical fans or schoolmates wanted to refute, but the words were stuck in their mouths. Chen Mo is really strong. But is it really good enough in front of Long Haoren? No one knows. You know, Long Haoren has created an extremely terrifying record since he was born in Jiangnan province. He has no rivals among the young people in the province, and his strength terrifies countless of his peers. It seems that the suspense of this second round of tests still remains. Brother Chen, you're so awesome. Lin Qiming shouted excitedly. Once upon a time, he thought Chen Mo was just bragging, but now, he really entered the top 3 of the second round in this crushing manner. And in the huge and spacious monitoring room, all the leaders stood up, staring blankly at the black figure standing on the screen, and took a breath. This guy was actually able to defeat Wang Tianming. Everyone felt their scalps tingling. Why hadn't they discovered such a genius before? I missed an opportunity for promotion and salary increase in vain. The principal and director of Zhongbei No. 1 Middle School were trembling with excitement. They could almost see that their future careers were bright. Even Su Lingyun, the commander of Jiangnan province, clenched his fist slightly. This year's KPI might exceed the target. You lose, Lao Qin. Lin Jianfeng laughed. Qin Xian was slightly stunned, then smiled and said, "It's just 100-year-old enlightenment tea. If you want it, just come and get it." However, for a newcomer like Chen Mo who has such potential talent, please give him the job to Starry Sky Martial Arts University. Lin Jianfeng laughed and said, "You're getting ahead of yourself. Chen Mo is such a genius that even Xianyuan Martial Arts University is interested in him." At this time, Yi Xingchen chuckled, "Everyone is arguing so enthusiastically? What should we do with Sangchong Martial Arts University?" Suddenly, a fierce desire to compete for talent broke out among the three of them. The potential displayed by Chen Mo today is no longer comparable to that of ordinary geniuses. In the minds of the three martial arts directors, Chen Mo has been placed in a position no less than Long Haoren. The strange dark energy ability, coupled with the ultimate talent for marksmanship, the combination of the two makes him a genius. "You two old rascals." Lin Jianfeng teased, "Old Qin, how about we continue the bet and see if Chen Mo can get first place in this exam?" Everyone's gaze suddenly froze, and their breathing slowed down a lot. According to the director, he might think that Chen Mo could defeat Long Haoren.
All of a sudden, everyone created a huge wave.
For the Jiangnan province, Long Haoren was no less than a ray of miracle light. No.
Qin Xian shook his head.
However, we can see who is the final winner of this exam. Long Haoren, Chen Mo, or Yen Ginghong.
They all have the right to experience the even more dazzling scenery at Shenghuodao University.
Only there can their potential be realized. Yi Xingchen narrowed his eyes and smiled faintly. If Chen Mo is admitted, how many surprises will be given at the entrance ceremony? But most of them are just talk.
Shenghuodao University gathers geniuses from all 54 provinces of the Great Xia Federation.
How could it be so easy to create a surprise?
At this moment, inside the screen, more than a dozen candidates looked at Chen Mo, who easily defeated Wang Tianming, and they all felt a chill running from their heels to their foreheads.
We can't deal with this guy. Damn, what a monster. He has defeated the Zhang brothers, Li Xuanyun, and even Wang Tianming. Next, I'm afraid even Long Haoren won't be able to defeat him. That may not be the case. Long Haoren has an SS-level Golden Dragon talent. Amidst the murmurings, everyone retreated like a tide, not daring to make any sound.
In their minds, Chen Mo has been labeled as a dangerous target who cannot be attacked. Standing in the middle of the street, Chen Mo noticed the crowd around him retreating, but he had no intention of chasing after them.
It's too troublesome to chase them one by one.
He thought of a way to kill the candidates faster, get more kills, and rush to the top of the rankings.
The strength that I have demonstrated so far will definitely attract the attention of most people. But that's not enough.
The black hole-like energy all over his body was released again, and this time, Chen Mo's figure became even more terrifying. His goal is to enter Shenghuodao University in a sought-after manner. If you want to pretend, you have to pretend thoroughly. If you want to have fun, you have to have fun thoroughly. However, before that, there is one person that needs to be dealt with. In an instant, Chen Mo turned his head and saw the white-robed swordsman walking towards the corner of the street.
Yen Jinghong. Outside the screen, everyone's gaze suddenly froze. Could it be that Chen Mo and Yen Jinghong are about to collide? Chapter 17 Cooperation. Snap. Snap. On the empty street, only Yen Jinghong's footsteps echoed. Countless people's attention was also attracted by this white-robed swordsman.
You know, Yen Jinghong, as one of the 3 great geniuses in Jiangnan province, has already attracted much attention. And now, he is facing off against a top dark horse who killed Wang Tianming.
How can this not make everyone excited? Could it be that another fierce showdown is about to take place? Besides, Yen Jinghong's strength is also extremely terrifying.
Not only has he cultivated his swordsmanship to the half-step micro level, but his awakened supernatural power is the S-level hurricane power. In terms of comprehensive strength, apart from Wang Tianming and Long Haoren, almost no one can match them. After all, none of the guys known as the 3 geniuses are fake. Feeling the murderous intent released between the two, everyone's blood suddenly began to boil.
Yen Jinghong?
Chen Mo raised his eyebrows and raised his right arm. The terrifying energy suddenly gathered together and was about to form a huge dark light column, rushing towards Yen Jinghong. However, Yen Jinghong, who was in the distance, looked at Chen Mo and suddenly raised his palm. Wait, I'm not here to fight. Chen Mo raised his eyebrows, and everyone watching the battle was suddenly stunned.
Is there something? Chen Mo suppressed the urge to kill the other party. I give up. I know I can't beat you. But we can work together to kill more candidates. It was at this time that Yen Jinghong stated his goal. As early as just now, he discovered that Chen Mo's eyes were actually locked on him. Chen Mo had just killed Wang Tianming, and Yen Jinghong already knew that Chen Mo in front of him was definitely not a target he could defeat. In this case, instead of being hunted by the other party, it would be better to come out openly and cooperate with Chen Mo. Why should I cooperate with you? Chen Mo said.
Yen Jinghong chuckled and took out dozens of spears from the shop behind him.
Each spear was cold and terrifying. It was obvious that they were searched out from the armory. I am sincere. I am sincere. Chen Mo, don't attack me.
Carrying these spears, Yen Jinghong slowly approached Chen Mo, but Chen Mo just glanced at him and did not attack immediately. The main thing is that he is confident that if Yen Jinghong launches a sneak attack, he will be able to resist. This comes from confidence in one's strength. It was not until Yen Jinghong came to him and whispered something that a gentle smile appeared on Chen Mo's face.
Okay. I was just thinking of doing that.
Outside the screen, many people's eyes froze and they were stunned.
What are these two guys going to do by joining forces? Are we going to hunt down Long Haoren together? I don't think so.
Maybe they want to attack the average students.
You know, they aren't among the top 5 right now.
The opponents that Chen Mo and Yen Jinghong had fought against before were all of extremely high quality, so the speed of killing the candidates was not fast. In the ranking list where only 30 people remain, Long Haoren is far ahead, ranking first with 6 people. The purpose of these two people joining forces is probably to kill the other candidates and improve their ranking in the rankings. However, some people shook their heads. The 30 candidates now are the elite among the elites. They are often hidden in various shops and rooms. How can they be easily discovered? Yes. Moreover, the energy they exude is extremely terrifying. It can be felt from a long distance away. Most people shook their heads, thinking that the cooperation between Yen Jinghong and Chen Mo would be in vain. And in the vast monitoring room, looking at Chen Mo and Yen Jinghong gradually climbing to the highest floor of Gaoshan City, the 3 directors smiled at each other. Director Lin Jianfeng smiled gently. These 2 little guys are quite interesting.
Qin Xian smiled. Is it possible to guess their thoughts after all?
Yi Xingchen nodded. Your on-the-spot reaction was good. You knew that your place in the rankings was falling, so you were ready to fight for the top. Apart from the 3 martial lords, everyone else was completely confused and didn't understand what the 3 were thinking.
Seems quite powerful. In Gaoshan City, Chen Mo and Yen Jinghong have already reached the top floor, the 16th floor.
From here, you can overlook the scenery of Gaoshan City. If you look closely, you can see the dilapidated and broken walls in Gaoshan City. This place, which has been ravaged by ferocious beasts, is really too terrifying. This second round of testing has entered a white-hot stage, but the candidates in Gaoshan City have all gone into hiding. After all, at this time, energy and spirit have begun to be exhausted, and one cannot act casually. The strong wind blew on the rooftop. Chen Mo picked up a tungsten steel spear and placed the barrel on his shoulder. His gaze was like a black hole, overlooking the human scenery of Gaoshan City.
Chen Mo, don't worry. My hurricane ability is more than just relying on hurricane attacks.
It also has the means of exploration.
In this city, I am capable of exploring everything.
Yen Jinghong, who was standing next to Chen Mo, smiled gently. That's right, the 2 of them were planning to use Yen Jinghong's amazing detection ability, supplemented by Chen Mo's spear-throwing ability, to kill the examinee.
Then why don't you go by yourself? Chen Mo asked.
When I release my hurricane power, the other candidates will also sense it.
When they realize my terrifying energy, they will naturally run away. If this happens again and again, it will be very troublesome to catch them.
Yen Jinghong said truthfully.
If released from a distance for observation, such a tiny amount of energy would be mistaken for just a gentle breeze.
As their voices spread, everyone's gazes suddenly froze, unable to believe what they said.
So, Chen Mo and Yen Jinghong are planning to hunt down other candidates using the same method as javelin throwers? You're crazy.
Let's not talk about whether it's feasible or not, but the other candidates have all dodged in the shops and rooms.
Chen Mo's dark spear can't break the wall, right? You know what? It's possible.
Gaoshan City has been in disrepair for a long time, and the walls are generally not stable.
The probability is only 1%. In my opinion, after they fire their first shot, they will probably disperse. I also think that this approach is almost impossible to achieve. It's too idealistic.
Countless people discussed it, and everyone in the monitoring room looked surprised.
Although they think it is a fantasy, what if it is possible?
If it is possible, perhaps they are suitable to stay in the same school.
Lin Jianfeng laughed. Qin Xian and Yi Xingchen nodded. This kind of cooperation would undoubtedly be a powerful weapon for attacking strange beasts. However, it is too difficult to do so.
Putting aside whether Chen Mo's spear can hit the target and whether its power will be weakened in the process, Yen Jinghong's hurricane ability alone is not a unique perception ability for detecting opponents. Therefore, they do not think that the 2 can really do it. While they were looking at him thoughtfully, Chen Mo looked at Yen Jinghong, who had closed his eyes.
Are you ready? Chen Mo asked. All right. Yen Jinghong stood up early and pointed to a building in the distance. The first candidate is behind the wall on the 6th floor. Okay. Chen Mo nodded. Chapter 18 Efficiency.
His original goal was to kill the target quickly using the javelin thrower's method. Since Yen Jinghong is willing to cooperate with him, Chen Mo also chooses to save trouble.
As for what to do next? Then just kill Long Haoran and then kill Yen Jinghan last. Looking down at a building in the distance, Chen Mo's chest felt like it was bulging and he took a breath. Bang! He stepped back on one foot, and all the muscles in his body tensed up like twists, while a stream of energy like a volcanic eruption surged out from Chen Mo's body. The huge black energy seemed to have turned Chen Mo into a demon, so terrifying that it was suffocating. Even a genius like Yen Jinghan couldn't help but make a hissing sound and a little cold sweat on his forehead when standing next to Chen Mo. This guy will definitely be able to get into Shengwadao University. What a monster! And in the moment Yen Jinghan was thinking, this terrifying black energy seemed to have gathered on the spear. Sizzle! The surface of the tungsten steel spear was wrapped in a layer of dark energy, like a black hole, preventing even light from penetrating. Darkness Javelin! As the voice fell, Chen Mo's body twisted sideways like a huge spring, and then he threw the spear in his hand forward. Rumble! Amid the astonished gazes of countless people, a terrifying sound of breaking winds suddenly exploded, resounding through the sky. In a 6-story residential building, a candidate holding a battle axe was leaning against the wall to rest. This second round of testing is really tough. There are endless monsters to encounter. The candidate breathed a sigh of relief. Fortunately, I have mastered a tortoise breathing technique that can conceal my breath. If anyone passes by, just kill them. Anyone who makes it into the top 10 of the kill list will have a 100% chance of being admitted to Shengwadao University. Apart from that, we can only look at the evaluation of Dayu's artificial system. However, that is too mysterious and most people will not consider it. However, during this college entrance examination, a monster named Chen Mo really appeared. He actually killed Wang Tianming. I wonder if Chen Mo can defeat Yen Jinghan or Long Haoran. He shook his head. This was not something he was thinking about. At this moment, a weak gust of wind suddenly brushed across the tips of his hair. The candidate was stunned. Didn't I close the window? Immediately, he stuck his head out to observe the scene outside. At this moment, he saw a scene that he would never forget. He saw a black light that suddenly expanded in his eyes, like thunder, instantly filling his entire field of vision. The terrifying dark javelin smashed the wall like a rotten wood and pierced into the chest of the battle axe candidate with lightning speed. The next moment, the battle axe candidate only felt a sweetness in his throat. He looked down and saw a dark spear that had completely pierced his chest. How is it possible? Before he finished speaking, he turned into a stream of light and disappeared on the spot. Chen Mo and Yen Jinghan defeated Zhang Hu. His eyes were full of disbelief before he died. Why did a spear suddenly appear? This. Everyone stared at this scene in amazement. Before this, no one could imagine that the cooperation between Chen Mo and Yen Jinghan could really work. Besides being so shocked that their scalps were numbing, everyone looked at the other candidates hiding on the screen with a look of pity on their faces. The other candidates are really finished. Standing on the top floor, Chen Mo smiled softly. Not bad. Yen Jinghan was equally excited. Well done, both of us. Suddenly, Chen Mo's arms gathered behind his back and he placed a tungsten steel spear on his shoulder again. Then, the terrifying dark energy gathered again. Position. Yen Jinghan excitedly pointed at a residential building, over there, on the 3rd floor, behind the colored glass. With a loud bang, Chen Mo's dark spear rushed out again, like a meteor, across the entire sky and earth, making the silence of the entire Gaoshan city no longer exist. At the same time, a gilded dragon suddenly rose into the air, like a mountain, and suddenly knocked a candidate in front of it into a stream of light. Looking at the candidates who turned into flowing light, Long Haoran shook his head and felt bored. Sure enough, in this duel, no opponent is worthy of my full strength. Even if it's Wang Tianming, Yen Jinghan, and Chen Mo, if they can force out my 5th level ability, they're worthy of my praise. Long Haoran opened his golden dragon eyes and released them casually, and tremendous majesty spread out. The Jiaolong is a creature in mythology. When it becomes a warrior's talent, the terrifying power it displays cannot be compared with any other supernatural power. Now, Long Haoran just thinks that he is not here to take the college entrance examination, but just going through the motions. The Jiangnan province was too small for him, really too small. There is simply no decent opponent worthy of him climbing over, or to be more precise, stepping on. Only in Shengwadao University can you see a wider world. He was already looking forward to showing off his talents at Shengwadao University. It seems that there will be a grand examination at the time of admission. Perhaps, it was only that exam that made Long Haoran feel a slight fluctuation in his mood.
At this moment, a voice suddenly rang out.
Chen Mo and Yan Jinghong killed Zhang Mu.
Hearing the sentence spread, Long Haoren frowned, and then revealed a disdainful smile. I originally thought that the fighting ability of Chen Mo and Yan Jinghong would give me some satisfaction. However, I didn't expect these two guys to actually team up and kill the other candidates.
Are you afraid of flipping over?
This is really too weak.
Long Haoren shook his head, feeling that everything was ordinary.
It seemed that no one could be his opponent in this college entrance examination.
Oh? There's an energy fluctuation.
At this moment, Long Haoren suddenly looked up and looked at the sky. Suddenly, his figure suddenly stopped. Suddenly, black streaks of light flashed across the sky covered by light gray clouds. He could see that these streams of light were actually condensed from long spears. Then, these dark spears blasted towards every place like meteors.
Voices of shock, fear, and anger suddenly rang out. How is that possible? Dark spear, Chen Mo. I saw it, and Yan Jinghong too.
At the same time, a series of broadcast voices suddenly sounded.
Chen Mo and Yan Jinghong defeated Shang Wanshui. Chen Mo and Yan Jinghong defeated Qi Yusen. Chen Mo and Yan Jinghong defeated Lin Ziyu.
A series of announcements suddenly sounded, and all of a sudden, Chen Mo and Yan Jinghong teamed up to kill 25 candidates. All the candidates, except Long Haoren, were terrified and felt their scalps tingling. The word impossible filled their hearts and made them feel heartbroken. Outside the screen, everyone felt their hands and feet were cold.
Simply because the oppressive feeling brought by Chen Mo and Yan Jinghong was too terrifying. Chapter 19 Long Haoren.
Before this, no one could have imagined that someone could kill the enemy by standing on top of a tall building. Moreover, it was done with such swift and terrifying means.
These two monsters. No. It's just the monster Chen Mo.
Yan Jinghong's role can be replaced by almost every warrior, but Chen Mo's strange dark ability is unique. If I were the candidate hiding inside, I would be so scared that my face would turn pale. You know, the group of candidates inside were almost all hiding in hidden buildings, and almost no one could find them. And the next moment, what greeted them was a spear like a meteor.
This guy is truly a monster.
When they woke up from the virtual helmet, they saw Chen Mo throwing the dark spear from the high-rise building. Their faces turned pale and their hearts trembled.
And in the monitoring room. SS-level superpower? Lin Jianfeng murmured.
All of a sudden, all the leaders in the monitoring room came to their senses. It seemed that only an SS-level ability could allow this dark spear to achieve such a level of power.
Ha, I think Chen Mo and our Starry Sky Martial Arts University have a special connection.
Qin Xian touched his chin and smiled.
I feel that our Changchong Martial Arts University is more suitable for Chen Mo.
Lin Xingqian was unwilling to fall behind. Looking at this scene, Su Lingyun and the principal Wei Qingtian behind him were both stunned, feeling ecstatic and shocked.
Their students could actually be favored by these two big guys. Well, this battle is not over yet. Whether you can truly gain our recognition will only be revealed in the next battle.
Lin Jianfeng slowly raised his hand and pointed at Long Haoren, who was standing on the screen. On the top floor, Yan Jinghong was stunned as he watched the number of kills climbing up rapidly and them tied for first place. He originally thought that according to this kind of killing, it should not be quick.
The result? Chen Mo shot every one of them, leaving no one unharmed. This also shocked Yan Jinghong.
Chen Mo fired a shot across a street hundreds of meters away, and it was able to maintain such destructive power.
Just how shocking is the energy intensity and strength?
At this moment, Yan Jinghong's hurricane ability suddenly felt a terrifying energy fluctuation.
Chen Mo, I think I saw Long Haoren.
Where? Chen Mo was slightly stunned, turned his head, and a wicked smile appeared on his handsome face.
That direction. Yan Jinghong pointed. Darkness.
Spear. Then, with a swish sound, a dark spear wrapped with 6 dark air snakes rushed towards that direction like a spinning meteor.
Rumble.
Looking at the dark meteor in the sky, Long Haoren raised his head and felt the powerful force coming towards him.
Chen Mo. After all, there are some interesting people.
He stretched out his hand, and suddenly, waves of golden dragon scales appeared next to the corners of his eyes. The terrifying golden vertical pupils fully blossomed, and Long Haoren's right arm was already coated with golden scales. Looking at the meteor that was wildly enlarging in his sight, Long Haoren suddenly stretched out his giant golden hand.
Boom! Under the shocked gazes of countless people, the palms and guns collided, and a brilliant light burst out.
Then, the dark spear slashed across Long Haoran's dragon arm, and with a bang, it pierced straight into the ground, causing countless cracks on the ground to burst open.
Long Haoran didn't say anything, but raised his hand indifferently.
Several scales fell from his right hand, and 3 or 4 drops of golden blood flowed out.
I am actually injured? Interesting.
Long Haoran suddenly slammed the spear that was stuck in the ground, and the flying spear hit the dilapidated shop, turning it into ruins.
Chen Mo, you are worthy of my effort.
Outside the virtual space, countless people's pupils suddenly shrank. Whether it was the examinee who had just taken off the virtual helmet or the audience standing outside, everyone's mind was blank. They had never imagined that Chen Mo's shot could actually injure Long Haoran. In other words, Chen Mo should be placed in the same position as Long Haoran today.
You know.
Long Haoran's identity is that he is destined to be the top scorer in the college entrance examination.
Everyone unanimously agrees that it is the best in the province.
As Long Haoran moved quickly, countless people hissed, knowing that the strongest battle in the Jiangnan province college entrance examination, the battle that would determine the top scorer, was about to begin.
Will Long Haoran win?
The Zhang brothers looked at the gilded figure filled with anger.
We will win. Li Xuanyun nodded.
In terms of supernatural power strength, Yan Jinghong and I are on par, but in terms of true terror, only Long Haoran can compare.
Wang Tianming crossed his arms. Others may not know how terrifying Long Haoran is, but how could Wang Tianming, one of the 3 great geniuses, not know? As one of the 3 great geniuses, he had long wanted to challenge Long Haoran. And by the lake in the provincial capital of Jiangnan, Long Haoran personally taught him what the power of supernatural powers is. Wang Tianming admitted that Chen Mo was very strong, but he had no chance of winning against Long Haoran. This guy is really terrifying. Chen Mo, Long Haoran's energy fluctuations are getting closer and closer.
Before Yan Jinghong finished speaking, he suddenly saw that Chen Mo was already wearing a black windbreaker. The wind was howling, and the coat and hair were rustling, making the young man look even more handsome and graceful.
You watch here, I'll go down and be back soon.
Gathering the black energy at his feet, Chen Mo walked down the tall building at a 90-degree angle. At the same time, at the end of the street, a figure covered with golden dragon scales slowly walked towards them. Suddenly, the 2 sides of the street were abruptly divided into gold and black.
You did it?
Long Haoran looked at Chen Mo, his calm face slowly breaking into a smile.
What do you think? Chen Mo smiled lightly. Swish.
The jet-black meteor gun was thrown out again, and this time, even the air was distorted. However, Long Haoran opened his arms, and golden energy surged out, forming a huge shield.
Bang.
The spear fell on the gilded shield, and the terrifying energy collided with each other, emitting an even more terrifying light. Then, the spear slowly fell off, and finally broke into several pieces and fell to the ground. It's Long Haoran's dragon shield, someone outside the field exclaimed. The Jiaolong shield is one of Long Haoran's famous martial arts, and it has extremely terrifying defensive capabilities.
With such terrifying defensive power, even Yan Jinghong's sword energy, Wang Tianming's absolute flame, or the attack of a second-grade perfect warrior can be perfectly taken on. And Long Haoran actually used this move at the very beginning. He probably regarded Chen Mo in front of him as his opponent and was about to use his full strength. A long spear was thrown down from the sky and was firmly grasped in Chen Mo's palm. On the high building, Yan Jinghong looked at the 2 people competing against each other and couldn't help swallowing. You are all second-grade warriors, 3 geniuses, why are you so terrifying? Your strength is quite good. It's worth it, let me take it seriously. Long Haoran opened his arms, golden light flashed, as if he was sunbathing, and all the muscles in his body relaxed. A warrior who keeps chattering away might be very weak in battle. Chen Mo held the gun in one hand, dark energy surged, and terrifying power surged. Oh? Yeah? Perhaps, I am a little different from what you imagined. Long Haoran raised the corner of his mouth and spread out his right palm. In his palm, a golden energy ball condensed. Golden dragon playing with pearl. Countless people looked at the scene of the 2 people confronting each other in shock. The first of the second round of tests this year. No. He was ranked first in the Jiangnan province's college entrance examination and entered Shengwadao University. Who could it be? Chapter 20, Not Hiding. No one could have imagined that a guy from a county town could actually make it this far. Even, in the end, he confronted Long Haoran. Countless people swallowed their saliva secretly, feeling their scalps tingling and extremely shocked.
And now, the battle for the top scorer in the college entrance examination has officially begun. On the street, Long Haoren, holding a gilded energy ball in his hand, suddenly stepped out and rushed towards Chen Mo like lightning. The extremely terrifying speed was as if a pair of wings had grown from Long Haoren's back, making him fly with even greater power. In just a moment, the giant hand wrapped in the golden ball of energy was about to fall down. Looking at this terrifying attack, Chen Mo smiled lightly, and then a fierce cold light flashed out, and the dark spear suddenly attacked. Rumble! The collision between the ball and the gun completely erupted in brilliant light. Then, the light disappeared, and under the shocked gazes of countless people, Long Haoren once again condensed two golden energy balls and attacked Chen Mo. Boom! 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 Every collision represented an extreme outburst of energy, and the terrifying aftermath continued to spread like a wave, shattering the broken glass pieces around and completely eliminating the weeds. These two guys are simply monsters. Countless people only felt their scalps tingling. The aura surging from these two people would probably make even a second-grade perfect warrior or a third-grade beginner warrior feel difficult to deal with. To put it bluntly, the battle between Long Haoren and Chen Mo represents the highest level of young people in Jiangnan province. It's time. It's over. Long Haoren sighed, then raised his arms high, and suddenly, with a snap, he clasped his arms together. In an instant, Long Haoren's figure suddenly disappeared like a phantom and appeared several meters away. Noticing Long Haoren's retreating figure, Chen Mo grinned. Looks like he's going to use his ultimate move? Hearing what Chen Mo said, Long Haoren smiled lightly. Chen Mo, you are indeed the most terrifying opponent I consider in Jiangnan province. I originally planned to use this trick during the entrance exam to select a good college for myself. I didn't expect that it would be resolved in this way. As the words fell, two golden dragons as thick as fists emerged from Long Haoren's body. Then, Yudang wrapped around Long Haoren's arms, holding on tightly like a vine. At the same time, the two gilded dragons turned their heads and glared at Chen Mo. Its terrifying power was like a mountain, pressing down, so that everyone outside the screen could vaguely feel the huge oppression brought by the two gilded dragons. This is the shadow of a dragon. Countless people exclaimed in surprise. As early as when they were in school, they had heard that Long Haoren, the #1 prodigy in Jiangnan province, had comprehended the most powerful and unique martial art, and that martial art was called Jialong Shadow. According to Long Haoren himself, no one of his peers in Jiangnan province can force out this kind of character. And now, facing Chen Mo who possesses dark energy, Long Haoren has already used his strongest skills. The battle between these two is truly terrifying. But in the end, Long Haoren will still have the upper hand. Alas, it's enough that Chen Mo can do this. Second in the province. If I had this result, I would be so happy that my mouth would burst into laughter. It's a pity that the first place in the province, the top scholar, will always belong to Long Haoren. This is an indisputable fact. Countless voices of discussion arose, but without exception, all of them were optimistic about Long Haoren. After all, Long Haoren has been the #1 prodigy for too long. No one can defeat him. For example, Yan Jinghong, Wang Tianming and others could only barely catch up with Long Haoren and look up at his back. Although they are all mid-level second-grade warriors, the gap between Long Haoren and Yan Jinghong and Wang Tianming is completely not in the same league. Therefore, everyone just boldly believed that Chen Mo would definitely lose. And inside the huge monitoring room, seeing that Chen Mo was able to force out Wang Tianming's unique skill, Dragon Shadow, everyone was shocked and felt sorry for Chen Mo. As soon as the Dragon Shadow appeared, it was clear that Chen Mo would not have any chance of winning. That was the Dragon Shadow condensed by an SS-level Golden Dragon. Within the same level, perhaps only the more powerful SSS level or the extremely rare SS level could barely suppress it. Moreover, on this basis, the realms of both parties cannot be too far apart. Chen Mo's realm is only the middle of the first level, while Long Haoren's realm has already reached the middle of the first level. The gap between the two is simply a chasm. For Chen Mo, being able to achieve what he has today should be enough to make him content. How's it going? This battle should be over now, right? Qin Xian narrowed his eyes and chuckled. Long Haoren is the top scorer in the province, and Chen Mo is the second. This ranking is not bad. Yi Xingqian nodded. After we come out, we can test Chen Mo's ability. It is very likely to be at the SS level. With training, he may become a 9th rank martial master in the future. With the results shown today, perhaps the top students in the Jiangnan Province College entrance examination will not be among the last at the entrance ceremony of the 3 Shenghuodao universities. The people standing behind the three directors focused almost all their attention on the 9th rank martial master.
That was an 8th grade martial master.
Everyone was shocked when they heard it, and they were impressed by Chen Mo's potential.
You two, what are you in such a hurry for?
Lin Jianfeng rolled his eyes. This battle is not over yet.
Qin Xian laughed and said, Old Lin, aren't you being too confident?
Long Haoran, who summoned the Flood Dragon Shadow, can actually compete with a 3rd rank warrior.
Lin Jianfeng didn't say anything, but stared at the screen calmly. How about you turn your head and take a look?
Qin Xian and Yi Xingqian were confused and turned their heads at the same time. However, the next scene made their pupils shrink suddenly. At the end of the dilapidated street, Long Haoran, with a golden dragon wrapped around his arms, was guarding the area like a mountain.
Just when Long Haoran was about to kill Chen Mo completely,
his body suddenly stiffened. I saw that Chen Mo had thrown the black spear aside, and the dark energy on the spear rushed back to Chen Mo's body.
Are you giving up?
Before he finished speaking, Long Haoran's eyes suddenly widened. Suddenly, a darkness that was enough to extinguish any light surged out from Chen Mo's body. This astonishing dark energy covered Chen Mo's skin at lightning speed.
Chen Mo raised his head and smiled softly. Darkness, annihilation.
In an instant, the surging black energy suddenly formed a series of light armor wrapped with unique runes. Behind the light armor, a pair of giant hands made of dark energy gradually spread out, and in the palms of the dark giant hands, 2 dark balls like black holes suddenly appeared.
An even more terrifying aura than Long Haoran's emanated from Chen Mo's body.
This power made Yan Jinghong's blood, who was standing on top of a tall building, completely freeze and stop flowing.
Long Haoran looked at Chen Mo, but the latter's eyes were already filled with darkness.
Your strength is pretty good. In that case, I can also try to use some strength. Looking at Long Haoran, whose face was filled with shock and horror, a curve slowly appeared at the corner of Chen Mo's mouth.
Chapter 21 Victory.
Looking at Chen Mo, who was emitting terrifying dark energy, Long Haoran actually swallowed his saliva imperceptibly. This guy is quite strong. The energy that erupted from Chen Mo's body caused this genius, who was destined to be the top scorer in the province, to have a solemn look in his eyes.
Countless people's pupils shrank at the same time, and they felt a tremendous sense of pressure.
At the same time, everyone was becoming increasingly terrified.
Could Chen Mo's strength actually reach this level? Even so. So what?
After a brief moment of solemnity, what burned in Long Haoran's heart was an even more terrifying desire to fight. As the #1 pride in Jiangnan province, he naturally has his own pride.
No one can defeat him. Even Chen Mo is no exception.
Long Haoran spread out his arms again, and the muscles all over his body surged to the highest peak like waves.
The 2 golden dragons had bloodshot eyes and opened their mouths towards Chen Mo. Boom!
The golden energy gathered here, as if a volcano that had been dormant for thousands of years was erupting. In an instant, Long Haoran's figure rushed out, with a huge golden dragon shadow lingering on his right arm, and then, Long Haoran's terrifying fist shadow poured out.
Rumble!
The enormous energy frightened countless people and caused all the air around them to dissipate, as if creating a vacuum environment. As he looked at the golden fist that was getting bigger and bigger in his sight, there was not even a change of expression on Chen Mo's face. Still maintaining that slight smile. The next moment, Long Haoran suddenly felt that all around him were plunged into darkness.
In the endless darkness, Long Haoran didn't even feel anything. Immediately afterwards, Long Haoran's pupils suddenly shrank.
Suddenly, in front of him, a huge black fist appeared and blasted towards Long Haoran like a cannonball.
Golden dragon hand.
Long Haoran roared, and the dragon arm on his right side suddenly exerted force, as if he had turned into a dragon, and attacked Chen Mo with endless power.
Rumble!
Under the astonished gazes of countless people, the dark giant fist behind Chen Mo suddenly collided with Long Haoran's giant fist, bursting out with an extremely dazzling light.
These 2 guys are really scary.
Countless people shouted excitedly. This battle is the highest level struggle in the entire Jiangnan province.
Chen Mo, I want you to lose.
Long Haoran roared angrily and raised his fist suddenly, and the lingering golden dragon also roared.
Roar! The terrifying golden energy poured out like a raging ocean wave. Even an ordinary 3rd grade beginner warrior would not be able to withstand such an attack. However, the next moment, everyone watching the Jiangnan province saw a scene that they would never forget. I saw the 2 huge hands behind Chen Mo raised high, and then the dark black hole energy ball appeared again. Suddenly,
a pair of fists wrapped in golden dragons suddenly collided with Chen Mo's dark giant fist.
Rumble.
Fists collided, huge energies collided, and terrifying aftermath burst out, forming waves of energy that made the earth seem to tremble slightly.
However, during this moment, Long Haoran's pupils suddenly shrank. This is fake, right?
The black holes on Shen Mo's black palms suddenly floated high up, and then a tremendous devouring force erupted, swallowing up Long Haoran's 2 golden dragons. After Long Haoran lost his 2 golden dragons, all the golden light on his body disappeared. In an instant, a huge fist hit his body, and then the small half of Long Haoran's body suddenly disappeared.
I lost. Long Haoran looked at Chun Mo, and a miserable smile appeared on his pale face. You are very strong. Chen Mo said with a smile. The top spot in the province is yours. Long Haoran shook his head. Not surprising. Chen Mo responded.
Long Haoran looked at Chen Mo for a long time, until finally, his figure suddenly turned into a faint stream of light, about to disappear in this virtual space. With your grades, perhaps you can choose the best college in Shengwadao University. Long Haoran smiled bitterly.
Try to do well on the entrance exam. I want to see you at the school of your choice. He originally thought that no one in the entire Jiangnan province would be his opponent.
But now, with the appearance of Chen Mo, his idea was completely shattered. Looking at Long Haoran, who was about to disappear, Chen Mo smiled and said, why not change the figure to a back view?
That would be more reasonable. Phew.
Long Haoran almost laughed out loud, but in the end, he shook his head. What an arrogant guy.
Chen Mo defeated Long Haoran and is currently ranked first on the kill list.
As the voice spread, the first people to react were the 4 people who were still in the college entrance examination test space. The 4 of them were stunned for a moment, then shook their heads at the same time. I choose to surrender to Chen Mo.
Chen Mo defeated Yi Er and is currently ranked first on the kill list. Chen Mo defeated.
On top of a tall building, Yan Jinghong jumped down calmly like a swallow, but the rising and falling of his chest showed that he was not ordinary.
You are so amazing. Yan Jinghong exclaimed.
No one could have imagined that Chun Mo could actually defeat Long Haoran, become the top scorer in the province, and take the first place in the college entrance examination in Jiangnan province.
No one could have imagined it. Chen Mo turned around and smiled gently at Yan Jinghong. How about we have a fight as the final battle of this college entrance examination? Yan Jinghong smiled strangely. Me? I choose to surrender. Suddenly, Chen Mo was the only one left in the entire Gaoshan city. Chen Mo defeated Yan Jinghong and is currently ranked first on the kill list. Ding! Only candidate Chen Mo remains in the second round of the college entrance examination. Therefore, candidate Chen Mo is declared the final champion. Congratulations to candidate Chen Mo for winning the top spot in the Jiangnan province college entrance examination.
This notice was issued by the Dayu Intelligence System and will be delivered to the chairman of the Great Xia Federation General Council.
Thank you all for participating.
Listening to the words echoing in his ears, Chen Mo smiled faintly. It seems, I did it myself. Looking at the light gray clouds in the sky, Chen Mo knew that his future would no longer be limited to the Jiangnan province. More exciting places are waiting for his arrival.
Really, looking forward to it. Chen Mo. 1. Chen Mo. Defeated Long Haoran? Chen Mo. Won the championship of Jiangnan province? The entire venue, no. It seemed as if the entire Jiangnan province was plunged into a pin-drop silence. Countless candidates looked at Chun Mo on the screen in shock. Who could have imagined that a guy from a county town, with a martial arts skill of the middle level of the first rank, could reach this level? I'm actually the brother of the top student in the province?
Lin Qiming muttered to himself, his brain going into a state of shutdown.
It's over, it's over. Shang Guankong, who had just woken up, fainted again after seeing the news. Countless people stared with wide eyes, unable to imagine that Chun Mo could actually defeat 3 powerful men and win the top scorer in the college entrance examination in Jiangnan province. However, the facts happened right in front of them, forcing them to believe it. In the monitoring room, many old and young leaders also showed expressions of horror. Obviously, at the beginning of the college entrance examination, no one would have thought that a mere Chen Mo would be able to defeat all the powerful opponents and finally win the title of number 1 in Jiangnan province. No one could have imagined it. Wei Qingtian, the principal of Zhongbei No. 1 Middle School, was so excited that he almost fainted. If it weren't for the presence of his superiors, he would probably have danced on the table. The commander of Jiangnan province, Su Lingyun, was so excited that he almost jumped up and down.
After so many years in government, it was so rare to see such a peerless genius.
This is definitely a case of things going from bad to worse. Yi Xingchen, the admissions director of Songcheong Martial Arts University, shook his head. Really? Crouching tiger, hidden dragon. Chen Mo's ability level is simply too terrifying. Lao Qin, Lao Lin, don't you agree?
However, when Yi Xingchen turned around, he found that Qin Xian and Lin Jianfeng had disappeared at the same time.
Suddenly, Yi Xingchen also reacted and became anxious. Running so fast, are you planning to rob someone?
You too, how disrespectful. In an instant, Yi Xingchen also disappeared. The leaders present looked at each other, and finally, they smiled bitterly. What will follow will probably be an unprecedented battle for the #1 scholar in Jiangnan province. In the history of Jiangnan province, almost no one has been able to make the three Shanghuodao universities compete with each other.
And this Chen Mo really do it to this extent.
Countless high-ranking officials and wealthy businessmen sighed, wondering how tempting the methods used by the three sacred martial arts academies to recruit talents would be.
Chapter 22 Thunder.
As the college entrance examination officially came to an end, everyone was shocked by the result. Before this, almost no one could have imagined that Chen Mo, a student from Jiangbei #1 Middle School, could actually get the title of the top student in the province. Afterwards, a large number of reporters stood at the door, interviewing each candidate and each leader.
Some smarter reporters found Wei Qingtian's photo and interviewed Wei Qingtian specifically. Only a few dozen minutes had passed, and all the hotspots in Jiangnan province were occupied by Chen Mo. If Chen Mo wasn't an orphan, he would probably have rushed home. While the outside world is bustling with activity, the same is true in a special room. Chen Mo, Long Haoren, Yan Jinghan, and Wang Tianming sat in the middle of the room, looking at the three martial arts directors in front of them who were as tall as mountains. Not bad, not bad. The quality of your Jiangnan province this year is surprisingly high.
Lin Jianfeng chuckled, narrowed his eyes, and was extremely satisfied.
Okay, stop dilly-dallying and get down to business.
Qin Xian suddenly became anxious, but when he turned his head and looked at Chen Mo, he became gentle again.
Student Chen Mo, to what level has your supernatural talent evolved? Upon hearing this, everyone's eyes suddenly turned to Chen Mo. Long Haoren and the others had even more sharp eyes. They did not think that the dark power that had merely evolved into an S-level talent could beat them like that.
Chen Mo was stunned for a moment, then smiled and said, "Since the evolution, I haven't paid too much attention or measurement."
That's not a big deal.
Yi Xingchen from Songcheong Martial Arts University smiled and handed over a palm-sized object that looked like a mobile phone.
This is an instrument for testing the strength of talent. You only need to inject your talent energy into it, and it will be enough to know your talent level.
Yi Xingchen said with a smile.
Okay. Chen Mo didn't waste any words and immediately poured a stream of dark energy into it. He didn't intend to hide. Hide? Bullshit.
In the era of advanced martial arts, hiding one's talents and realm means separating oneself from resources, which will only cause one to fall far behind others.
And after his energy was poured in, a brilliant white light suddenly flashed from the instrument.
Then, under the gazes of several people, a voice suddenly rang out.
Daiyu's artificial intelligence system detected SSS-level talent and supernatural powers. This information is automatically classified as confidential. Please sign a confidentiality agreement and refrain from disclosing this matter. Announcement by the chairman of the Great Xia Federation Council. Suddenly, the entire room fell into silence, and everyone looked at Chen Mo in disbelief. They thought it was an SSS-level talent, however, SSS-level talent was too rare. There were only about 5 people with this talent in the 54 provinces of the Daxia Federation. No wonder it was able to swallow my golden dragon. Long Haoren smiled bitterly and shook his head. As early as when he was fighting with Chen Mo, he discovered that the opponent's energy intensity was not at the same level as his own. Now after seeing Chen Mo's SSS-level talent and ability, the arrogant Long Haoren couldn't help but feel relieved. The other two geniuses had the same idea. Okay. Suddenly, the eyes of Lin Jianfeng from Shenyuan Martial Arts University, Qin Xian from Xingkong Martial Arts University, and Yi Xingchen from Sangcheong Martial Arts University fell on Chen Mo as if they were looking at a peerless beauty. Chen Mo was a little nervous when he was looked at. Is there something wrong? Directors?
Lin Jianfeng smiled and said, Student Chen Mo, on behalf of Shenyuan Martial Arts University, one of the 3 holy martial arts universities in the Great Xia Federation, I would like to formally invite you. If you can come to our Shenyuan Martial Arts University, your room and board will be free, and you will receive scholarships and grants every year for your 4 years of university. Suddenly, everyone including Qin Xian, Yi Xingchen and others were stunned.
Did Lin Jianfeng take action? Long Haoran, Yan Dinghong, and Wang Tianming were all filled with envy.
They knew that a battle between peerless geniuses was about to begin.
No, Lao Lin, you think you can get rid of our classmate Chen Mo just for these few words?
Qin Xian smiled warmly, Student Chen Mo, if you come to our school, you will have more than just the above terms. Our school can also provide you with 100,000 yuan of living expenses every month for your training and living expenses. What's more, our Starry Sky Martial Arts University is the most powerful among the 3 holy martial arts universities. If you choose us, you will never suffer any loss.
Before Chen Mo could respond, Yi Xingchen also spoke. We at Songchong Martial Arts University also attach great importance to Chen Mo.
If you can come to our school, we can also meet the above conditions. Besides that, our school has the most beautiful girls among the 3 schools of St. Budo University. I can arrange for some beautiful senior students to study with you, so you won't be lonely.
As soon as these words were spoken, the whole audience fell into silence. Chen Mo slowly dialed a question mark.
The others? Qin Xian from Starry Sky Martial Arts University was the first to react. No, it's a beautiful study partner.
Who doesn't have the same makeup? Lin Jianfeng from Shenyuan Martial Arts University rolled his eyes.
The 3 Shengwadeo universities all have a 50% male to female ratio.
Are you bragging like that?
It can be seen that the 3 Shengwadeo universities have been competing for Chen Mo to a great extent. This undoubtedly made Chen Mo feel a little ashamed. Although this was his original ambition, he had never experienced such a grand occasion.
Student Chen Mo, we can arrange a set of extraordinary weapons and equipment for each of you. Qin Xian said. Extraordinary level? You are looking down on Chen Mo too much. Chen Mo, if you come to our school, after the 4th level, you will have extreme weapons and equipment.
Yi Xingchen said, there are all kinds of beauties in our school.
Yi Xingchen, the longer you live, the more shameless you become. Lin Jianfeng was so angry that he blew his beard and glared. At the beginning, everyone in this group was not optimistic about Chen Mo, except him.
As a result, when they saw Chen Mo display his SSS-level supernatural powers, they all looked like they had been injected with hormones.
If we continue like this, I'm afraid we won't be able to compete with them. After thinking it over again and again, Lin Jianfeng responded immediately. Student Chen Mo.
If you join our Shenyuan Martial Arts University, I guarantee that you will be able to participate in the Immortal Weapon competition every year during your 4 years of college. Suddenly, Long Haoran and others' breathing suddenly stopped. Yi Xingchen and Qin Xian, who were arguing fiercely, were suddenly stunned.
Their eyes were strangely fixed on Lin Jianfeng's face. This big? Old Lin? Looking at the shocked eyes of Yi Xingchen and Qin Xian, Lin Jianfeng sneered, Lin Jianfeng, have my way. Student Chen Mo, we at Shenyuan Martial Arts University really hope you can come. Even though Chen Mo didn't know what a magic weapon was, when he heard the word magic and saw the expressions of the other 2 directors, he knew that this was the highest condition offered by Shenyuan Martial Arts University. Therefore, Chen Mo did not hesitate. Then, let's go to Shenyuan Martial Arts University. Okay. Lin Jianfeng laughed. In recent years, all the good talents have been snatched away by the Starry Sky Martial Arts University and the Sky Martial Arts University. As a result, their Shenyuan Martial Arts University is often ranked at the bottom. This kind of situation cannot happen again. Qin Xian and Yi Xingchen sighed, regretting that they did not get Chen Mo. However, the 2 of them would not say anything and would not give Chen Mo a cold look in anger. Instead, one person gave Chen Mo an extremely precious pill. Student Chen Mo, although I couldn't get you to choose our university, I would like to say hello to you on behalf of Starry Sky Martial Arts University. Go back and practice well with this dragon blood pill, and work hard to break through to become a 2nd-grade warrior. Qin Xian laughed. We at Songchong Martial Arts University are also willing to make friends with classmate Chen Mo. This is the 9-star blood-nourishing pill refined by our Songchong Martial Arts University. It is also a gift to you on behalf of our Songchong Martial Arts University. Yi Xingchen said with a smile. The 2 directors' words sounded extremely comfortable, worthy of being people in high positions. Chen Mo didn't try to shirk these two reasons, but accepted them magnanimously. Thank you, directors. I will remember this.
After hearing what Chen Mo said, Yi Xingchen and Qin Xian nodded with great satisfaction.
After Chen Mo chose Shenyuan Martial Arts University, the next choice came from the three geniuses, Long Haoren, Yan Ginghong, and Wang Tianming.
In the end, Long Haoren went to Starry Sky Martial Arts University, Yan Jinghong and Chen Mo went to Shenyuan Martial Arts University together, and Wang Tianming went to Sunxiang Martial Arts University. Chen Mo exchanged contact information with Long Haoren, Yan Jinghong, Wang Tianming and others, and made an appointment to get together at a restaurant outside.
Don't be fooled by the fierce competition in the virtual space. It is the college entrance examination and you should give your best. After the college entrance examination, we are all human beings and part of the human race.
At the same time, Chen Mo and others also received text messages from their respective Shengwadeo universities, asking them to report in a month. Everyone was suddenly a little excited and started serving all kinds of good wine.
The entire Jiangnan province is still too small for them.
Only when they arrive at Shengwadeo University can they truly show their grace. After a month's vacation, Chen Mo felt the vigorous blood in his body.
I have finally reached the middle stage of a second-grade warrior.
As a person with extraordinary comprehension, he attaches great importance to his own foundation. As a result, when he was promoted, he always demanded to achieve the highest level of perfection.
Moreover, after swallowing the 2 pills given to him by Shengwadeo University, Chen Mo was promoted again.
Even though he is currently a mid-level second-grade warrior, the energy contained in his body is strong enough to compete with a third-grade warrior.
It's exactly 1 month.
After tonight, I'll take a plane with Yan Jinghong to the capital.
Chen Mo was full of infinite yearning for the capital and Shengwadeo University. Only there can you show your brilliance. Just saying.
I heard that there is an extremely important entrance exam before entering the academy. I heard that the consequences of failing the entrance exam are extremely serious.
Chen Mo still felt some pressure.
At this moment, a voice suddenly rang out. Congratulations to the host for meeting the check-in time.
Do you want to sign in? Chen Mo's mind moved. Here it comes, sign in immediately.
Congratulations to the host for completing the second month of sign-in and receiving the SSS-level 9 Heavens Divine Thunder reward.
Chapter 23 Top Prodigy. 9 Heavens Divine Thunder?
There was a flash of shock in Chen Mo's eyes.
He didn't expect that the second sign-in reward would also be an SSS-level talent. In other words, I am now a top genius with 3 talents? Detected that the SSS-level Dark Divine Body and the SSS-level 9 Heavens Divine Thunder have a fusion compatibility. System integration.
Congratulations to the host for obtaining the SSR-level talent 9 Heavens Dark Thunder Body. All of a sudden, a vast force surged into Chen Mo's body, making him become more terrifying and rumor-inspiring.
The entire system space seemed to be covered by countless dark lightnings, and dark lightnings as tall as Mount Buzhou grew everywhere. Really, what a terrifying ability. Above the SSS level, there's actually an SSR level? Could it be that he is the only one in the whole world? When he thought of this, Chen Mo felt a little excited.
After feeling the tremendous energy in his body, Chen Mo opened his eyes that were like black holes, and in these eyes, there was actually a terrifying lightning energy.
Triple talent, creating the world.
There are still 8 hours until tomorrow when we go to Shenyuan Martial Arts University to attend the opening ceremony. In that case, let's perfect the 3 abilities.
Darkness, Annihilation, Darkness, World Destruction, Darkness, Spear.
These abilities also seem to need improvement. Looking at the system space filled with dark thunder, dark divine thunders like air dragons surged up and lingered around Chen Mo, turning into countless terrifying pressures that spread out layer by layer. Suddenly, Chen Mo spread out his right palm, and the light of dark divine thunder suddenly appeared, and then, a 3-meter-long divine thunder dark gun condensed.
Next, it's time to demonstrate your extraordinary comprehension.
Every Shengwadeo University has an entrance ceremony.
To be precise, it should be an entrance examination.
This exam not only determines your next 4 years of university life, but also determines which college you will choose in Shengwadeo University. Each college has its own strengths and characteristics. However, if the right students are not selected, their cultivation during the 4 years of college may be extremely slow and they may fall behind others. Therefore, the 200 geniuses who entered Shenyuan Martial Arts University were fully prepared and set out from all over the place.
Daxia Kyoto.
In a practice room as spacious as a football field. A little girl about 1.5 meters tall, wearing combat uniform, was closing her eyes, feeling the 10 third-grade mechanical puppets in front of her. Suddenly, Lan Qi opened her eyes. Boom! Dark golden flying knives suddenly shot out from the belt, and the terrifying energy they carried exploded at the same time. The 10 mechanical puppets reacted immediately, their eyes emitting blue light, and they tried to rush towards Lan Qi. However, only a series of swish sounds were heard echoing in the training room, and the 10 mechanical puppets instantly separated from their heads and bodies, revealing their inner bodies filled with delicate wires. Then, 10 black gold flying knives surrounded it, flashing an extremely terrifying and cold light. Miss, Shenyuan Martial Arts University has issued a notice requiring you to go to the university today to attend the entrance ceremony, said a white-haired butler.
Okay, I understand. Let's prepare the car.
Lan Qi shrugged, stretched out her arms, and an invisible mental force gushed out, putting all the black gold flying knives into her waist.
Shenyuan Martial Arts University.
Hopefully, there's someone in there who can catch my flying knife.
A towering and beautiful valley. This is a nationally famous tourist attraction controlled by the richest businessmen in the province.
But in the past few days, this place has been completely closed by wealthy businessmen, and it has been announced that it will not reopen until a month later. However, under a waterfall that seemed to be thousands of feet high, stood a man who was 2 meters and 4 feet tall. His whole body was bronze in color, like an ancient Buddha, standing majestically and motionlessly under the waterfall.
Suddenly, Gujin suddenly opened his eyes, revealing a bronze glow. Boom!
A huge amount of energy burst out from his body, even blocking the waterfall falling from the cliff. Then, Gujing walked out of the waterfall calmly, and a tremendous amount of energy was released, which even caused the air around him to slightly distort.
Young master, there's a message from Shenyuan Martial Arts University.
Another man spoke respectfully.
Okay. Gujin nodded lightly, turned his head and looked in the direction of Shenyuan Martial Arts University. Entrance ceremony? Don't be like this province, full of dirtbags. At the same time,
in a forest, a handsome young man in a long robe was strolling. Even though the ground was covered with moss-covered bluestone and countless vines hung down like poisonous snakes, the young man remained calm and composed. It seemed as if there was nothing in this world that could affect him.
He walked slowly and came to a flat land. Suddenly, countless creatures ran out from the dense forest.
There are chirping yellow sparrows, chubby bears, hedgehogs covered with sharp thorns, and huge tigers that terrorize the mountains and forests. At this moment, they were completely prostrating themselves under this handsome young man, as if they were looking up to a god.
Really? You always like to fight. After all these injuries?
Looking at the wounds of these animals, Shang Wuji smiled softly and sighed, then let me help you. Saint Wuji raised his hands, and suddenly a platinum-colored light emerged. This platinum-colored light is like the brightest holy light between heaven and earth, able to drive away countless darkness.
Then, the white light fell on countless animals.
In an instant, the wounds on these animals began to heal, and after a while, they all became healthy. All the people and animals uttered sounds of gratitude.
I probably won't be back here in the next few months. Shang Wuji looked at his hands and said, I, too, have to fight for it. Entrance ceremony?
I hope my holy light can completely drive them away. At the largest airport in the entire Jiangnan provincial capital, there is a huge passenger plane parked at the airport. Countless passengers who stopped were shocked by this. They heard that this passenger plane was picking up students going to Shengwadao University.
That was Shengwadao University. The name alone was enough to shock them.
In front of the passenger plane, there were already 4 figures standing. They were Su Lingyun and Yan Jinghong, as well as 2 students who were approved by Dayu's artificial intelligence system to attend Shengwadao University, namely Li Xuanyan and Yi Kong.
At this moment, they are waiting for someone. Why hasn't Brother Chen arrived yet? Could it be that he has practiced too much? Yi Kong asked. Impossible, I just called him. Li Xuanyun said. Wait a minute, there's no rush anyway.
Yan Jinghong said with a smile.
Alas, young people are always impatient. Look, here he comes.
Su Lingyun smiled gently and pointed at the figure dragging a suitcase in the distance. However, when the 4 of them all looked at Chen Mo, they were all stunned at the same time.
Chapter 24 Make Friends. Chen Mo's outfit was extremely ordinary, just a black and white sportswear. However, there was a terrifying aura of oppression emanating from Chen Mo.
When Yan Jinghong and the other 2 felt it, their pupils suddenly shrank. If the previous Chen Mo was just as deep as a black hole, now he had an indescribable violence. Until Chen Mo chuckled and restrained his aura. At this moment Chen Mo became just like an ordinary tourist.
This guy has become stronger again.
Li Xuanyun smiled bitterly.
It's only been a few days? I remember the last time we met and got together was just a few days ago.
Yan Jinghong smacked his lips.
Brother Chen is really awesome,
Yi Kong said with a smile. Looking at Chen Mo's approaching figure, Su Lingyun smiled and took his suitcase.
Has there been another breakthrough in cultivation? Su Lingyun asked. Well, I've learned a little bit more. Chen Mo smiled lightly. A few billion?
Yan Jinghong, Li Xuanyun, and Yi Kong looked at each other.
Chen Mo could probably kill them in one move now. At this level of intensity, the improvement would be more than just a little bit, right?
Everyone smiled bitterly. In their original place, they might be geniuses, but in front of Chen Mo, they were like ordinary people.
After going to Xianyuan Martial Arts University, this sense of gap may be widened again. Get on the plane. Be good when you get to university. Su Lingyun smiled softly. I won't see you off.
I'm the commander and must stay here.
Thank you, Commander Su.
The four people reacted and immediately bowed to Su Lingyun to express their gratitude.
But Su Lingyun smiled and said, after you go to Shengwadao University, you must behave well. Our Jiangnan province has not achieved good results in recent years. We rely on you to win honor for our Jiangnan province.
Then, go there and don't blindly compare yourself to others.
There are so many truly talented geniuses at Shengwadao University, too many to count. Comparing yourself to others will only make you angry. Su Lingyun waved his hand and said, the entrance exam is very difficult. But difficulty also means generous rewards.
Only those who stand out in the entrance exam will be able to choose the college of your dreams. The wrong college, like the wrong university, makes it difficult to reach your full potential. Su Lingyun clenched his fists and bumped fists with the four people one after another.
His eyes couldn't help but become moist. Xianyuan Martial Arts University has 4 colleges, but how to choose?
It adopts a system equivalent to the college entrance examination, and uses the test results to determine the college you choose.
Only if you do well in the exam can the choice you make be more suitable for you. Yes.
The four of them shouted and then boarded the plane.
Soon, the plane officially started and flew into the sky, heading towards the 9-day sky.
Looking at the plane flying away, Su Lingyun couldn't help but feel a little emotional.
I hope these little guys won't be hit. There are many true geniuses in Shengwadao University. Back then, I thought I was invincible. But after entering Xianyuan Martial Arts University and taking the entrance exam, I realized there are always people better than you. Thinking of his entrance exam that year, Su Lingyun's cheeks couldn't help but turn red. The entrance exam is very difficult. I hope this little guy does well. Oh yeah, there's also Long Haoren, Wang Tianming, and the others. Sai, we're busy today.
A few hours later, the plane arrived in the capital. Looking at the prosperous capital, Chen Mo and others couldn't help but open their eyes wide. There are tall buildings everywhere, and a wide variety of hover cars. Even in mid-air, there are powerful warriors driving flying shuttles, which are extremely handsome and good-looking.
The 4 of them followed the navigation on their mobile phones and soon arrived at Xianyuan Martial Arts University.
July 7th was a month after the college entrance examination, and it was also the start of school for the 3 Saint Martial Arts Universities. On the right side of the gate of Xianyuan Martial Arts University, a gate exclusively for freshmen to enter was opened. I saw many students in different clothes standing at the door. Many students were making a lot of noise and chatting outside, waiting for the arrangements of Xianyuan Martial Arts University. However, the group of people in front of him were all among the top 10 in the college entrance examination in their respective provinces. What's more, some of them were even the top scorers in the college entrance examination.
Today, we are gathered here for the entrance examination.
Such strong strength.
Yan Jinghong glanced at some of them and couldn't help but murmur. Some figures were wearing ordinary black robes, but they exuded a mountainous aura.
Some figures carried long spears on their backs, and their bodies were as huge and heavy as ancient generals. And there was also a petite figure, who attracted countless shocked gazes the moment she appeared. A little girl with blue hair was seen slowly getting out of the business car. With every step she took, everyone felt a storm-like sense of oppression.
That's Lan Qi, the eldest daughter of the Lan family in the capital. Wow, he's the same age as us, but he's already reached the middle stage of the 3rd grade warrior? Yes, it is said that the talent he possesses is SS-level mental power. With this talent, combined with his family background, I can't imagine the power that will be unleashed. In the entrance exam, Lan Chi will definitely be among the top 3. Beside Chen Mo and others, many powerful people couldn't help but wipe the sweat from their foreheads. The capital is the economic and political center of the entire Daxia Federation. The warriors born here have received an education many times higher than theirs. And Lan Chi is one of the representatives at the top. It is rumored that he started practicing martial arts at the age of 3, and had mastered most of the martial arts in the world by the age of 10. In order to pursue speed, he actively suppressed his height. Afterwards, after awakening his SS-level telekinesis, he became even more terrifying, and was almost invincible in the entire Kyoto. I heard that he achieved second place in the capital's college entrance examination. I didn't expect that any little girl could crush me. Li Shuingyun said with a wry smile. There are always people better than you, and there are always mountains better than you. Just stay humble. Chen Mo smiled lightly. Chen Mo didn't feel much. However, he turned his head and soon noticed another man. I saw a 2-meter-4 strong man like an iron tower, with thousands of kilograms of iron chains tied around his body, walking slowly from a distance. Every time he took the first step, the air around him seemed to collapse. Gu Jin of the Gu family in Mindian province, this year's top scholar in Mindian province. I heard that the talent he awakened is SS-level bronze talent. Fighting against a humanoid beast, isn't this too terrifying? That's normal. I heard that he usually practices under the waterfall. Another expert. I'm already looking forward to the entrance exam. Everyone was stunned and exclaimed. They are all geniuses who rank among the top in the college entrance examination. However, there are gaps among these geniuses. Genius, prodigy, top genius, evildoer, top evildoer, these names are not made up at random. Brother Chen, what are you looking at? Yi Kong asked, his gaze still fixed on Chen Mo. Chen Mo smiled softly and said, I saw a very interesting guy. At this moment, the cry of a crane suddenly sounded. Everyone looked towards the sky and saw a figure sitting on the white crane. I saw a figure in a white robe, like a banished immortal, slowly falling from the sky. Then, he stood in the center with a floating posture. Who's that? Such a pretentious guy. Saint Wuji. Hailed as the strongest freshman in the entire Xianyuan Martial Arts University. No? We haven't even fought yet? How do you know he's the strongest? He has awakened the very best SS-level talent. He's only one step away from SSS level. No wonder. Damn. Isn't that the strength of the middle third rank? I feel like he's also reserved the first place in the entrance exam. Everyone's face was filled with shock. This top-level genius was probably almost a monster. Afterwards, the arrival of several top geniuses aroused cheers from the crowd. Our Jiangnan province is almost being ignored. Yan Ginghong smiled bitterly. There's nothing we can do. Our Jiangnan province has always been at the bottom of the Shengwadao University. Li Shuinyan comforted Yan Dinghong. Then try to change him. Chen Mo smiled lightly, and his words made Yan Jinghong and the other two stunned at the same time. The three of them looked at each other, and complex expressions appeared in their eyes. Maybe Chen Mo can really change this matter? For a moment, everyone thought of the genius who became the ultimate dark horse and defeated Long Haoren in the college entrance examination a month ago. At that time, who could have imagined that Chen Mo could defeat Long Haoren and take first place in the college entrance examination? However, at this moment, the figure in the white robe gradually walked towards them from a distance. Everyone's breathing became much lighter. Shang Wuji came in front of Chen Mo and smiled softly. My name is Shang Wuji, are you acquainted? Chapter 25, Block the Way. Everyone was slightly stunned. Ever since Shang Wuji appeared until now, his face has always been indifferent, but now, there is someone that Shang Wuji takes the initiative to get to know? You know, neither Lan Qi nor Gu Jin can enjoy this treatment. Even Lan Qi and Gu Jin looked at Chen Mo with their eyes narrowed, as if they were sizing up this young man, wondering what charm he had that could attract Shang Wuji's attention. In their eyes, at this entrance ceremony, the two of them only needed to focus on each other in Saint Wuji. And the young man in front of me seems to have come from the remote Jiangnan province. Hearing Shang Wuji's voice, Chen Mo also smiled. Jiangnan province, Chen Mo. Suddenly, everyone reacted. So he's from Jiangnan province. No wonder I didn't know him. I heard that this guy is from the county town? In a county town? TSK, is Jiangnan province so lax now? Let a guy from a county town win the top prize? Don't underestimate Chen Mo. I've seen his battle videos. They're terrifying. TSK, how terrifying can a guy who comes from the bottom be?
When Lan Shi, Gu Jin, and other geniuses saw this situation, they just shook their heads, thinking that it was just a whim of Shang Wuji. After shaking hands with Chen Mo, Shang Wuji chuckled and said, "I'm looking forward to fighting you at the entrance ceremony."
Chen Mo smiled and said, "I'm looking forward to it too."
Then, the two of them turned slightly sideways and walked away from each other as if they were passers-by.
Brother Chen, do you know him? Yi Kang asked.
After all, this guy who was known as the strongest freshman suddenly came to Chen Mo, and the three of them were a little confused. "I don't know him, but we know each other's abilities,"
Chen Mo answered truthfully.
No wonder it caused a reaction from his own dark divine body.
It turned out that the other party also had an extremely rare holy light ability. Is this a necessary fight? Chen Mo shook his head lightly.
This may just be a challenge from the weak to the strong. The freshmen didn't have to wait long.
18 warriors walked out of the school gate. The auras of the 18 warriors were very steady.
Obviously, most of them were sophomore volunteers who had reached the strength of 4th grade warriors.
Suddenly,
almost all the freshmen felt their hearts suddenly tense. They knew that the entrance ceremony was probably about to begin. The leading volunteer glanced at everyone. Speaking of the corresponding province, follow the corresponding senior into the school gate and head to the venue. Soon, teams of supporters followed, in batches and one after another, seemingly moving from different directions. Next, it was Chen Mo's group's turn.
Jiangnan Province, Baoyu Province, Fusher Province, the three of you come with me. A volunteer glanced at them.
After entering the campus, Chen Mo and others were slightly shocked by the scene in front of them. Giant trees that block out the sun, huge stadiums that resemble airships, playgrounds that are as big as 20 football fields, various lakeside areas. It is so dazzling that it puts people at a loss.
This gave Chen Mo a feast for the eyes. TSK, don't you Jiangnan Province usually organize visits to Shengwadao University?
Near Chen Mo and the others, a short-haired boy with his arms crossed spoke in a frivolous tone.
His name was Xiao Wuheng, the top scorer in the college entrance examination from Baoyu Province.
His strength had reached the 2nd level of perfection.
Suddenly, Yan Jinghong, Li Xuanyin and others felt angry.
When they were about to speak, another young man nearby spoke.
Xiao Wuheng, have you forgotten? Provinces at the bottom of the rankings generally don't qualify to participate in research studies. Guo Fengyue shook his head and smiled.
He was the top scorer in the college entrance examination from Fusher Province, and his strength was also at the 2nd level. What the two leading top scorers said immediately made the younger brothers who followed them cover their mouths and laugh softly. In an instant, Yan Jinghong and others became more and more angry. When Yan Jinghong was about to speak, he was stopped by Chen Mo.
Calm down, Chen Mo said with a smile.
Just when Guo Fengyue and Xiao Wuheng thought that Chen Mo was going to endure it, the next sentence made them look at Chen Mo at the same time. There's no point in arguing with a bunch of trash.
Chen Mo smiled faintly. The more you argue, the more you waste your time.
In an instant, Yan Jinghong and others felt that it was just right.
This is what Chen Mo should have said. You.
Guo Fengyue and Xiao Wuheng turned around at the same time and glared at Chen Mo.
Get lost, Chen Mo said with a smile.
For a moment, the two men's faces turned slightly red. If it weren't for the fact that the martial arts university prohibited private fighting, they would probably have taught the boy in front of them a lesson. Just wait and see how I'm going to teach you a lesson at the entrance ceremony.
Ha, you don't know how high the sky is and how deep the earth is.
Guo Fengyue and Xiao Wuheng suppressed their anger. The entrance examination is coming soon, and I must be in the best condition to prepare for it. The entrance examination will determine your entire 4 years of cultivation life. It's really not worth it to fight with a guy from Jiangnan province here and damage my mood. When the entrance exam comes, they will let Chen Mo see the power that belongs to them.
In a huge building of Xianyuan Martial Arts University, Lin Jianfeng looked down at the scenery below and smiled gently. Wow, this year's freshmen are really full of hidden talents. Just then, an old man in a white robe slowly walked up to him. But the old man was in good spirits, with black hair, like a middle-aged man. I saw that there was a faint twist of yin and yang energy around the old man's body, and the momentum it brought was unfathomable and extremely terrifying.
Obviously, he has reached the level of a half-step 9th grade martial king.
Old Hua, you seem to be in good spirits,
Lin Jianfeng said with a smile.
Hua Xiu rolled his eyes at Lin Jianfeng and said, this year's enrollment is indeed good.
Shang Wuji, Lan Qi, Gu Jin and others are all top-notch talents in their freshman year. The person who came was none other than the vice president of Xianyuan Martial Arts University, Hua Xiu. Lin Jianfeng smiled lightly, you have overlooked one person.
Hua Xiu smiled and asked, who? Chen Mo.
Lin Jianfeng said with a smile. Hua Xiu was stunned.
He searched Chen Mo's memory for a long time before he found it, the top scholar in Jiangnan province? Old Lin, you are not kidding me, are you?
A few days ago, you applied to the principal for the highest freshman standard and even applied for the competition for immortal weapons.
Wasn't it for Shang Wuji?
Hua Xiu said. In an instant, Hua Xiu thought of an amazing spot.
It's for Chen Mo.
Lin Jianfeng spread his hands.
Crazy.
Hua Xiu said, but you usually have a reason for what you do.
Tell me and watch. SSS-level supernatural powers and perfect marksmanship, is that enough?
Lin Jianfeng said with a smile.
Hua Xiu was stunned, enough. Wow. Jiangnan province actually gave birth to a genius? SSS-level monsters are usually kept secret directly by Daiyu's artificial intelligence.
Generally speaking, no one knows except those present. As for whether it will spread later. One of them is an 8th grade martial lord and the other is a 9th grade martial king.
What are they afraid of spreading?
The most important thing is that warriors with SSS-level talents have been snatched away by Starry Sky Martial Arts University and Sky Martial Arts University for several years.
Now he has obtained a warrior with SSS-level talent.
Although it cost him the quota to compete for the immortal weapon, Hua Xiu also feels that it is worth it.
You know, an SSS-level warrior is very likely to become a martial king-level warrior. Only then will we be able to add tremendous combat power to the entire human race.
Let me see which of the sophomore's last-place students was picked by Chen Mo's group.
Hua Xiu just smiled lightly, then waved his sleeves.
Suddenly, a faint light flashed out, and then a huge screen appeared. The scene of Chen Mo and others walking was reflected on the screen. And at the small gate in the fence in front of Chen Mo and others, it was written gate number 17.
Gate number 17? Could that be that guy Zhao Ming? Lin Jianfeng was stunned. Yes, it's him.
Hua Xiu crossed his arms and smiled softly.
If that's him, then it's interesting.
At the door of gate number 17, the volunteer who led the way had left at some point. Standing in front of everyone was door number 17, which only allowed one person to enter. At the entrance, a building like a glass bird's nest stands magnificently in mid-air. When the bright sunlight shines on it, it flashes with countless reflective colors.
Apparently, that's where the entrance exam is held. Could it be? You want us to go in from here? It seems so. The intersection is too small. Let's go and take the freshman exam.
Guo Fengwei and Xiao Wuhong spoke one after another. Just as they were about to go in, a blood-red figure suddenly blocked their way. The blood-red figure sighed, stretched out his arm, and suddenly held a blood-red long sword in his hand.
Only by defeating me can you qualify to take the freshman exam.
If you can't beat me, then you'll have to clean the toilets in the school for 3 months before you can take the exam. Zhao Ming held the blood shadow sword in his hand and looked at the 3 teams from 3 provinces. There was a hint of contempt and disdain in his eyes.
Chapter 26, Defeat.
Suddenly, a terrifying pressure suddenly burst out from Zhao Ming's body. It is like thunder that has not flashed for thousands of years. Once released, it will unleash an extremely terrifying pressure. A closer look revealed that Zhao Ming's realm had probably already reached the initial stage of a 3rd-grade warrior. For a moment, everyone felt a sense of oppression like a tsunami, rushing in front of them.
Obviously, the purpose of sending a sophomore candidate here is to preliminarily measure their true strength. Test whether they can take part in this entrance examination.
Even if you have not taken the test, if you enter the freshman exam without any ability, you will have to forget about having a good time in the next 3 months. Cleaning the toilet is something that is shameful for all the geniuses.
Suddenly, an invisible anger burned among the freshmen.
At the same time, Zhao Ming felt anger burning in his chest. Among the sophomores, his grades were considered above average, so logically, he shouldn't have to serve as a whetstone for the freshmen. However, when the final test came, he had become obsessed with practicing swordsmanship, which dragged his ranking down to the lowest level. This made him almost vomit blood, so he was sent to be a whetstone for the freshmen. Zhao Ming took a quick look at the three groups, and a smile slowly appeared on the corner of his mouth.
It seems that your strength is not that good?
Zhao Ming said with a smile. All of a sudden, except for Chen Mo who had a calm face, the rest of the people glared in anger. You know, almost all the warriors who come to Shenghuodao University are top-notch geniuses.
Now, they are said to be weak?
At this moment, Guo Fengyue, dressed in a black robe, stood forward, stretched out his hand, and suddenly grabbed a huge axe.
Senior, then you, come and have a taste of my axe. Looking at the tense scene between the two, Chen Mo waved his hand, signaling Yan Jinghong and others to step back. Isn't this senior too arrogant? Yan Jinghong sighed softly. That's right. Li Shu and Yan agreed.
Chen Mo crossed his arms across his chest, watching the duel with great interest. It seems that this was specially set up by the academy to test our strength. Yi Kong sighed, this test is completely brainless.
Chen Mo chuckled and said, it's okay, it's good to take a look.
Looking at Guo Fengyue holding a giant axe and Zhao Ming holding a long sword in front of him, Chen Mo wanted to see the fighting style of the geniuses from other provinces.
As mentioned before, the Jiangnan province is really too small.
Only at Shenghuodao University can you see more beautiful scenery.
Chen Mo couldn't help but look forward to the upcoming entrance examination for freshmen. As he was thinking expectantly, Guo Fengyue suddenly shouted. My talent is the SS-level Thick Earth talent. Senior, you better be careful. Hearing this, Zhao Ming smiled instead. You freshmen, do you have to be so noisy when fighting?
All of a sudden, Guo Fengyue's eyes widened, and then, a layer of earth armor suddenly covered his body. This layer of earth armor was thicker and more terrifying than the ones Chen Mo had seen from the Zhang brothers before.
Combined with Guo Fengyue's tower-like figure, the oppressive feeling it brought was extremely terrifying.
The earth is thick and the mountains are broken.
Boom!
At that instant, this iron tower-like man burst out with a fighting power that was completely different from his own. He held the huge axe in his hand and moved at an extremely fast speed. In the blink of an eye, he arrived in front of Zhao Ming.
Cut!
The huge axe broke through the air, and the air around it suddenly began to dissipate, as if it was wrapped in a force of 100,000 pounds.
It can almost split the entire air into two halves. The power of this attack is actually only slightly inferior to Long Howren's.
Looking at the giant axe that was getting bigger and bigger in his sight, Zhao Ming crossed his arms and smiled.
You want to take the entrance exam for freshmen? Isn't that too fantastical?
Zhao Ming suddenly drew out his sword, and suddenly, 30 sword shadows appeared in the air. Each knife shadow attacked Guo Fengyue suddenly at an extremely brutal and tricky angle.
And that speed actually completely crushed Zhao Ming. It's a bit fast. Chen Mo raised his eyebrows. Guo Fengyue obviously noticed this as well.
In an instant, cold sweat broke out all over his body. He pulled back the axe rudely, trying to show a defensive posture. However, the extremely sharp tip of the knife had already touched his neck.
A drop of blood suddenly flowed out. Guo Fengyue was sweating profusely.
If this had happened in actual combat, he would have been dead.
Okay, get out of here.
Zhao Ming drew back his sword, his face full of disdain.
As Guo Fengyue returned to the crowd, almost all the candidates from the three provinces gasped. They didn't expect that Zhao Ming's swordsmanship speed was so terrifying.
They were all the chosen ones of their respective provinces. However, when faced with the speed of Zhao Ming's sword, they were completely unable to catch it. Obviously, his swordsmanship had already reached the level of perfection. At this moment, a young man in white combat uniform, holding two swords, walked out from the crowd.
This is the #1 scholar in Baoyu province, Xiao Wuheng. Dual swords? TSK, quite interesting. I wonder if they have reached the subtle level.
Looking at Xiao Wuheng walking out from the crowd, Zhao Ming still had a look of disdain on his face.
There was no longer any contempt in Xiao Wuheng's eyes towards Chen Mo.
Instead, there was an extreme solemnity. This kind of solemnity had not appeared even when he took the college entrance examination.
Senior, please teach me.
Xiao Wuheng took a deep breath, and then layers of frost suddenly appeared on his two swords. Then, the frost continued to spread, not only condensing a light ice armor on the surface of his body, but even his sword was transformed into an extremely sharp ice sword. The terrifying low temperature spread, causing everyone to gasp.
SS-level Ice of Despair. Yan Dinghong sighed slightly. SS-level Ice of Despair, with its attack close to absolute zero, can bring devastating blows to the enemy. This type of ability is also known as the strongest ability below the SSS-level Ice ability. I wonder if this guy can beat this senior.
Li Xuanyan clenched his hands, his palms sweating. After all, the oppressive feeling brought by Zhao Minglai was too strong.
At this moment, what Chen Mo said made everyone stunned. I can't beat him.
Before the other freshman from Bayou province could refute Chen Mo, Xiao Wuheng on the battlefield had already raised his two swords and rushed towards Zhao Ming.
Two icy auras lingered around his body, and then countless tiny ice crystals appeared.
However, at this moment, everyone's pupils suddenly contracted.
It's all fancy stuff, but it's not practical at all.
Before everyone could react, Zhao Ming suddenly created 7 or 8 clones, and then each clone attacked Xiao Wuheng.
Damn it! It turned out to be a rare ability to clone oneself. Xiao Wuheng was sweating profusely.
Just as he was about to defend himself with his two swords, a ghostly blood shadow sword had already reached his heart. Just an inch and Zhao Ming would be able to pierce Xiao Wuheng completely.
Defeated. Xiao Wuheng, defeated. Everyone's face suddenly turned pale.
You know, if these two people lost, it would mean that their two provinces would basically have no combat effectiveness. In other words, even if they entered the freshman exam, they would become the most shameful province.
In an instant, the faces of Governor Bao Yu and Governor Fusher suddenly turned pale. How can I take the freshman exam like this?
At this moment, a faint voice suddenly sounded.
Senior, I want to ask a question. That is to say, if I defeat you, then my Jiangnan province will definitely be cleared. So, the other two provinces, are they going to enjoy our blessing, or are they going to have to clean toilets alone? Chen Mo raised his hand and smiled at Zhao Ming.
Zhao Ming was stunned. He actually felt a completely different smell from this guy.
This kid. Not simple.
Putting away the contempt in his eyes, Zhao Ming answered seriously. The fate of the remaining two provinces in the group will be determined by those who pass.
Chen Mo suddenly realized, so he walked forward and bowed slightly to Zhao Ming. Junior Chen Mo. Please, Senior. Go to defeat. Chapter 27 Dark Thunder and Gun Killing. Junior Chen Mo. Please accept the defeat, Senior.
Chen Mo bowed and smiled, his tone full of indifference. And his voice, like a tide, spread throughout the venue in an instant. Guo Fengyue and Xiao Wuheng glanced at Chen Mo, their eyes filled with confusion.
You know, even they can't take a penny of Zhao's life, but Chen Mo was so bold that he directly said, please accept the defeat, Senior? Did he really think he could defeat Zhao Ming? This is simply a fantasy. High in the sky, on top of a tall building. In front of the huge corridor.
Lin Jianfeng and Huo Xiu were still looking at the screen.
Huo Xiu smiled lightly, this student with SSS-level talent is really arrogant.
Lin Jianfeng chuckled and said, be less arrogant.
Do you need to be called a genius? 2.
Huo Xiu crossed his arms and said, it's better to be a little more arrogant, but I wonder if his arrogance can be put into practice.
Lin Jianfeng laughed and said, do you think Chen Mo can't beat Zhao Ming? Huo Xiu didn't say anything, but nodded.
Zhao Ming went to the Speed Academy. His speed has already surpassed many people.
What's more, the talent he possesses is an S-level clone talent. This alone is enough to make countless people suffer.
If he hadn't gone too far in his swordsmanship training last semester, he would have been promoted to the middle rank. As the vice principal of the school, Huo Xiu knows every student very well.
After all, only by understanding the students in your school can you understand their real needs. Lin Jianfeng smiled and said, would you like to make a bet? Huo Xiu shook his head, everyone knows that you won a tale of 100 years enlightenment tea from Qin Xin a few days ago? But to be honest, if Chen Mo wants to defeat Zhao Ming, he still needs to fall a little short.
Lin Jianfeng smiled lightly with some embarrassment, but unlike Huo Xiu, he believed in Chen Mo wholeheartedly.
With Chen Mo's ability. But you won't necessarily lose. Besides, this kid is easy to surprise him.
As Chen Mo's voice spread, this sentence naturally reached Zhao Ming's ears. Looking at Chen Mo in front of him with a slight smile on his lips, Zhao Ming also smiled.
You're very confident. But, in front of me, it's not enough.
Zhao Ming drew out the blood shadow blade and looked at Chen Mo seriously.
Guo Fengyue and Xiao Wuheng couldn't help but sneer when they saw this scene.
In recent years, Jiangnan province has always been at the bottom of the 54 provinces.
How could there be any genius emerging from it? However, what happened next made both of their brows twitch wildly at the same time. Chen Mo took a step back, then smiled and said to Yen Jinghong and the others, "Stand back a little?" Yen Jinghong and others nodded immediately. Others didn't know how terrifying Chen Mo was, but as they were also from Jiangnan province, how could they not know? Only after Yen Jinghong and others retreated did Chen Mo let out a breath of foul air. Suddenly, Chen Mo suddenly stretched out his right hand. Buzz! 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 Wave after wave of dark energy surged out from Chen Mo's skin. Countless energy-formed air dragons wrapped around Chen Mo's entire body, covering him with a terrifying light armor. The intensity of the energy that erupted made the hearts of everyone present suddenly tighten. This guy is something. At this moment, Xiao Wuhang and Guo Fengyue had completely lost their contempt, and instead, there was an extremely terrifying solemn look. However, the gathering of this dark energy continues. This terrifying dark energy was suddenly covered with a completely different energy. Everyone's pupils suddenly shrank, and they felt as if there was an invisible big hand at their throat, strangling their breathing. The second superpower. Someone murmured to himself. In an instant, the whole place fell silent. In the room above the sky, Hua Xiu jumped up on the spot and pointed in Chen Mo's direction in disbelief. This little guy actually has a second ability? Wasn't it agreed that there would only be one kind of dark divine body superpower? How come there's also a lightning superpower? No, he actually completely merged the lightning power and the dark power together? TSK, this is a fantastic idea, really good. Even the knowledgeable Hua Xiu couldn't help but be surprised by Chen Mo's performance. Along with Hua Xiu's shocking voice, Lin Jianfeng, the director of the admissions office, was also confused. When did Chen Mo possess two superpowers? Hasn't it always been a dark divine body? Suddenly, Lin Jianfeng thought of an astonishing possibility, that is, Chen Mo was still hiding his strength in the college entrance examination. After a long time, Lin Jianfeng exhaled and looked at the young man on the screen who was surrounded by darkness and thunder. This guy seems to have brought me another big surprise. I originally thought that during the entrance examination, Shang Wuji, Lan Qi, Gu Jin and others would curb Chen Mo's arrogance, allowing Chen Mo to calm down and polish himself. Now it seems that it remains to be seen who will curb whose arrogance. And on that screen, this light armor formed by thunder and darkness continued to burst out with a crackling sound. The dark thunder, like a terrifying black dragon, coiled around Chen Mo's body. Then, in the shocked eyes of everyone, a pair of giant dark hands suddenly appeared behind Chen Mo, and each arm was as thick as a giant python. A pressure as strong as a mountain suddenly spread out, causing everyone to open their eyes wide. A solemnity that was no longer present on Zhao Ming's face appeared. He actually felt a breath of danger from Chen Mo. Is this guy really a freshman? TSK. 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 I saw that there seemed to be countless shadows dispersing from Zhao Ming's body. After they were completely dispersed, there were as many as 12 of them. This is the S-level clone ability that Zhao Ming awakened. This kind of clone ability has almost the same aura and power. As long as I can dodge Chen Mo's first wave of attacks, I will definitely be able to find an opportunity to counterattack. After all, Zhao Ming didn't want to lose. After all, as a sophomore, it would be too embarrassing for him to lose to a new junior. However, the oppressive feeling brought by Chen Mo was the most terrifying among all the freshmen he had seen so far. What on earth did this guy in front of me eat to grow up? Can Chen Mo win? Yi Kong swallowed secretly. He could feel the astonishing oppression from Chen Mo, but the defeat of Guo Fengyue and Xiao Wuhang told him that Zhao Ming was really terrifyingly strong. I believe Chen Mo. Li Xuanyun said. Yeah. Yen Jinghong nodded. Given Chen Mo's personality, he would never do anything without confidence. While everyone was chatting, Chen Mo's dark thunder energy was completely condensed. Looking at the 12 identical Zhao Mings in front of him, a smile gradually appeared on the corner of Chen Mo's mouth. It seems that the senior wants to drag me to death. However, it seems that it is not possible with your ability. Suddenly, the pair of big hands growing behind Chen Mo spread out completely. Then, two 5-meter-long spears made of thunder and darkness were suddenly firmly grasped in the palms of this pair of huge arms. The enormous energy gushing out from the 5-meter-long gun actually distorted the surrounding air. Go berserk! Looking at Zhao Ming, whose faces were already covered in cold sweat, Chen Mo raised his hand and smiled softly. Dark Thunder, Gun Killing. Chapter 28, Gunmanship. The terrifying dark spear was wrapped in black thunder. The 5-meter-long spear was like a meteor, suddenly shot out from the pair of dark giant hands.
Buzz! This dark thunder gun suddenly tore through all the air, and the huge energy seemed to distort large areas of air. Sensing this tremendous energy fluctuation, everyone present felt their scalps tingle.
Who on earth is this guy from?
Guo Fengyue and Xiao Wuhong both broke out in cold sweat. They didn't expect this guy to be so strong and so terrifying. From these two giant dark spears, both of them felt the smell of death at the same time. If they catch it, they will die. Facing the giant dark thunder spear that was constantly getting bigger, Zhao Ming's face was covered in cold sweat.
It's okay, Zhao Ming, you can do it. What you are using is a clone. He only has 2 spears, how could he possibly attack me?
Before Zhao Ming could react, he saw that the 2 giant dark thunder guns were actually aimed directly at his real self among the 12 clones.
Defend! Defend!
Zhao Ming shouted suddenly. All 11 clones rushed forward and quickly stood in front of Zhao Ming.
However, everything was in vain.
The sharp and terrifying dark thunder giant spear destroyed the clones one by one like a rotten wood. In front of the 2 terrifying giant spears, Zhao Ming's identity was as weak as a puppet. In an instant, the terrifying giant spear had arrived in front of Zhao Ming.
No!
Zhao Ming immediately broke out in a cold sweat. He would die from this kind of attack. However, at this moment, the 2 giant guns turned into black mist and suddenly disappeared from the spot.
The tingling sensation of the remaining thunder continued to twitch on Zhao Ming's face.
He raised his head and could only see Chen Mo's face with a faint smile.
Senior, thank you for your kindness. Chen Mo bowed. Quiet. The entrance to number 17 fell into silence.
Before this, people in Bayou Province and Fusher Province had never thought that Chen Mo could defeat Zhao Ming.
You know, this is an opponent that even Guo Fengyue and Xiao Wuhong can't defeat. Everyone looked shocked.
The faces of Guo Fengyue and Xiao Wuhong had turned as pale as pig liver.
I had just offended a genius? You are so strong, why didn't you say so earlier? Why are you hiding it? Well done.
When Yin Jinghong and others saw this scene, for some reason, they did not feel excited or shocked at all.
At the beginning of the battle, they all automatically assumed that Chen Mo would win this battle. But no one expected that Chen Mo could win so quickly. Chen Mo really became very strong under their gaze.
Zhao Ming, who was standing at entrance number 17, looked at Chen Mo deeply.
Congratulations, you can enter the Jiangnan province.
Zhao Ming said with a wry smile. Until now, he had not thought that he lost to a freshman, and lost to a freshman in the middle of the 2nd grade.
Thank you, senior. Chen Mo smiled lightly, then waved his hand, signaling Yin Jinghong and others to follow.
At this moment, Xiao Wuhong and Guo Fengyue looked at each other, smacked their lips, and wanted to ask Chen Mo to be exempted from sweeping the toilet for 3 months. However, when the words came to my lips, I couldn't say them. The pride that comes from being a genius does not allow them to speak. In the end, they could only smile bitterly and sigh, and followed Chen Mo and others into the huge venue behind the fence. Looking at the backs of Chen Mo and others leaving, Zhao Ming shook his head.
Chen Mo. Among this freshman class, I'm afraid he'll be in the top 10, no. Top 5.
Just as Zhao Ming was about to leave, he saw the dark thunder energy remaining on his face gradually condensing, and in his astonished eyes, it slowly formed the character 1.
First place?
Zhao Ming grinned, this guy is really confident.
Then I want to see if you can come first.
Since ancient times, those who can become the top student in the 3 holy martial arts universities are all top-level geniuses. No, at this time, they should be considered monsters. At the same time, on top of a tall building. In the cool breeze, Lin Jianfeng and Hua Xiu were both confused.
Judging from the energy fluctuations from the dark thunder spear thrown by Chen Mo, is this definitely something that a mid-level 2nd grade warrior can emit? When they were both 2nd grade warriors, they couldn't launch such a terrifying attack.
Old Lin, I have to say, you robbed the right person this time. After a long time, Hua Xiu gave Chen Mo a thumbs up. Lin Jianfeng came back to his senses and put his hands behind his back.
Alas, I've already said that Chen Mo's strength is truly invincible.
In this freshman competition, I'll be able to rank in the top 10, no, top 5. To be honest, Lin Jianfeng himself did not expect that Chen Mo could defeat Zhao Ming in such a way.
He thought that it would take a long battle, and in the end Chen Mo would still win. Chen Mo won from the very beginning, which was something Lin Jianfeng never expected. And what was even more unexpected was that Chen Mo actually awakened dual talents. This is really scary. No matter what level of talent Chen Mo awakened, But if used in conjunction with the SSS-level Dark talent, it can only become stronger and more terrifying.
Huaxiao looked at Chen Mo's figure and smiled softly.
This time, the entrance exam won't be so dull and boring. Shang Wuji, Lan Qi, Gu Jin, and now Chen Mo has appeared. TSK, it really makes my blood boil.
Huaxiao smiled lightly, thinking that Chen Mo will participate in the competition for immortal weapons in a month. My blood is even more boiling.
This era truly belongs to this group of young people.
Lin Jianfeng spread his hands.
Let's take a look at this entrance exam first. The fight for immortal artifacts is certainly important.
But I also hope to see Chen Mo's true strength in this exam.
Otherwise, if we suddenly insert a freshman into the entrance exam, I'm afraid it will cause dissatisfaction among those sophomores, right? Huaxiao nodded.
Judging from Chen Mo's relaxed response before, it didn't seem like he was using his full strength at all.
The only possibility is that he held back. I just don't know how much is left. Let's go. I'm still needed to preside over the entrance exam.
Huaxiao took light steps, with yin and yang energies lingering on his face.
The deans of the 4 major colleges have arrived as well, right? Lin Jianfeng chuckled. Huaxiao nodded. Yes, they should be here soon, let's go.
Suddenly, the two of them turned into streams of light and disappeared on the spot. As Chen Mo and others walked into the venue from entrance number 17, they were shocked by the snow-white spaciousness and luxury.
However, despite being shocked, this group of candidates were almost split into 2 groups.
One type hung his head, looking distraught, having obviously lost to the seniors guarding the entrance. The second type is one with a calm expression, or one with a look of joy or excitement, which means one has defeated those seniors. When facing Chen Mo's entry, many people looked at him with shock on their faces. Because the provincial team that Chen Mo belongs to is almost clearly separated from the Baoyu province and Fushi province. This means that only Chen Mo's team defeated the senior, while Baoyu province and Fushi province all failed. You should know that Baoyu province and Fushi province have always been ranked in the middle among the 54 provinces.
Not simple. In an instant, most people stopped looking down on Chen Mo.
And at the front of the crowd, Lan Qi turned her head with interest, and after seeing this scene, a smile gradually appeared on her face.
Chen Mo. Interesting.
I hope you can block my flying knife. Suddenly, her black gold flying knife emitted a series of crisp sounds, causing many freshmen to feel pain in their eardrums. Gu Jin, who was covered in bronze, crossed his arms across his chest, with an expression that showed neither sadness nor joy.
It seems that Shang Wuji's greetings were not wrong. This guy is indeed a very strong person. However, this kind of strength is only inferior to mine.
Shaking his head, Gu Jin chose to close his eyes and rest. No matter how well Chen Mo performs in this entrance examination, the only targets worthy of his attention are Shang Wuji and Lan Qi. And that Saint Wuji always kept a smile on his face, as if everything was under his control. Looking closely, one can clearly see a beautiful aureole standing on his shoulder.
Chen Mo. Dark talent. Don't let me down.
When he thought that in the future, his holy light seemed to be able to completely dispel Chen Mo's darkness, a smile appeared on Shang Wuji's face.
His holy light is enough to purify all darkness.
To be modest, he was the only one who had the corresponding qualifications and got the first place in this entrance examination. Along with this small noisy sound, several streams of light fell in front of this luxurious venue.
Everyone's breathing suddenly stopped. Chapter 29 Defend the City.
As the 4 streams of light fell at the same time, everyone's breathing suddenly stopped. Because they could find that the might emanating from the 4 streams of light was almost entirely the result of the cultivation of an 8th grade martial master.
So strong.
The huge sense of oppression was like a tsunami, making everyone feel like they had something stuck in their throat. At the same time, everyone realized that these were the deans of the 4 major colleges. They are Tongtian College, Yutian College, Lingtian College, and Zhongtian College.
The 4 major colleges represent their respective majors: strength, defense, speed, and the omnipotence of Zhongtian Academy.
The visitors were the deans of the 4 major academies, namely Gulinghan, Shintui, Xiangtianga, and Xingtiani, for top martial arts masters. After these 4 streams of light, 2 more streams of light fell. When they saw the white-haired old man among them, their souls seemed to stop for a moment.
That's the vice president of Xianyuan Martial Arts University, Huaxiao.
And another powerful martial arts master, the admissions director of Xianyuan Martial Arts University, named Lin Jianfeng. Glancing at the new students, Huaxiao smiled softly. Our class is pretty good, at least much better than the last one. As for the freshman oath and freshman rules, I won't go into details here. After all, everyone has come here from all corners of the world, all to get a good score on the entrance exam and get into one of the 4 major colleges, right? After hearing Huashio's words, everyone straightened their backs and looked at him with burning eyes. You should know that the 4 major colleges each have their own strengths and weaknesses, and only those who stand out in the entrance examination can be selected as relevant students. If you rank last, or in the middle or lower half of the ranking, it is very likely that the deans of each college will choose the candidates, instead of you choosing the college. Doesn't that sound unfair? But in this high war era of fierce beast stars, nothing is fair. Everything can only be determined by strength. And just at this moment, Huashio smiled slightly and waved his hand. Hundreds of virtual helmets suddenly fell from the dome of the huge venue. After receiving the virtual helmet, everyone's face froze. Could it be another battle royale? I don't want to fight in the battle royale anymore. I'm tired. Yin Jinghong smacked his lips. There were only 100 people in the last battle royale, but this time there were going to be 300. If this goes on, they'll be beaten to a pulp. Moreover, those standing here are the top 3 or even the top 10 from each province. In a confrontation like this, the pressure of the battle royale is huge. Probably not. Chen Mo smiled and said, the battle royale mode is a question in the college entrance examination. Generally speaking, it won't appear again in the entrance examination. Looking at the different expressions on everyone's faces, Huashio smiled lightly. Don't worry, this is definitely not a battle royale mode. But city defense mode. You will enter the city alone where the beasts are coming from. In the first round, you will be the first to block the first barrier with your own strength. The Daiyu artificial intelligence system will determine your city defense destruction rate based on the corresponding combat situation. The lower the city defense destruction rate, the better the result. And the second round of testing. Keep it secret for now. Because the second round of tests is only prepared for the most talented among you. After hearing Huashio's words, most of the freshmen were stunned for a moment, their brains going into a state of shutdown. He was defending the city alone? After participating in the first round, there is a second round? Is Huashio, the vice president of Xianyuan Martial Arts University, really not joking? However, when they thought that the second round of tests was only prepared for the true geniuses, the fighting spirit of these talented young people from all over the country was suddenly ignited again. It seems that only in the second round can I choose the college I love. In that case, let us move on to the second round. Countless talented young men had their eyes burning and their blood boiling in their hearts, all of which were ignited by Huashio's few words. After everyone put on the virtual helmets and sat on the corresponding recliners, Liu Dao's figure suddenly disappeared and came to a closed monitoring room. And above the monitoring room, countless screens were flashing, a total of 300. For ordinary people, it is definitely not visible. But everyone present was an 8th grade martial arts master, and with years of training from watching surveillance screens, all of this was just a drop in the bucket for them. Looking at the figures of the crowd gradually appearing in the ruined city wall, 6 eyes finally fell on them. This time, there are several interesting talents. Gu Linghan from Tongtian Academy smiled lightly. Shang Wuji is a good guy, and he has a connection with my Yutian Academy. Shen Tuyi from Yutian Academy said with a smile. You guys at Yutian Academy practice defense every day? Are you sure you have a connection? Why don't you talk about Lingtian Academy? The dean of Lingtian Academy said to Xiang Tiangda. TSK, your Lingtian Academy has already reserved Lan Qi, and you still want to compete with our Yutian Academy for her? Shen Tuyi retorted. TSK, you guys at Yutian Academy already have ancient gold, and you still want to snatch Shang Wuji from us? Gu Linghan from Tongtian Academy was not convinced. As the presidents of the 3 major colleges competed with each other, Xing Tianyi from Zhongtian College gave a wry smile. There are really too few people who choose their Zhongtian Academy. As for the reason, they practice all around, but almost no one can achieve all-around mastery. Even the most talented person would find it difficult to do this. As time went by, the number of students in Zhongtian Academy decreased, and they had basically no competitiveness in the competition for students. Even in the last session, they could only choose the worst talent. As a result, in the battle for immortal weapons a month later, their academy did not have any spots. However, after the bitter laugh, Xing Tianyi had some vague speculations. You know, Xing Tianyi and Lin Jianfeng have been friends for many years. A few days ago, while drinking, Lin Jianfeng had revealed to him that among these people, there was a guy who had been approved by the principal in advance to participate in the competition for the immortal weapon.
Could it be one of Shang Wuji, Lan Qi, and Gu Jin?
If that's the case, then Xing Tianyi will accept him into his own academy no matter what means he has to use. It has been a long time since their Zhongtian Academy has produced a true top genius. Looking at the tense atmosphere among the crowd, Huaxiu waved his hand.
Okay, stop arguing. It's not too late to fight after you see the test results.
Upon seeing this, the deans of the three major colleges finally restrained the gunpowder in their tone. Gu Linghan from Tongtian Academy waved his hand and said, Dayu, adjust the screens of Shang Wuji, Lan Qi, Gu Jin, and others to the maximum setting. The video surveillance of the three top geniuses can indeed be regarded as being at the top of the rankings.
No one had any objection.
After all, he is an extremely outstanding top genius in the college entrance examination. At the same time, it is also the object that their four major colleges are striving to compete for. The four major colleges, like the three holy martial arts universities, also need an influx of fresh talents to demonstrate the comprehensive strength they represent. However, at this moment, Lin Jianfeng suddenly spoke.
Dayu, please provide a video clip of Chen Mo from Jiangnan province.
Suddenly, the originally larger 3-view screen suddenly turned into a 4-view screen.
Gu Linghan, the dean of Tongtian Academy, frowned. Jiangnan province? Isn't that the last province in the ranking? Why expand Chen Mo's territory? Xin Tui from Yutian Academy said with a smile, Old Lin, is this your relative? If so, my Yutian Academy can take him in. Xiang Tianga from Lingtian Academy also smiled and said, my academy is also good. The training speed here is not bad. You can come to my academy and try.
Xing Tianyi from Zhongtian Academy said with a smile.
Everyone.
Seeing everyone speechless, Xing Tianyi also. As expected, their Zhongtian Academy is really lucky. For a moment, everyone thought that Chen Mo was a relative of Lin Jianfeng and others. Otherwise, how could a kid from a province that often ranks last in the college entrance examination be put on the big screen by Lin Jianfeng?
And because Chen Mo gave Lin Jianfeng face, this deal was not a loss, on the contrary, it was extremely profitable. However, the next moment, what Lin Jianfeng said made the deans of the four major colleges stunned at the same time. Chen Mo was not my relative.
The reason I put his screen alongside the three top prodigies is because I think he deserves this perspective.
Because I think he can get first place in the entrance exam. In an instant, every dean was stunned. Is Lin Jianfeng kidding me? Jiangnan province has always been ranked last among the 54 provinces. But at this moment, Lin Jianfeng said strangely, how could Chen Mo, who was born in Jiangnan province, get first place in the entrance examination? Who can believe this? Second wife Lin Jianfeng showed a strange smile. In the entire university, only he, the vice president, and the president knew that Chen Mo was an SSS-level talent. Anyone else want to know? This is a confidentiality agreement. Old Lin, you are really getting more and more confused. How is it possible for a Jiangnan province to be number one? Gu Linghan from Tongtian Academy shook his head. Second.
Xin Tui and Xiang Tianga said at the same time that in their opinion, Lin Jianfeng and Chen Mo probably reached some private deal.
Maybe what Lao Lin said is right?
Xing Tianyi raised his hand, his tone a little unbelievable. Suddenly, he was interested in the special quota for the so-called immortal weapon. I have an extremely terrifying guess.
Could it be Chen Mo? How is it possible? The other three deans were not surprised by what Xing Tianyi said.
Because among the deans of the four major colleges, Xing Tianyi and Lin Jianfeng have the deepest relationship. To be honest, the deans of the three major colleges thought that Xing Tianyi was just giving him face.
If you don't believe me, let's just wait and see.
Lin Jianfeng spread his hands. Huaxiu looked at this scene without any emotion on the surface, but in his heart he cursed Lin Jianfeng for being an old fox who still wanted to show off. In that case, he was too lazy to expose it.
Okay, the battle to defend the city has officially begun. Huaxiu smiled and said, oh. The first ones to open it were Shang Wuji, Lan Qi, Gu Jin and the others.
Looking at the three top geniuses who first started the battle to defend the city, Lin Jianfeng restrained the gleam in his eyes.
Chen Mo. You have to perform well.
I've already built up such a good atmosphere with your boasting, please don't let me down.
Chapter 30 Take Action.
Standing in front of the dilapidated city wall, Chen Mo looked at this space with infinite emotion in his heart.
Are the soldiers defending the city on the border standing here to protect the safety of the people of Dasha?
Above the city wall, countless black mists were spreading, dried blood was flowing on the barren land, and the sky was covered with countless black clouds.
And outside the black fog, faintly, the sounds of countless beast roars could be heard, all of which were terrifying. Ferocious beast.
300 years ago, a monster mysteriously appeared, seemingly a variant of the native creatures of Blue Planet, or perhaps a conspiracy launched by aliens.
This is unknown and no one knows. But humans know that the appearance of these ferocious beasts is always with the goal of hunting them. That was the darkest era for mankind. It was not until the appearance of the 11th rank human martial god Huang Di that the history of human beings being hunted ended. From then on, the world was divided into 5 major federations, and the one located in the east was the Dasha Federation. Looking at the darkness in the sky and on the earth, Chen Mo's heart moved slightly. I've gained some understanding.
Chen Mo did not officially start the battle to defend the city, but looked at the darkness in the sky, his mind full of thoughts.
It seems that my own darkness. Not quite enough.
At the same time, freshmen from all over the world have already started their own battle to defend the city. As soon as they thought about it, 10 armored pigs that looked like steel chariots suddenly rushed out from the terrifying black fog. The skin surface of each armored pig is made entirely of terrifying iron armor, making it invulnerable to swords and guns. Its strength is almost comparable to that of a second-grade perfect warrior with defensive talent. Many students who were not prepared were unexpectedly knocked down by these armored pigs and suddenly turned into pieces of minced meat. It was extremely bloody. As countless elimination voices rang out from the sky, the hearts of the candidates became nervous. They knew that this exam was extremely difficult. Moreover, they are heading towards the second round of goals. There must be no mistakes in this round of testing. Inside the monitoring room, Tongtian Academy's Gu Linghan waved his hand. I take back what I said about this class of students being of high quality. If you can't even handle this small tide of ferocious beasts, don't tell anyone you're a student of Shenyuan Martial Arts University when you go out.
Lingtian Academy said to Tiange, this has just begun. What's more, the 3 top geniuses haven't made a move yet.
At this time, Xiang Tiange's finger pointed diagonally at Lan Qi on the screen.
Well, Lan Qi, the challenge begins. Endless dark clouds shrouded the top of this world.
In front of the huge city gate, a petite blue-haired girl stood in front of the gate. Unlike other candidates, there was no panic on Lan Qi's face.
Instead, she felt extremely excited.
Looking at the armored pig that was getting bigger and bigger in her sight, Lan Qi grinned slightly. In an instant, countless black gold flying knives stood in the air, almost 12 flying knives, floating around her. The terrifying pressure made the 10 armored pigs stun for a moment, and then they roared and rushed forward at an even more terrifying speed.
TSK. TSK. TSK.
One after another, the black gold flying knives were like black meteors, charging towards the armored pigs at all kinds of brutal and tricky angles. Under the impact of the black gold flying knife, the defenses of the 10 armored pigs were instantly broken. Then, as these flying knives stirred, the 10 armored pigs exploded on the spot and turned into a pool of minced meat.
Looking at the surveillance video on the screen. What a terrifying mental power. Lingtian Academy's Dean Xiang Tiange exclaimed.
Lan Qi, who had killed so many ferocious beasts, still had no change in her expression. Instead, she licked her lips and looked at another wave of armored pigs rushing towards her in the distance.
Come on. Then I'll kill as many as I want at once.
I'm going to enter the second round of tests and compete for first place in the entrance exam. On the other side, it was also in front of the huge city gate. What is completely different from Lan Qi is that here, there is a man like an iron tower, standing there.
Gu Jin opened his eyes, looked at the surging herd of armored pigs in the distance, and a sneer appeared on the corner of his mouth. He didn't say much.
Suddenly, a force like lava erupting suddenly surged out from his body. In an instant, the surface of his skin turned into layers of bronze. His body suddenly expanded several times and was actually 3 meters tall. From a distance, its huge size seems to be comparable to that of an armored pig.
Roar!
A moment later, the armored pig appeared in front of him, with a single horn on its huge head, trying to attack Gu Jin.
Rubbish!
Gu Jin stretched out his arm, which suddenly turned into a fist. The fist was like a cannonball and hit the armored pig on the forehead.
Boom!
The armor of this armored pig was cracked into thousands of cracks on the spot, and then its body suddenly exploded, with countless internal organs flying everywhere.
Outside the screen, Shintui, the dean of Yutan Academy, said with a smile. Wow! It's not just defense that's strong. Even the attack power is terrifying.
Yes, it is also suitable for our Tongtian Academy, said Gu Linghan, the dean of Tongtian Academy. And on the screen, Gu Jin was still beating the freshmen one by one with one punch. The armored pigs that posed a great threat to other freshmen were crushed like ants in front of him.
Can we have some powerful beasts? It's really boring. It seems that only the second round can make my blood boil. And on the other side, also under the huge city wall, Saint Wuji stood at the city gate like a white lotus isolated from the world. With a half-squinted smile on his face, he clicked the button to start defending the city. Suddenly, 10 iron-armored pigs emerged from the black fog and rushed towards Shang Wuji. Well, I really want to reform you all. My holy light, generally speaking, is unwilling to kill. It's a pity that this is a showdown between us humans and ferocious beasts. Shang Wuji murmured to himself, and suddenly, as these words fell, a gleam of excitement suddenly flashed on his face. So, you bastards, I'm going to kill you all. Shang Wuji slowly raised his hand, and a huge golden magic circle suddenly appeared in the center of his palm. Then, on this magic circle, hundreds of runes appeared and burst out with brilliant light at the same time. Boom! A pillar of holy light that was bright enough to illuminate the heavens and the earth, like a giant dragon, suddenly bombarded the armored pigs. In an instant, all the armored pigs turned into powder and disappeared between heaven and earth. And Shang Wuji just smiled lightly. Really? Why do you force me? In the monitoring room, everyone saw this scene and couldn't help but exclaim in admiration. Shang Wuji is truly formidable. Gu Linghan, the dean of Tongtian Academy, said with a smile, based on this situation, their city defense destruction rate is estimated to be 0%. After all, they are the 3 top geniuses, so it's normal that the city defense destruction rate is 0%. Shintui, the dean of Yutan Academy, said with a smile. I'm afraid these 3 people are all vying for first place in the city defense test. Lingtian Academy's Dean Xiang Tiange said, and the first round of the city defense test is just an appetizer for them. The second round of testing won't be as simple as it is now. Xing Tianyi said with a smile. By the way, Lao Lin, how about taking a look at your chinemo? Gu Linghan crossed his arms across his chest, a hint of mockery in his words. Just watch it. Lin Jianfeng's mind moved, and Chen Mo's screen suddenly became the largest. As the screen expanded, everyone's attention was also focused on the screen where Chen Mo was. However, the scene on the screen where Chen Mo was located made everyone frown slightly. Chapter 31 Not Qualified. As everyone looked over, his brows suddenly furrowed. Chen Mo on the screen was still staring at the sky shrouded in darkness, but his body did not move at all. As if attracted. However, this scene appeared to be something else in the eyes of Gu Linghan, Shintui, and Xiang Tiange. Could it be that this brat was frightened by the ferocious beast Black Fog? Gu Linghan frowned. Besides, this is only the middle stage of the second rank, right? I remember that the simulated ferocious beast's evil aura was only about half, right? Can it be scared like this? Shintui raised his eyebrows. Alas, Lao Lin, it seems that the person you recommended is not that good. Xiang Tiange shook his head, his realm is too weak. Still number 1? You know, a qualified warrior needs to adapt to the atmosphere on the battlefield and kill enemies on the battlefield. What if a genius could only unleash 1/10 of his strength on the battlefield? Then this so-called genius would be no better than an ordinary warrior. No, he's not scared. Xing Tianyi's pupils shrank slightly, and he said seriously, he is understanding. He is experiencing enlightenment. This guy, upon seeing this darkness shrouded in the murderous aura of ferocious beasts, realized something completely new? Insights? Terrifying talent? Immediately, Gu Linghan and the other 2 looked at Xing Tianyi, their eyes seemed to say, are you sure? Have you forgotten? My talent is extremely sensitive to things like comprehension. Xing Tianyi spread his hands. At this moment, he was already 70 to 80% certain that Chen Mo was the one Lin Jianfeng had recommended. However, these words alone may not be enough. Lin Jianfeng smiled lightly, this guy is not weak. Gu Linghan crossed his arms over his chest, his brows slightly furrowed. Just understanding it doesn't prove anything. Only actual combat capabilities can demonstrate its comprehensive combat power. Then, when everyone's eyes looked at Chen Mo again, they paused slightly. Suddenly, a terrifying darkness enveloped Chen Mo's body.
In an instant, the surface of his body was covered with layers of terrifying and sharp black armor. Lightning flashed again on this black armor.
He's dual-talented? The pupils of the deans of the 4 major academies suddenly shrank.
You know, warriors with dual talents are extremely rare.
It is impossible for one to appear in the entire Daxia Federation in a whole year. At this point, the deans of the 4 major colleges vaguely understood what kind of genius Lin Jianfeng was referring to.
However, at this moment, the scene that happened on the screen completely surprised them. Looking at the dark smoke in front of him, Chen Mo let out a breath of foul air. Then, 2 pairs of giant dark thunder hands suddenly grew out from behind him. Each hand was as thick as a water python, extremely huge, with terrifying muscles twisted and full of explosive power.
The 4 giant hands have finally been condensed.
I didn't expect that among all this, I could actually make a breakthrough in my sense of dark thunder.
It's a really nice place.
As the sounds of successful clearance rang out, Chen Mo shrugged and smiled lightly.
It seems that I have to work harder, otherwise, I will be caught up by others. And, we have to go for the second round.
Chen Mo's mind moved, and the challenge of defending the city began immediately. The dark smoke in front of them surged rapidly, and suddenly 10 armored pigs appeared. The enormous power is like a mountain pressing down, and the huge body is like a steel chariot, which is chilling. Ironclad pig, a ferocious beast of the 2nd rank, perfect level. As expected of Shengwadeo University, they come here to select true geniuses.
That's good. It makes me feel a little happy.
Chen Mo's mouth corners curled up slightly, and his 4 python-like arms suddenly spread out. All of a sudden, 4 5-meter-long dark thunder spears appeared, with darkness and thunder surging on them.
As a mid-level 2nd-grade warrior, he actually has such pressure. Gu Linghan and others were startled. Becoming stronger again.
Lin Jianfeng and Huo Xiu looked at each other. The power displayed now was even stronger than when they fought against Zhao Ming.
This kid is really a monster.
Standing in front of the city gate, a gleam of brilliance flashed across Chen Mo's face.
Roar! In a moment, all 10 armored pigs rushed over, and the huge impact force made the earth tremble. However, dark thunder, gun killing.
It was at this moment that the 4 giant dark hands behind Chen Mo suddenly threw out 4 giant dark thunder guns.
TSK. 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 TSK.
4 giant dark spears suddenly shot out, and the huge force completely tore through the air and landed on the body of the armored pig. Like a crushing force, an armored pig suddenly turned into a blood mist, and then, with unstoppable force, it dealt devastating blows to the armored pigs behind it.
Rumble. A moment later, there were only 10 balls of blood mist left in front of Chen Mo.
When the giant dark thunder spear was inserted into the ground, it actually created hundreds of cracks, which was terrifying and shocking.
There's something.
This thought emerged in the minds of the 4 people at the same time. From now on, they had completely changed their views on Chen Mo.
This guy is definitely not as simple as the vase recommended by Lin Jianfeng.
But he is a truly powerful genius. Looking at the expressions of the 4 deans, Lin Jianfeng smiled lightly. To be honest, in order to recruit Chen Mo, I gave him the qualification to compete for the immortal weapon for a total of 4 years.
That's why I think Chen Mo is 100% sure to get first place. Buzz.
In an instant, the 4 deans turned their heads at the same time and looked at Lin Jianfeng in disbelief.
Old Lin? Are you crazy? There are only about 20 sophomores who are capable of competing for immortal weapons? Gu Linghan couldn't believe it. They went through untold hardships to obtain these 20 places? Now you have an extra freshman? Shen Tuyi asked in surprise. You know, no matter how outstanding Chen Mo is, he can't break the rules.
Xiang Tiange said, moreover, the strength Chen Mo has shown now is not as strong as Shang Wuji, Gu Jin, Lan Qi and others. They all couldn't obtain the qualification to compete for the immortal weapon, but Chen Mo did? How can this be explained? The battle for the immortal weapon will begin in a month. In this month, how much strength can Chen Mo improve? Just as Xiang Tiange was about to continue, Xing Tianyi smiled softly. Old friends, please stop talking. Lao Lin came back and had a drink with me. He gave Chen Mo this qualification with the principal's consent. You know, a few days ago, Lin Jianfeng drank with Xing Tianyi and told him that he gave the freshman the qualification to compete for the immortal weapon. He originally thought it was a top-tier genius like Shang Wuji, but only now did he realize it was Chen Mo. In addition to being shocked, Xing Tianyi's heart suddenly tightened.
You know, Chen Mo seems to have even tacitly allowed the principal to participate in the immortal weapon. Such a top-level genius is probably close to the level of a monster. Wait until this exam is over. No matter what you say, Xing Tianyi will be snatched away by Chen Mo. Of course, apart from this reason, Xing Tianyi had a strange feeling. You should know that the talent awakened by Xing Tianyi is called SS-level Qitian Enlightenment, and his speed of practicing martial arts is extremely fast. However, he actually sensed a strange feeling from Chen Mo. That is the original power that is comparable to his talent, but even stronger than his original power. An astonishing possibility exploded in Xing Tianyi's brain. This guy, could he be a triple talent? The others shouted the word principal, and everyone was speechless. You know, the president of Xianyuan Martial Arts University is the strongest person in the entire school. No one dares to refute him. His strength has reached the perfection of the 9th level of Martial King long ago. If it is his decision, no one can refute it. Since the principal said so, there's nothing we can do about it. Gu Linghan sighed. However, with the strength Chen Mo has shown now, he is indeed not qualified to participate in the competition for immortal weapons. Unless he can get first place in this entrance exam. Gu Linghan's voice was extremely decisive, and at the same time, Shen Tuyi and Xiang Tiange nodded. You know, the competition for immortal weapons is extremely brutal, and the 20 most elite people in the entire sophomore year will be selected. And those 20 people were selected through numerous battles. However, inserting a freshman out of nowhere will certainly cause dissatisfaction among the deans. Unless Chen Mo can get first place in the entrance examination, he will be able to shut them up. As for why Xing Tianyi from Zhongtian Academy didn't he speak? Oh, so few people choose their college. Moreover, they usually pick out the leftovers. Therefore, in the competition over the past year, no one from their academy was qualified to participate in the battle for the immortal weapon. And hear these voices. Lin Jianfeng smiled softly and said, then just keep watching, okay? The first round of testing hasn't ended yet. Besides, there's still a second round. Everyone was stunned, and then they turned their attention to Chen Mo's screen. They want to see whether Chen Mo has the ability to participate in the battle for immortal weapons. At this moment, a large amount of black fog suddenly surged on Chen Mo's screen. When it reappeared, 30 armored pigs rushed out from the black fog. The enormous force seemed to make the entire city gate tremble. 30 armored pigs are already a huge wave of beasts. Chapter 32. What is the city defense destruction rate? Is this the second wave? It seems there should be a third wave. Looking at the armored pigs that were raising endless dust in front of him, there was a hint of amusement in Chen Mo's eyes. In that case, don't blame me. Just right, try out a new ability. The herd of armored pigs in sight continued to expand, as if they wanted to stomp Chen Mo's body into the ground and crush him into powder. However, at this critical moment, Chen Mo did not use the 4 giant hands behind him. There were no exciting thoughts in his mind. After all, this is only the first round of the entrance examination. Only in the second round did he truly belong to him. Then, Chen Mo silently raised his hands, and then pointed the palm of his right palm at the armored pig rushing towards him from a distance. The huge energy of dark thunder was twisting rapidly in his palm at lightning speed. Under the attraction of this energy, even the air around it began to distort, vaguely forming a vacuum zone. As the energy was completely condensed, a disc-like mixture of dark lightning energy was officially exposed to the air. Dark thunder, you sure? Swish. Accompanied by a sound of breaking through the air, the disc containing terrifying energy suddenly shot out. The speed is so fast that it can destroy the world. In the blink of an eye, this perfect shape made of dark thunder drew a terrifying arc in the air. Bang! 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 Immediately afterwards, the armored pigs exploded one after another like fireworks. Just a moment later, 30 patches of blood-red mist filled the battlefield. This ability is quite good. The pupils of the 4 deans shrank at the same time. Such destructive power can almost be ranked among the top 10 among all freshmen. Moreover, it took only one move to kill 30 armored pigs in seconds. It's not surprising that the combination of these two talents can unleash such powerful energy. After coming to his senses, Gu Linghan comforted himself. But, just relying on these words is not enough. Even Shang Wuji, Lan Qi, Gu Jin and others can't compare to them. Hearing this, Lin Jianfeng smiled lightly. Old Gu, why are you so anxious? There's still one last wave to watch. From what I understand, Chen Mo should be making some serious moves. And under the terrifying dark fog, a huge armored pig covered in silver-white armor suddenly appeared. This huge armored pig was actually 2 stories tall, and its huge body almost suppressed Chen Mo. And this silver-armored pig is only a ferocious beast of the initial stage of the 3rd rank. Suddenly, Chen Mo felt a little emotional. You know, this kind of ferocious beast is only at the initial stage of the 3rd grade, and is already 2 stories tall. So how terrifying power do the 4th grade ferocious beasts and the 5th grade ferocious beasts have? No wonder the war on the border is getting increasingly tense and there is such a huge gap in the required warriors. As Chen Mo sighed, the silver-armored pig suddenly discovered him, raised its 4 hooves like giant pythons, and attacked Chen Mo. Well, I really don't want to play with you anymore. Feel sorry. Looking at the armored pig in front of him, Chen Mo suddenly rushed out. This was his proactive attack, and the speed was so terrifying that it left only a trail of afterimage. He was too lazy to delay any longer and decided to enter the 2nd round of exams as soon as possible. There is a huge stage worthy of his performance. What a speed! Xiang Tiange from Lingtian Academy said, almost equivalent to a mid-level 3rd grade warrior. Indistinctly, Xiang Tiange had changed his opinion of Chen Mo again. However, Chen Mo may still be a little short of being a true top genius. In an instant, Chen Mo had approached the silver-armored pig. The silver-armored pig also noticed Chen Mo's approach, roared, and attacked Chen Mo with the sharp focus on its head. Looking at the giant horn that was magnified in his sight, Chen Mo just shook his head. Bastard! Chen Mo didn't move at all. And the 4 dark hands behind him suddenly rushed out at the same time like giant dragons. Suddenly, he dodged the attack of the silver-armored pig by turning sideways, and then 4 giant hands suddenly grabbed the 4 hooves of the iron-armored pig. Immediately following. Sure it! The huge silver-armored pig was suddenly divided into 4 pieces of meat. Countless blood turned into a blood rain and splashed everywhere, dyeing the barren land red. The 1st round of exams should be over. I wonder what the 2nd round of exams will look like. Feeling the energy coming from his body, Chen Mo moved and turned into a stream of light, disappearing from the spot in an instant. His talent in close combat is not bad, but compared to Shang Wuji, Lan Qi, and Gu Jin, there are still some gaps. Well, we're only facing the lowest level of ferocious beasts like the ironclad pig. Its true combat power remains to be seen. Let's wait for his 2nd round of exams. Don't be good at this round, or he'll be weak in the 2nd round. The 3 deans, Gu Linghan, Shen Tuyi, and Xiang Tiange, gave this evaluation at the same time. Although they did not recognize Chen Mo's qualifications to compete for the immortal weapon. Obviously, they are not yet truly convinced of Chen Mo. Xing Tianyi from Zhongtian Academy was still wondering if Chen Mo really had a 3rd talent? Thinking like this only made him feel itchy. Listening to the words of the deans of the 3 colleges, Lin Jianfeng snorted coldly and crossed his arms across his chest. He looked at Chen Mo on the screen, and he knew that Chen Mo would definitely give him a huge surprise. That day, when he left Jiangnan province, he asked Chen Mo what he thought about the entrance examination. It happened to be sunset, and Chen Mo just said lightly. First. What's more, Chen Mo awakened an SSS-level Dark talent, supplemented by that terrifying lightning talent. Lin Jianfeng naturally believed that Chen Mo could get 1st place. Just wait, Lao Gu, Lao Tu, Lao Xiang. Next, I'll show you what a surprise is. Looking at these 4 people, the old man Huashio smiled lightly, and then put on a virtual helmet. I'll go organize a wave. By the way, let me announce the results of the 1st round of testing. At this moment, in a virtual space, almost all the freshmen have gathered on a huge platform. Some freshmen had expressions of joy on their faces, some had wry smiles on their faces, and some even looked pale. Obviously, everyone's results in the battle to defend the city are different. As the last streak of light fell, countless people's eyes suddenly turned to Chen Mo. You know, Chen Mo was the last one to start the battle to defend the city. Therefore, even though he was extremely efficient in killing, he was the last one to pass the test. This guy, is he so slow in passing the test? Gu Jin crossed his arms and said, if that's the case, then it doesn't pose much of a threat to me. To compete for 1st place in this entrance exam, we still have to pay extra attention to Lan Qi and Shang Wuji. Well, let's just focus on the 2nd round. On the other side, Lan Qi, who was playing with 2 throwing knives, smiled softly. She looks pretty. What a shame, the fighting ability is not good enough. I don't know why Shang Wuji is so concerned about him. TSK, I wonder if this guy will be there in the 2nd round.
However, Shang Wuji, whose whole body was shining with dazzling golden light, did not make any comment on this matter. Instead, he glanced at Chen Mo and continued to sit cross-legged, as if thinking about something.
Brother Chen. Yan Jinghong and others ran over and stood with Chen Mo. How is it? Chen Mo asked.
The city defense destruction rate is 50%, 10% short of passing.
Yan Jinghong lowered his head.
Yi Kong and I, both of our city defense destruction rates reached 70%, neither of us passed. Li Shuanyun said with a wry smile. For them, the third-grade silver armored pig was too difficult to deal with. Almost as soon as they appeared, they were killed instantly, without any chance to defend themselves.
Besides feeling helpless, everyone was also slightly disappointed.
With their performance like this, they probably won't be able to enter the so-called second round.
At this moment, Yan Jinghong suddenly asked, Chen Mo, how is your city defense destruction rate?
Li Shuanyan and Yi Kong also turned their gazes towards Chen Mo.
In the entire Jiangnan province, almost everyone was betting on Chen Mo. But when he heard about the city defense destruction rate, Chen Mo was slightly stunned. City defense destruction rate? What is this?
Suddenly, the three of them looked at Chen Mo in confusion, as if they had seen a ghost.
Brother Chen, won't the destruction rate be displayed when your city wall is attacked? Li Shuanyun asked. Oh, my wall? It hasn't been attacked. Chen Mo smiled innocently, so, I don't think I got this reminder at all?
Yan Jinghong, Li Shuanyan, and Yi Kong.
They shouldn't have asked. Chapter 33 0%. Never been attacked? In other words, Chen Mo's city defense destruction rate is 0%? Damn it.
Yan Jinghong and the other two wanted to bite their teeth to pieces on the spot.
Why were they so shameless as to ask such a question? Isn't Chun Chun just asking Chen Mo to hit her in the face? While everyone was shocked, a bitter smile inexplicably emerged in their hearts. They knew that Chen Mo had become stronger again. Moreover, it reached a height that was almost beyond their reach. If it were the previous Chen Mo, they could still barely see his back, but now Chen Mo was still soaring into the sky like riding on the clouds. They could only sit below and look up at this illusory figure. For a while, everyone was secretly looking forward to how well Chen Mo would perform in the second round. You know, the second round of the entrance examination is not just an internal fight within Jiangnan province, but a competition among the top geniuses from 54 provinces across the country. So, whether Chen Mo can be number one is another matter. At this moment, a streak of light flashed. In the center of the entire platform, there appeared the figure of an old man with white hair. Hua Xiu glanced at everyone and smiled lightly. How was the battle to defend the city? Countless people looked at Hua Xiu's teasing voice and smiled bitterly, and the atmosphere became gloomy. Many of them barely passed the corresponding assessment and failed miserably. Seeing this scene, Hua Xiu shook his head. You may be called geniuses, but compared to the soldiers on the frontier, you are still too weak. The border of the Great Xia Federation is currently being besieged by countless ferocious beasts. If you go to the frontier in this state, you won't even be able to defeat a basic armored pig. Then what are you still practicing for? For a moment, many people's faces suddenly turned red, but no one dared to refute what Hua Xiu said. Looking at everyone's expressions, Hua Xiu shook his head and said, I'm not saying this to undermine your confidence. I hope that during your next 4 years at university, you will be able to guard against arrogance and impatience, cultivate diligently, and not disappoint the human race. Yes. Countless people responded immediately. After the painful lesson of this entrance examination, if they don't practice seriously, they will probably be ashamed to death by their own attitude. You know, facing low-level beasts like the armored pig, the soldiers on the border are the most incompetent. And they can't even defeat such a small group of soldiers? Isn't that just rubbish? Hua Xiu waved his hand. Next, I will announce your results in the first round of tests. First, those who have passed the test will be recited from the back. Those who achieve a city defense destruction rate of 20 or above will be able to enter the second city defense test. In an instant, countless people looked over with burning eyes, and many of them had wry smiles on their faces. Only those with a city defense destruction rate below 20 can pass the assessment and participate in the second round of examinations. This is too strict. However, after thinking about it carefully, no one was surprised. If the college entrance examination is to select the elite from all over the country, then the entrance examination is to select the elite among the elite.
Only by demonstrating corresponding strength in the entrance examination can one gain the favor of the 4 major colleges. Only by entering the corresponding college can you receive the best training. This is the goal of countless geniuses who take this exam. 36th place, City Defense Destruction Rate 81%, Genoa. The young man named Genoa stood up with his head held high and chest puffed out, attracting many envious glances. At the same time, no one expected that there were only 36 people whose city defense destruction rate was over 20%, which was only 1/10 of the total number. Thinking of this, everyone breathed a sigh of relief and didn't feel so uncomfortable anymore. 35th place. Number 34. Number 33. As the voice of Vice Principal Washo spread, the young men stood at the front with their heads held high and their chests puffed out. Standing out among countless elites is the most proud thing. When the top 4 were announced, Vice Principal Washo smiled softly and said, "Next, I'm going to announce the freshmen with a 0% city defense damage rate. And they are the top geniuses in this exam." Everyone's eyes suddenly became hot. They already knew the quotas for 3 of them, but the sudden appearance of the 4th one made everyone stunned. There's a 4th person? Who's the 4th one? I've been through this before. Aside from the 3 top-tier geniuses, there's basically no province at the top of the list with a capital destruction rate of 0%? Who on earth is this dark horse? This is too shocking. Everyone started speculating about the last spot. Washo said, and the first 3 to pass are Shang Wuji, Lan Qi, and Gu Jin. For a moment, everyone cast envious glances at the 3 top geniuses. The 3 top geniuses stepped forward at the same time and stood at the front of the entire team. However, they were also wondering in their hearts, who was the 4th contestant whose city defense destruction rate reached 0%? Before coming to the school, they had already used appropriate means to investigate and found that, apart from the 3 of them, there was no one stronger than them in Xianyuan Martial Arts University. At this moment, Washo read out a name that no one knew. The last one is Chen Mo. In an instant, everyone's eyes suddenly turned to Chen Mo. Among them, there were shock, astonishment, disbelief, admiration, and all kinds of complicated looks fell on Chen Mo. How is that possible? Damn it! That guy from Jiangnan province. No, is Jiangnan province so strong these days? 0% city defense destruction rate? Chen Mo, this guy is truly a top-notch genius. Xiao Wuheng, Guofengyue, aren't you two following Chen Mo's team? Is he really that strong? One asked. Xiao Wuheng and Guofengyue, who were asked by him, did not speak, but lowered their heads in shame, not daring to say a word in response. This made everyone feel particularly surprised and shocked. Chen Mo, whose name was called, gradually walked forward and soon sat at the front of the team. You are very strong. Shang Wuji looked at Chen Mo beside him and said with a smile. Thank you for the compliment. Chen Mo moved slightly. TSK, I didn't expect you to be praised so highly by Shang Wuji. You're really quite impressive. Lan Qi also said, not bad, and you're very handsome too. Chen Mo responded politely, you are also very good looking. The latter blushed slightly and said nothing. I, Gu Jin, have recognized you. Gu Jin crossed his arms and said, I hope you won't disappoint us in the second round of tests. It was not until now that Lan Qi, Gu Jin, and others put away their so-called contempt. After all, the guy who can defend the city with a destruction rate of 0% is not that weaker than them even if he is weaker than them. Chapter 34 Team Battle. Curling black smoke enveloped the blood-covered ground. This is a city wall that is even wider than the one in the first round of exams. The endless and thick city wall stands on the earth, vast and majestic. And in front of this huge city gate, there are 36 young men standing there. The expressions of these 36 young men were different, but there was no doubt that they all exuded a terrifying aura. I didn't expect the second round of exams to be a team battle. My blood is boiling. These guys and girls on the screen are all top scorers in the college entrance examination, or even second or third place. TSK, I want to chop off 2 of them too. No, your city defense destruction rate in the first round of the exam was 60%, how dare you say that? I wonder what kind of terrifying achievements Shang Wuji, Lan Qi, Gu Jin, and the others can achieve. You ignored Chen Mo? It's not that I ignore them, but Shang Wuji and the other 2 are already famous geniuses. In comparison, Chen Mo is just a dark horse who just emerged. Naturally, he is not as good as Shang Wuji and the others. Although everyone did not participate, there was a lively discussion about the exam.
If reality doesn't work, they can still talk big.
Among them, what they were most looking forward to was how Saint Wuji and the others would perform. They are recognized as the three greatest geniuses. As for Chen Mo, many people naturally had high expectations for him, but compared with the three geniuses, his expectations were much less. But, after all, everyone was still a little unconvinced. After all, Chen Mo was only born in Jiangnan province. How could he possibly possess such strong combat power? The only way to gain their approval is for Chen Mo to conquer them with his amazing strength. Yan Jinghong and others also stared at the holographic screen in front of them motionlessly.
Brother Yan, I don't know how well Brother Chen can perform, Yi Kong said.
Yan Jinghong was stunned for a moment, then turned around and smiled softly. You know what?
If you put this question to Chen Mo, how do you think he would answer?
Before Yi Kong could finish, Li Xuanyan said with a smile, he would say he is sure to be number one. Yan Jinghong gave a thumbs up, and then the three of them burst into laughter.
And in the huge monitoring room,
Gu Lingyun, the dean of Tongtian Academy, lay on a recliner, finally reaching the second round. These geniuses in front of us are the ones we should fight for. Lingtian Academy's Dean Xiang Tianga smiled and said, I hope that in this assessment, we can fully tap into their potential. Xin Tui, the principal of Yutian Academy, laughed and said, I'd like to see how powerful a warrior who fully unleashes his spiritual power, a warrior who fully displays his bronze talent, and a warrior whose holy light talent illuminates the earth can be.
Of course, there is also Chen Mo, Xin Tui added. All right.
In response, Xing Tianyi, the dean of Zhongtian College, interrupted and said, Don't worry, I've confirmed that Chen Mo will definitely get first place in this exam. In an instant, Gu Lingyun, Xin Tuyi, and Xiang Tianga all looked at Xin Tuyi at the same time, with a look of disbelief flashing across the depths of their eyes.
Old Xing, are you also having the same wild idea as old Lin? Shang Wuji and the others are here. Gu Linghan stood up from the recliner. Want to make a bet? Let's see who can come out on top.
Xing Tianyi smiled strangely. If we're going to bet, the one with the 100-year-old spiritual root will be fine.
Gu Linghan pondered for a moment and looked at Xing Tianyi suspiciously. Heavenly spiritual roots? Are you sure? Xing Tianyi spread his hands and said, I mean what I say.
Immediately, Gu Linghan nodded. Okay, I want to see what your gaze is like, old criminal. Anyway, in my opinion, it's really hard for Chen Mo to win the championship. Earlier, during the single-man defense of the city, Shang Wuji and the others didn't even display half of their strength. However, Xing Tianyi did not respond to this, but stared at the screen intently. Lin Jianfeng silently raised a finger to him, thinking that Xing Tianyi believed in his judgment. However, Xing Tianyi believed that Chen Mo was able to get first place not because he was Lin Jianfeng's good friend. Instead, he just took the time to go to the virtual space and took a look at Chen Mo. Now, he is absolutely certain of something that is enough to stir up huge waves in his heart. That is, Chen Mo definitely possesses the third talent. Since that's the case, Xing Tianyi secretly made a decision that no matter whether Chen Mo would be snatched away by others next, their Zhongtian Academy must get Chen Mo. The reason is simple, this guy is simply too scary. As everyone watched, black fog was already swirling on the virtual screen. Obviously, a ferocious beast is about to come out. Roar! Suddenly, a loud roar of a beast came from a distance, and for a moment, many young people felt their hearts tremble. Standing in front of the city gate at this moment are the talented young men from all over the country. Such a strong pressure. This must be a ferocious beast that has reached the middle stage of the third rank, right? I didn't expect the test we were given would be so difficult. As the crowd's voices fell, dozens of ferocious beasts of various shapes suddenly emerged from the black fog. There are not only the previous ironclad pigs, but also shadow cats, venomous toads, and so on, basically covering all types of ferocious beasts. And these ferocious beasts were specially arranged by Huoxiu. The purpose is to fully stimulate their potential. It seems quite interesting. At this moment, a blue-haired girl smiled sweetly and strode in front of everyone. Next, it's the turn of these three geniuses to perform. Chapter 35, Taking Action. Suddenly, dozens of black gold flying knives suddenly floated around Lan Qi, emitting a corresponding cold light. At this moment, the unique ability of the telepathist completely erupted. TSK, it seems that it is my turn to appear on the stage. Another bronzed man as strong as an iron tower came up to him, spread his arms, revealing his arms with muscles as muscular as a dragon. Buzz. The terrifying pressure pressed down like a mountain, and Gu Jin's body was like a prehistoric beast, which made people shudder. And the last one is Shang Wuji, who radiates holy light all over his body.
There seemed to be a constant smile on his face, without any change. Then,
he slowly walked to the center of the three people and looked at Lan Qi and Gu Jin.
As the defenders have a 0% damage rate, how about the three of us each go in a different direction?
Lan Qi and Gu Jin shrugged, indicating that they had no objection.
The strong should shoulder more responsibilities.
Shang Wuji turned around and said, "The rest of you, divide into 3 groups and follow us to attack from 3 different directions. Our goal is to reduce the rate of destruction of the city defenses."
And Chen Mo. Looking at the gaze directed at him by Shang Wuji, Chen Mo raised his head and asked, "What's the matter?" Shang Wuji smiled and said, "You are responsible for guarding the rear.
If any ferocious beast attacks the city wall, remember to stop it." For a moment, everyone turned their eyes to Chen Mo.
And outside the screen, some people were dissatisfied. Chen Mo really got such a cheap job. He doesn't even have to fight the enemy himself. TSK, I've already said that Shang Wuji and Chen Mo have some relationship. But Chen Mo is too relaxed. It seems that his city defense destruction rate is still a bit exaggerated.
During the discussion, everyone turned the topic back to Chen Mo, whose city defense had a 0% destruction rate. You know, countless geniuses had perished for this, so how could this guy from Jiangnan province possibly pull it off so easily? And in the virtual battlefield, a tragic battle is taking place. Large numbers of ferocious beasts emerged from the black fog, unleashing astonishing power, but they were also killed by this group of young people.
Engulfed by flames. Hurricane slash. A punch of despair. As the sounds fell, large numbers of ferocious beasts fell.
Among them, the 3 top geniuses were the ones who attacked most frequently and terrifyingly. Lan Qi's black gold flying knife is sharp and terrifying.
The ancient gold membrane of ancient gold is extremely strong. Even Shang Wuji's holy light attack seemed to be able to completely dispel the black fog.
In a short moment, the first wave of ferocious beasts was completely wiped out.
TSK, it seems that they are all very strong.
Chen Mo, who was sitting in front of the city gate, saw this scene, folded his arms across his chest, leaned against the city wall, and admired the fighting scene. No wonder Shang Wuji, Lan Qi, and Gu Jin are known as the 3 top geniuses.
Their overall combat power is quite good. It's a pity that it's so far away from me.
Before he could finish his words, several dark shadow-like ferocious beasts rushed out from the black fog again, and this group of ferocious beasts all rushed out from the direction of Gu Jin.
What? So fast. It's over. We can't stop them. They're going to crash into the city wall.
Many young men's faces turned pale, and when they looked at the black shadow, their breathing suddenly became rapid.
I saw that those several black shadows were almost all monkeys wearing black windbreakers. Black Shadow Monkey. In the huge monitoring room, Gu Linghan raised his eyebrows. Old Hua, are you adding the Black Shadow Monkey to your test? This thing is also a tricky thing in the border area. The dean nodded.
Hua Xiu smiled lightly. As a warrior, you should learn to deal with all kinds of ferocious beasts.
If we meet more now, we'll have more chances on the battlefield. If we don't meet more now, we might die more on the battlefield.
Hearing Hua Xiu's words, everyone agreed. You know, in recent years, the ferocious beasts on the border of Daxia have become increasingly rampant.
Countless border cities are in high danger, and even a large number of warriors have been sacrificed. Therefore, as an institution that trains talents in the mainland, they must also make corresponding achievements. Otherwise, the Daxia military is putting pressure on them.
And in that virtual battlefield, everyone's breathing suddenly stopped.
That's a mid-level 3rd grade Black Shadow Monkey.
A ferocious beast that specializes in breaking through the soldiers' defenses on the border. Gu Jin gritted his teeth and mobilized all his strength to catch up.
However, his speed was far inferior to that of the Black Shadow Monkey.
However, Shang Wuji and Lan Qi were too far away from Gu Jin's location and had no time to provide support.
It's over. This thought came to the minds of many people.
It seems that the city defense destruction rate will directly rise to more than 10 this time. You know, the Black Shadow Monkey has a strange black shadow power in its body, which can corrode the city wall. On the borders of the Great Xia Federation, many cities are difficult to defend, thanks to these cunning monkeys.
This time, the city defense destruction rate is probably determined by Dayu's artificial intelligence system. Once the city wall is attacked, their comprehensive score will definitely drop a lot.
However, at this moment, everyone suddenly felt that a tremendous amount of energy was gathering at the city gate. All of a sudden, everyone looked towards the city gate. The thin Shen Mo was covered with a layer of liquid defense like dark thunder, and behind him, 4 dark arms as thick as giant dragons appeared.
The terrifying dark thunder energy filled the entire battlefield space like a destructive force.
Many geniuses with weaker minds suddenly felt their scalps tingling and were extremely shocked. "How can this guy's energy be so terrifying?" someone exclaimed. "You know, Shenmo's realm is only the middle of the second level, and the energy he is showing now is almost the same as the normal state of Lan Qi, Gu Jin, and others.
It seems like we underestimated him." Gu Jin and Lan Qi raised their eyebrows. "It's more interesting this way?"
Shang Wuji, with golden balls of light floating in his hands, showed a playful smile. Under the gazes of countless people, the 4 giant dragon-like hands suddenly condensed into spears wrapped in dark thunder.
Dual powers.
This thought flashed through the minds of countless people, and when they looked at Chen Mo's brain, 2 more words appeared.
Evildoer. Chapter 36 True Strength.
An astonishing 5-meter-long spear suddenly appeared on this dragon-like arm. Then, the 4 arms bent at the same time, and then, with a terrifying explosive force, 4 5-meter-long spears were thrown out at the same time.
Rumble.
4 giant dark thunder guns suddenly tore through the air, and with an unmatched posture, nailed all 4 charging black shadow monkeys to the ground.
Bang.
The huge amount of energy hit the ground, creating thousands of cracks on the spot. At this moment, everyone's gaze had already been firmly fixed on Chen Mo.
"Really strong,"
a genius said with a wry smile. He had thought about how strong Chen Mo's 0% city destruction rate was, and whether he could really be compared with Gu Jin, Lan Qi, and Shang Wuji. Now it seems that only someone like Chen Mo can compete with Shang Wuji and the other 2 for the first place in this entrance examination. Outside the virtual battlefield, countless geniuses opened their mouths wide. They now wished they could slap themselves in the face. If they had known that Chen Mo could burst out such terrifying fighting power, they would not have mocked him one by one.
And in the huge monitoring room, the 6 people did not react at all.
After all, they had already witnessed Chen Mo's strength in the previous personal city defense battle. What no one expected was that the giant dark thunder spear displayed by Chen Mo actually had such powerful killing power against the mid-level 3rd-grade ferocious beasts. Old Lin's eyes are worthy of being from the admissions office. At this moment, Gu Linghan couldn't help but change his opinion of Chen Mo a little.
Moreover, he felt inexplicably frightened. He made a bet with Xing Tianyi over a 100-year-old elixir. "If we lose, it will be really embarrassing. Tsk tisk, it's just that the fight for the immortal weapon was too hasty."
Shen Tuyi added, with Chen Mo's strength, in fact, if he cultivates to his sophomore year, he will definitely be able to participate in the fight for the immortal weapon.
Hearing the 2 people's voices that seemed to contain regrets, Lin Jianfeng smiled lightly. "I said it a long time ago. Moreover, the strength Chen Mo has demonstrated now is definitely not that simple. Keep reading. Next, the surprise he brings you will definitely be even more terrifying."
To be honest, although Lin Jianfeng has an extremely strong ability to identify people, he really can't understand Chen Mo. He always felt that Chen Mo had hidden more than 1 billion. If all his strength were to be displayed, it would probably be more than just this. And in the virtual battlefield, after a brief shock, the second wave of ferocious beasts attacked one after another. In the second wave of ferocious beasts, there were actually a number of high-level 3rd-grade ferocious beasts, so powerful that every step they took would almost cause cracks in the ground.
Such terrifying combat power is truly shocking. However, everyone responded quickly.
Especially the 3 top geniuses, their eyes were flashing with fighting spirit.
Obviously, the scene that Chen Mo pretended just now made them feel very uncomfortable. Swish.
In an instant, 12 black gold flying knives floated near Lan Qi at the same time, and Lan Qi's body was actually suspended in the air under the influence of mental power. The petite body is like a sitting lotus, holy and full of deterrence. And it was at this moment that Lan Qi opened her eyes.
10,000 swords kill at once. TSK. TSK. TSK.
12 black gold flying knives turned into streams of light and attacked the oncoming tide of ferocious beasts at the same time. The terrifying force almost tore the air apart and turned into an extremely terrifying speed. With a loud bang, it instantly chopped the ferocious beast in front of it into pieces.
The degree of enhancement is really enough to make one's scalp tingle. And the other side.
Gu Jin's eyes were filled with annoyance. You know, the black shadow monkey broke through the defense line just because of his momentary negligence. If it weren't for Chen Mo, he would have become the culprit for the increased destruction rate of the city defenders. Thinking of this, Gu Jin felt a fire burning in his heart. Looking at the tide of ferocious beasts in front of him, Gu Jin showed a ferocious sneer.
Ancient golden body, destroy all evil spirits.
Under that ferocious smile, Gu Jin's originally 2-meter body suddenly grew wildly, and at this moment, it had reached 4 meters in height.
The terrifying body was as big as a 2-story building.
When it slapped down, it was like a powerful killing weapon, and the ferocious beast exploded immediately.
Its power makes countless people feel nervous. Is this the power of Gu Jin, the second of the 3 top geniuses? And the last side is the direction of Shang Wuji.
Looking at the ferocious beast rushing towards him, Shang Wuji did not respond so hastily. Instead, he slowly raised his hand, gave Chen Mo a provocative smile, and then turned his head away. All of a sudden, under the shocked gazes of countless people, small golden swords made of golden light suddenly lingered around Shang Wuji's body. Each small sword is extremely sharp, and the sharpness contained in it makes countless people shudder.
Holy light sword kill. Those 2 words came out of Shang Wuji's mouth.
In an instant, dozens of long swords suddenly shot out at such a fast speed that they were like shooting stars. When it fell on the ferocious beasts, the beasts were all annihilated by the holy light and their figures disappeared instantly. At this point, the actions of the 3 geniuses were all extremely shocking.
These are the 3 great geniuses. I told you they weren't serious, right?
Every time he attacked, he killed nearly dozens of ferocious beasts.
Oh my god. Even if Chen Mo tried his best, he wouldn't have achieved this result.
Outside the screen, the eyes of countless geniuses were sparkling with stars, and their blood suddenly boiled. If they were outside, this group of geniuses would be role models for others to learn from. But here, top geniuses like Shang Wuji are their objects of study. Why do they like to drag Brother Chen down so much? Yi Kong listened to the voices of the people around him and spoke in a low voice with dissatisfaction. Among the crowd, he saw that the one who was shouting the most happily was Xiao Wuheng.
Just now when Chen Mo was here, Xiao Wuheng didn't even dare to fart. It's simple. Everyone has jealousy. Yan Jinghong said calmly, it's obvious that they don't think that Chen Mo, a guy from Jiangnan province, can achieve such outstanding results. Chen Mo will slap them in the face. Li Xuanyun's eyes dropped. Did you figure it out? Yan Jinghong turned his head away. I feel like that.
Li Xuanyun said with a smile, I'm sure that Chen Mo's strength is definitely not weaker than the 3 great geniuses. The people who are mocking Chen Mo now are just like those who mocked him during the college entrance exam.
I believe Chen Mo.
And at this moment, the battlefield space underwent another huge change.
An extremely terrifying aura suddenly surged out from the thick black fog. Chapter 37 The 4th Level of U World.
Suddenly, the calls of various birds were heard from the dark sky.
In an instant, everyone's gaze suddenly froze. Inside the monitoring room,
Gu Linghan and the others immediately stood up and looked at Huo Xiao in surprise, who had a smiling face.
You also arranged for flying beasts? Huo Xiao smiled lightly, there's no other way. It's to get high-quality students. You guys also know that the military arrangements have been very tight lately?
The 3-school competition will be held in 2 months, and we'll be selecting people to join the various military departments. In that case, it's better to prepare in advance. Hearing Huo Xiao's voice, the deans of the 4 major colleges could only twitch their lips and ultimately said nothing. Lin Jianfeng laughed and said, Old Hua, on the battlefield, these flying beasts are mostly dealt with by laser weapons and suicide drones.
And now, if you ask them to solve these problems, I'm afraid they will suffer. Huo Xiao shrugged, how can this be considered suffering? This is a chance for people to show off. To show people? After thinking for a moment, everyone suddenly thought of a name Chen Mo. In an instant, Gu Linghan, Xiang Tianga, and Xin Tui's eyes widened as they stared at Huo Xiao motionlessly. My thoughts were lost in a myriad of thoughts. So what exactly is Chen Mo's charm? It is worthy of the attention of Old Hua, a 9th-rank martial king. Even if he has dual talents, it shouldn't be like this now. And on the virtual battlefield, an attack from the sky has already begun. Virtual battlefield. In the azure sky, countless geniuses suddenly turned their gazes towards the sky. Then, giant purple-black eagles suddenly appeared in the sky. Each eagle blocked out the sky and the sun. They were all at the high level of the 3rd grade and were extremely terrifying. After counting carefully, there were actually 10 of them soaring high in the sky. In an instant, many students' faces turned pale. Are you crazy? You're actually testing this with a flying beast? We don't have laser weapons. Damn it. It's over. Now those giant purple-black eagles in the sky have no choice but to come down. Everyone's faces turned gloomy. If the giant purple-black eagle came down from the sky, the destruction rate of the city defense would definitely increase rapidly. All of a sudden, the 36 geniuses gathered together to discuss countermeasures. Shang Wuji said, "My holy light sword is enough to kill the enemy. However, they are all soaring in the sky, and the attack of my sword will gradually weaken." Everyone's eyes dimmed again for a moment. Then, they turned their attention to Lan Qi, and Lan Qi also showed a helpless bitter smile. The purple-black giant eagle is famous for its speed, and its wings can also launch energy attacks. As you know, it's very difficult for a telekineticist to defend themselves solidly when they're attacking, especially in mid-air, where two fists can't stand up to four hands. In an instant, everyone's faces turned completely gloomy. Neither Lan Qi nor Shang Wuji could do it. It seemed that this time they could only wait until the purple-black giant eagle attacked the city wall before taking action against them. However, even if this action is taken, it will cause a huge blow to the destruction rate of the city wall. As for Gu Jin, there was no need to even consider him. He was a pure tank warrior and couldn't be very effective against attacks from the sky. But at this moment, a voice suddenly rang out. "Let me try." Looking at the purple-black giant eagle circling in the sky, Chen Mo smiled lightly. "Maybe I can really give it a try?" Everyone was stunned, with doubts in their eyes. Although the Dark Thunder Spear that Chen Mo displayed before was extremely powerful, it was also released at close range. If it was used against long-range sky-type beasts, it would not be so effective. At this moment, someone in the crowd stood up. "You can trust Chen Mo." Everyone's eyes turned to this person, who hesitated for a moment and said, "I've seen Chen Mo's college entrance examination video. Chen Mo definitely has this ability." College entrance exam video? Even Chen Mo felt a little surprised. Jiangnan province was only ranked last among the 54 provinces, but there were actually people who went out of their way to watch his video. This is surprising. At this time, Shang Wuji said, "Okay, then let Chen Mo try." For a moment, everyone looked at each other and made up their minds. The next moment, everyone appeared on the city wall at the same time, looking at the giant purple-black eagle circling in the sky with alert expressions. If Chen Mo fails, they will also attack with thunder and lightning, trying to minimize the destruction rate of the city defense. Only in this way can their scores and the rating of Dayu's artificial intelligence continue to improve. At this moment, the 10 giant purple-black eagles in the sky could no longer suppress their murderous intent to attack. They roared angrily and suddenly fell from the sky like purple-black meteors. Rumble! The huge body tore through the air and launched a suicidal attack on the city wall. Everyone's eyes fell on Chen Mo, wondering if this guy could take care of them all when the purple-black giant eagle landed on the city wall. And just at this moment, Chen Mo suddenly exhaled a breath of foul air. Then, he leaped up and suddenly landed on the only fluttering flag on the city wall. Next moment, when everyone's eyes were cast on Chen Mo, everyone's pupils suddenly shrank. I saw Chen Mo's figure and Dark Thunder energy surged out again. This time, the Dark Thunder energy was like a volcano that had been dormant for thousands of years, erupting with energy that seemed to be able to destroy the world. Is this the energy intensity that a mid-level second-grade warrior can release? A genius lips turned dry. You know, he has S-level supernatural powers, plus the realm of the initial stage of the third level. And it was precisely because of the combined ability of these two that he discovered that the energy intensity he released was not even 1/10 of Chen Mo's at the moment. However, Lan Qi and Gu Jin's pupils suddenly shrank. They didn't expect that Chen Mo had such energy intensity. But if you think about it carefully, I'm afraid that what erupted at this moment was Chen Mo's utmost effort. Thinking of this, the two of them breathed a sigh of relief. If he was still hiding his strength now, then his true strength would be extremely terrifying. A gleam of brilliance flashed across Shang Wuji's eyes, and it was unknown what he was thinking about. And standing on the flag, Chen Mo looked at the 10 giant purple-black eagles swooping down inside. "Why do you have to seek death? Then, try to use half of your strength." Suddenly, 4 pairs of Dark Thunder hands suddenly appeared, and strange runes also climbed up Chen Mo's cheeks. Immediately afterwards, 4 pairs of giant hands suddenly stretched out and pointed their fingers in front of Chen Mo in strange shapes. Under countless astonished gazes, Chen Mo suddenly uttered 2 words. "Dark Thunder, 4th level, you sure?" Chapter 38 Shocking New Student. Dark Thunder, 4th level, you sure?
As Chen Mo's voice fell, a dark roulette that seemed to be able to cut through everything suddenly appeared in the central area where the 4 pairs of hands were gathered.
The roulette wheel spins very fast.
If you don't look carefully, you might think it is just an ordinary round disc. The terrifying energy gathered rapidly, and the dark thunder energy displayed made everyone's scalp tingle.
However, this is not enough.
The other 3 giant hands suddenly trembled, and then 3 high-speed rotating dark wheels appeared again. Finally, the 4 dark wheels completely merged together, turning into a circular disc with a radius of half a meter, which was rotating at a terrifying speed. The terrifying power it exuded actually caused the surrounding space to begin to twist and tremble violently.
So strong.
All the contempt on Lan Qi and Gu Jin's faces had disappeared, replaced by an extremely certain and solemn look. If this attack landed on them and they didn't have enough means to defend themselves, they would probably die on the spot. Shang Wuji also raised his eyebrows. It seemed that the guy in front of him who used dark energy was a little different from what he had imagined. As everyone looked at him in astonishment, Yushur was completely condensed under Chen Mo's giant hand.
Roar!
Accompanied by the cries of giant eagles, the giant eagles in the sky were getting closer and closer, almost like 10 steel chariots falling from the sky. However, it was at this moment that Chen Mo took action.
In an instant, the dark thunder wheel in his hand was completely released. Laugh!
The huge dark thunder wheel completely tore the space apart, and all of a sudden, the entire space seemed to become dark. Faintly, there was the roar of thunder. The giant purple-black eagle in the sky looked at the dark thunder wheel and suddenly felt that all the feathers on its body were about to stand up.
They want to retreat. However, it was too late.
The huge dark thunder wheel, as if it had gained so-called intelligence, launched a devastating attack on the closest purple-black giant eagle. With just a swish, a third-grade high-level purple-black giant eagle was cut in half on the spot.
And then, it was the second one.
The third head.
The fourth one.
In an instant, the 10 giant purple-black eagles that were previously alive and kicking and trying to attack the city wall were suddenly split into 2 halves by Chen Mo. A bloody rain fell from the sky, like a drifting drizzle, covering the entire city wall.
Quiet! Quiet! Countless people stared at Chen Mo in amazement, their throats churning.
They wanted to say something, but they couldn't utter a word. Before this, no one had thought that Chen Mo could actually use one move to instantly kill these ferocious beasts that posed the most terrifying threat to them. No one would have thought that a young man from the last-ranked Jiangnan province could actually be on par with the 3 geniuses. They originally thought that even if Chen Mo used the so-called Dark Thunder giant gun to attack, he would need to fire one shot at a time, and even halfway through the firing, there would be a certain degree of weakening. However, they did not expect that Chen Mo had created another unique skill. The 4th level of U-World. This name was deeply embedded in their hearts. Looking at the thin figure standing on one leg on the flag, it would be difficult for these geniuses to forget it.
No wonder the city's destruction rate is 0%. With this level of damage, how can those armored pigs pose a threat?
Lan Qi shook her head, feeling that her previous contempt had become extremely stupid. It seems that in this exam, perhaps only Shang Wuji can compete with him.
Gu Jin revealed a bitter smile.
Judging from the energy intensity of the 4th level Yushur, it was far beyond his ability to deal with. I'm afraid that only Saint Wuji can be compared to him.
But now, Gu Jin was secretly looking forward to it. Who was stronger, Shang Wuji or Chen Mo?
It was at this time that everyone understood why Shang Wuji took the initiative to ask Chen Mo at the school gate.
One represents the incomparably holy light. One represents extremely violent darkness. Perhaps, these two were born to compete.
Under the gazes of countless people, Shang Wuji looked at Chen Mo falling from the sky and smiled lightly.
You are very strong. I'm looking forward to playing against you.
If it is said that Shang Wuji fought with Chen Mo for fun only because Chen Mo possessed dark energy.
However, the current Shang Wuji truly treats Chen Mo as his opponent. Chen Mo's strength is definitely not as simple as it seems.
This guy is worthy of being his opponent. Suddenly, Shang Wuji stretched out his hand and wanted to shake hands with Chen Mo.
Chen Mo smiled lightly and extended his hand. Shang Wuji, nice to meet you.
Shang Wuji said with a smile.
Chen Mo. Chen Mo nodded.
He saw a hint of kindness in Shang Wuji's eyes, as well as an astonishing boiling murderous intent.
It's terrifying.
Looking at the 2 people who suddenly shook hands, all the geniuses present were suddenly shocked. The scene of Chen Mo using the 4th level of Yushur to kill the giant purple black eagle, and the subsequent handshake with Shang Wuji, was suddenly transmitted through the screen to the eyes of the geniuses in the virtual space.
Countless people were shocked by it. After a brief moment of eerie silence, a flood of discussion followed. My question is, I shouldn't have doubted Chen Mo before. Chen Mo is indeed one of the 4 heavenly prodigies. Yes. I've said it before. Chen Mo is definitely one of the 4 heavenly prodigies. Didn't you just slander Chen Mo?
I declare that Chen Mo is now my idol for the past 4 years of college.
Oh my god.
4th level Yushur, what a terrifying attack.
Dark God.
The eyes of countless geniuses were filled with fiery passion, and everyone was shocked.
When a strong person inexplicably surpasses you, people will raise corresponding doubts. However, only when that strong man truly displays his terrifying methods in front of you will everyone admire him. And at this moment, Chen Mo was obviously such a representative.
Xiao Wuhan, who had slandered Chen Mo, now had a red face, stammered, and couldn't utter a word. In the 3-person team from Jiangnan province, the 3 of them stared blankly at the high-spirited Chen Mo on the screen and smiled lightly.
See, I told you, Chen Mo will definitely get first place.
Li Xuanyun spread his hands, looking confident of victory. But in fact, if you look closely, you can see Li Xuanyun's trembling hands.
Same. Li Xuanyun was almost shocked to death. Chapter 39, Mutated Ferocious Beast. Who could have thought that Chen Mo could actually unleash such terrifying power?
That is a 3rd-grade flying beast, a powerful weapon on the battlefield. In high school military classes, they were warned by their teachers that if they encountered flying beasts in the future, they must find appropriate cover to hide and not blindly confront the enemy.
It's simply because below the 6th-grade Grandmaster realm, the threat posed by ferocious beasts to humans is simply too great. The ability to fly and long-range attacks combined makes it invincible. And now, Chen Mo actually killed instantly with just one unique move?
What's more, there's not even a trace of sweat on his face, which clearly means he's not using any strength.
Thinking of this, Li Xuanyun took a breath. This guy has become so fucking strong. Yan Jinghong also realized at this moment, how long has it been? Chen Mo has become so terrifying.
If Wang Tianming and Long Haoran saw this, they would probably be unable to sleep. At the same time, the 3 of them suddenly discovered that there were a lot of astonished gazes around them, all directed towards the 3 of them from Jiangnan province.
This includes shock, surprise, fear, respect, and so on. The 3 of them knew that almost all of this was caused by Chen Mo.
Still remember when the 3 of them were at the school gate complaining that Jiangnan province was not getting enough attention, Chen Mo told them that he would bring the entire Jiangnan province to the spotlight.
Unexpectedly, Chen Mo really did it. When the attentive gazes came over, everyone's faces showed a little pride and a little shyness. However, they felt really happy in their hearts. I haven't felt this good in a long time. If this news got passed back to Jiangnan province, it would probably cause an earth-shaking shock. At the same time, in the monitoring room, the deans of the 4 major colleges looked at Chen Mo in the video in a trance. Gu Linghan pointed at Chen Mo and looked at Lin Jianfeng. You said this is a mid-level 2nd-grade warrior? Tell me honestly, what level is Chen Mo's dark power?
In an instant, the deans of the 3 colleges reacted immediately.
They were not fools. How could a mere mid-level 2nd-rank warrior unleash such terrifying power? Is this definitely an SS-level ability?
Yes, before each student entered school, they had observed each student's file, and in Chen Mo's file, there was only an ordinary SS-level dark ability written.
SS superpowers have existed in the past, but the overall combat power unleashed is not strong. Therefore, everyone ignored Chen Mo. And now, the talent Chen Mo showed was really an SS-level dark talent? Seeing that he could no longer hide it, Lin Jianfeng chuckled. It is indeed not SS level, but SSS-level Dark Divine Body. SSS-level Dark Divine Body? All of a sudden, everyone looked at each other in bewilderment. Damn it, this time Lin Jianfeng really tricked them. They had previously thought that Lin Jianfeng was attracted to Chen Mo and had made an exception to apply for him to compete for the immortal weapon. As a result, now, it is actually an SSS-level Dark Divine Body, which is not surprising. No, he is not only an SSS Dark Divine Body, he also masters a kind of lightning power. Shen Tuyi from Yutian Academy reacted. The lightning ability awakened by the SSS-level Dark Divine Body must be at least S-level or above, otherwise, the combination would not have this effect, said Xiang Tianga from Lingtian Academy. Suddenly, the entire monitoring room was shocked. SSS-level Dark Divine Body plus S-level Lightning ability. This Chen Mo is definitely an unprecedented monster.
Yes, in the minds of the three deans, Chen Mo's talent has surpassed the top geniuses and reached the level of a monster. Looking at the three people's extremely surprised expressions, Lin Jianfeng felt very happy. I told you guys to look down on Chen Mo from the beginning. However, the next moment, the words of Xing Tianyi, the dean of Zhongtian College, completely threw the three of them into confusion. There are more than two talents.
There is also a talent for comprehension that is not inferior to mine.
In an instant, everyone, including Huo Xiu, looked at Xing Tianyi intently. Those eyes, as big as copper bells, seemed to be saying three words, "Are you sure?" However, Xing Tianyi smiled lightly.
I'm 100% sure.
You know, talents of the comprehension type are almost impossible to detect. However, it can be sensed by warriors who also possess the gift of comprehension. You all know that the reason I'm able to practice the peerless martial arts of Zhongtian Academy is precisely because I possess SS-level Qitian talent. Now it seems that Chen Mo's comprehension talent should be on par with mine.
All of a sudden, the entire monitoring room fell into absolute silence. SSS-level Dark Divine Body plus S-level Lightning ability plus comprehension talent that is no less than SS level. So, how many surprises will Chen Mo give them?
The next moment, Gu Linghan suddenly said, "Old Xing, I'll give you my elixir."
Chen Mo will be assigned to our Tongtian Academy. As for the fight for the immortal weapon, our academy also allows it. Chen Mo, it's worth going to the battle for the immortal weapon. All of a sudden, the deans of the four major colleges became noisy.
Xin Tui of Yutian Academy said, "You're talking nonsense.
Chen Mo's talent is definitely suitable for our Yutian Academy. He should come to our Yutian Academy."
Lingtian Academy's Xiang Tianga also became anxious. My Lingtian Academy specializes in speed training, which is also suitable for Chen Mo.
The corner of Xing Tianyi's mouth twitched from Zhongtian Academy.
He remembered that these people had used some unknown expressions to suppress Chen Mo at the beginning.
Now I know Chen Mo's talent.
Their faces changed faster than those of Peking opera singers.
Everyone looked surprised.
You know, Chen Mo's realm at this moment is just the middle of the second level, and he has not yet unleashed his strongest combat power.
If you give it your all, how strong will you be? Throwing this dark horse into the battle for immortal artifacts, wouldn't it produce even more brilliant results? For example, can Chen Mo, as a freshman, obtain the ownership of the immortal weapon? This is really exciting.
Lin Jianfeng looked at the deans of the four major colleges in front of him and sighed.
Why is this scene so similar to the one where the three admissions directors were fighting over Chen Mo? However, this kind of scene is probably even bigger.
However, at this moment, Huo Xiu smiled lightly and waved his hand.
Okay, no need to worry. After the battle to defend the city is over, let's fight for it, right?
They are still taking exams now. Huo Xiu smiled and said, "There are a few more big ones coming up, and I'm going to give them some." For a moment, everyone's eyes turned to Huo Xiu, who smiled strangely and said three words.
Mutation level.
A bloody battlefield on a virtual helmet.
The 36 young men were obviously a little excited. Just now, they realized how terrifying Chen Mo was.
And now, standing in the front are Chen Mo, Gu Jin, Lan Qi, and Shang Wuji. Yes, all the geniuses believed that with Chen Mo's strength, he deserved to stand at the forefront.
However, at this moment, two overwhelming pressures surged out from the black fog.
In an instant, everyone's expression changed. When looking at the figure that emerged from the terrifying black fog, the faces of some geniuses suddenly turned pale.
Chapter 40 Betting.
In the endless darkness, two mammoth beasts as big as steel tanks slowly stepped out. With every step, the ground suddenly collapsed and shattered into countless cracks. The enormous power enveloped everyone like the sky and the sun.
That's a high-level third-grade mutant mammoth. Why did a mammoth appear in the city defense?
I heard that this mammoth can only be dealt with by using artillery shells.
At the very least, a fourth-grade warrior is needed. It's over.
It really turns up the intensity on us guys. Feeling the sudden momentum coming from the mammoth, everyone's heart suddenly stopped for a moment.
The reason is simple: the mutant mammoth is simply too powerful.
Behind the two mutated mammoths, dozens of third-grade ferocious beasts followed closely and roared at them.
Roar! The huge sound spread out, making people feel pain in their eardrums. And outside the screen, most geniuses are already feeling uneasy.
Not only does the mutated mammoth have amazing combat power, but even its roar can have a certain attack effect.
It's over. Those geniuses are in trouble. Yeah.
I heard from my uncle that mammoths are the most difficult to deal with among the low-grade ferocious beasts, let alone this mutated mammoth. It seems that the test for geniuses is 10 times stronger than that for geniuses like us. Otherwise, how could he be called a genius? But, I wonder who can take care of those two mutant mammoths. It should be Chen Mo and Shang Wuji, right? Someone said. Yes, only two people can deal with such a mutated third-grade high-level mammoth, and Gu Jin and Lan Qi are a little bit short of it.
For a moment, everyone quieted down.
They had a natural trust in Shang Wuji. As for Chen Mo, they naturally also had great expectations. You know, now it's a land battle again, and the Yushur that Chen Mo used before is probably only effective in the sky. If it's on land, it would probably be difficult to destroy the mutant mammoth's defense. But you never know if they have any hidden cards. So, with all kinds of expectations, everyone's eyes were once again cast on the screen. On the virtual battlefield, the geniuses could already feel the earth shaking. At the front, Chen Mo and Shang Wuji stood side by side. Shall I deal with the one on the right? Shang Wuji said. A hint of fighting spirit flashed across his eyes, and this fighting spirit was not only directed at the mutant mammoth, but more of a declaration of war against Chen Mo. You know, the holy light power and the dark power are clearly distinguished and are often on opposite sides. Therefore, Shang Wuji did not want to admit that he was weaker than Chen Mo. Not to mention, the arrogance in Shang Wuji's bones would never let him think that he was weaker than Chen Mo. After hearing this, Chen Mo nodded, okay. Then, Chen Mo turned his head and looked at all the geniuses including Gu Jin and Lan Qi. The rest, I'll leave it to you. Gu Jin and Lan Qi looked at each other and knew that this was the only way. In front of the mutant mammoth, they did not have the confidence to win absolutely. However, if you are aggressive and choose an opponent that is not suitable for you, it is likely to lead to an increase in the rate of destruction of the city defense.
This is absolutely not advisable. Suddenly, Chen Mo laughed and said, can you help me with that big gun? I want a longer and thicker one. Gun? Everyone was stunned. Could Chen Mo actually use a gun?
You know, since Chen Mo came to the team battle, he has never been seen using a gun.
Even the giant gun condensed by the terrifying dark giant hand was just regarded by everyone as a form of attack. Who would have thought that Chen Mo could actually use a gun?
However, everyone was curious about whether Chen Mo's marksmanship had reached the subtle level.
Soon, a man threw a 3-meter-5 giant gun.
The huge silver gun turned into a meteor and shot towards Chen Mo. Looking at the spear that was getting bigger and bigger in his eyes, Chen Mo smiled lightly, turned sideways slightly, and in an instant, he grabbed the huge gun handle in his hand.
In an instant, Chen Mo's temperament suddenly changed drastically.
If the previous Chen Mo was like a black hole in the depths, carrying the pressure of thunder, then at this moment, Chen Mo turned into an astonishing giant gun with a sharp aura, standing in place like a mountain.
This guy actually knows how to use a gun. One of them said in disbelief as his pupils shrank. Shang Wuji glanced at Chen Mo and was slightly shocked.
He originally thought that Chen Mo was just gifted with supernatural powers, but he didn't expect that he also had superb talent in martial arts. You know, after ordinary people cultivate supernatural powers, it becomes very difficult for them to practice martial arts. It is difficult to cultivate supernatural powers by practicing martial arts. I didn't expect this guy to practice both at the same time.
But, even if Chen Mo is like this, doesn't Shang Wuji have this ability?
He also knows martial arts at the subtle level.
Concentrating his mind, Shang Wuji looked at the mutated mammoth in the distance and asked, who can kill it faster? Hearing Shang Wuji's voice, everyone was stunned and looked at Chen Mo, who had an indifferent expression on his face. The latter smiled lightly and said, come on.
It just so happens that I haven't used my spear skills for a long time, so I'll use this beast to practice.
At this moment, a loud voice rang out. Roar!
In front of the black fog, the two mutated mammoths, accompanied by countless ferocious beasts, suddenly charged forward. Their enormous power made the earth look like a dragon turning over.
Rumble! Superior!
In an instant, countless geniuses turned into phantoms and quickly joined the battle, fighting with countless ferocious beasts. At the two ends of the center of the battle, in front of each of the two mutated mammoths, there was actually a thin figure standing. Looking at the mammoth beast in front of him, Shang Wuji's face became solemn and he suddenly raised his hands.
Holy light radiant armor!
Suddenly, countless rays of holy light climbed up his body like air dragons, and then quickly condensed into layers of thick holy light armor around his body. This holy light armor immediately attracted the attention of countless people. "So strong," exclaimed a genius. Then, Shang Wuji suddenly raised his hands high, and in an instant, two long swords wrapped in holy light suddenly appeared in his hands covered by his robe. In an instant, Shang Wuji's appearance and temperament changed drastically. The whole person stood on the battlefield like a long sword reaching the sky. Countless people were shocked by this. Shang Wuji's swordsmanship has actually reached the subtle level? Oh my god. It's hidden too well. Holy crap. I watched his college entrance exam videos, and he never used any of them. Looks like he was forced to do this by the mutant mammoth. No, it wasn't the mutant mammoth who forced me to do this, it was Chen Mo who forced me to do this. Amidst the exclamations of countless people, Shang Wuji glanced at Chen Mo. He looked and saw the surprise that flashed across Chen Mo's eyes. And this is the effect he wants. Come on, Chen Mo. Next, there's something even more shocking for you. Chapter 41 True Self-Level. Looking at the mutated mammoth in front of him, a slight curve appeared on the corner of Shang Wuji's mouth. Holy light sword destruction. I saw that Saint Wuji murmured softly, and his hands shot out like lightning, and in an instant, they fell on one of the mutant mammoths. Boom! Under the astonished gazes of countless people, the mutant mammoth was instantly sent flying backwards by the impact of the holy sword light. The huge body howled, and a blood mark appeared on the surface of the membrane. Damn! Isn't this too strong? The swordsmanship has reached the pinnacle of the subtle level. So this is where Brother Shang's hidden trick is. It's over. This time, the mutant mammoth is really going to be killed. Chen Mo's bet is going to fail. You know, the mutant mammoth's defense is extremely strong. However, Shang Wuji was able to rely on the power of his two swords to knock the mutant mammoth away. Even scars were left on the surface of the mutant mammoth's membrane. What a terrifying strength. You know, some warriors at the initial stage of the 4th rank find this mutant mammoth extremely difficult to deal with. And under Shang Wuji's response, it seems so easy. Sometimes people have to admit how big the gap between them is. On the other side is the battlefield between Chen Mo and the mutant mammoth. Speaking of Chen Mo, even Shang Wuji's gaze was directed in Chen Mo's direction. They were all looking forward to seeing how these dark horse-top geniuses would perform. However, when they looked in the direction of Chen Mo, everyone's eyes suddenly stopped. In an instant, goosebumps appeared on the skin of many geniuses. I saw a long spear climbing up the endless darkness and thunder light in the direction of Chen Mo. A terrifying pressure suddenly condensed within the giant spear. Chen Mo, wearing black armor, stood in front of the mutated mammoth, his jet black hair dancing wildly, like a general standing in an ancient battlefield. An astonishing spear intent erupted like a volcano that had not erupted for thousands of years, shocking countless people. The energy emanating from Chen Mo was actually the embryonic form of gun intent? What is the prototype of gun intent? That is something that only a demon who has reached the level of true self and marksmanship can comprehend. Whenever someone can reach the true self stage in spearmanship, he will be able to comprehend the prototype of the supreme spear intent. Once you understand it, the spear you use will be several times more effective than before. This is something that many martial arts geniuses pursue their entire lives but find difficult to achieve. And now, they actually saw it on Chen Mo? This guy, is he really a genius? A genius exclaimed. Everyone was shocked by this. The embryonic form of the gun intent that was emitted actually spread out like a tide. Lan Qi and Gu Jin also felt it immediately, and stared at Chen Mo with their eyes as big as copper bells. What a monster! Lan Qi said with a wry smile. How can I compare with this? Gu Jin was slightly stunned. And that Shang Wuji, at this moment, clenched the two swords in his hands, and a very uncomfortable feeling of loss passed through his heart. His true self-level spearmanship is one level higher than his subtle-level swordsmanship. The level of true self is also what Shang Wuji has been pursuing. Just how terrifying is this guy's talent? In the virtual space, the geniuses from 54 provinces were all dumbfounded when they saw the aura emanating from Chen Mo. My mind went blank. The entire venue fell into silence again because of Chen Mo. After a long time, the gurgling sound of swallowing saliva was heard again and again. True self-level spearmanship. This guy, in terms of martial arts talent, actually has such attainments? A terrifying dual talent, coupled with true self-level spearmanship, this is a top-tier genius. No. This is a demon level. Such a terrifying contestant actually appeared in our class. The most shocking thing is that this monster actually came from Jiangnan province, which was previously ranked almost last. While everyone looked shocked, some people's faces turned red like monkey butts. For example, Xiao Wuhong and Guo Fengyue, when they thought of the bad words they had said to Chen Mo before, for a moment, they couldn't help but want to slap themselves 2 or 3 times.
Why was I so mean back then? And just at this moment. In an instant, everyone's eyes suddenly turned to the 3 people from Jiangnan province.
Yan Ginghon, Li Xuanyun and Yi Kong were also in great shock.
No? Chen Mo's marksmanship has broken through to the true self level? Li Xuanyun was dumbfounded.
You know, when Chen Mo fought him in the Battle Royale mode before, the subtle marksmanship he displayed had already made him feel despair.
And now, Chen Mo actually displayed his true self level marksmanship? How long has it been? Only a month?
This guy's speed of becoming stronger is truly terrifying.
Damn, what a monster!
Yan Jinghong cursed inwardly, he wasn't this scary even a month ago.
Brother Chen is really amazing.
Yi Kang's eyes were about to burst into stars. As everyone was shocked, even the leaders in the monitoring room suddenly looked at each other in confusion. If one were to say that Xing Tianyi from Zhongtian Academy had said something previously, one would still have some doubts. But after Chen Mo displayed his true self-level marksmanship, this idea suddenly vanished into thin air and completely disappeared.
He definitely has the talent for comprehension. Gu Linghan said with certainty. Triple talent. Triple talent. There are not many such people in human history. Shen Tuyi became excited.
True self-level spearmanship, having comprehended the rudiments of spear intent, this alone is enough to be worthy of the title of a demon.
Xiang Tiange's eyes narrowed. What's more, Chen Mo's realm is only the middle stage of the 2nd level. Middle of the 2nd grade.
Comprehend the true self-level shooting skills. For a moment, the 4 deans, along with Lin Jianfeng and Huo Xiu, all felt their scalps tingling. You know, they can only barely get access to true self-level martial arts when they become 5th grade warriors.
Contact with a 2nd grade warrior? As a 2nd grade warrior, they couldn't even imagine entering the subtle level of martial arts? Chen Mo, you must come to our college.
Suddenly, the deans of the 4 major colleges had their eyes lit up, and they wished they could get Chen Mo on the spot.
Such strength. Even among sophomores, this is at the average limit. If I participate in the competition for the immortal weapon, I'm afraid there will be no problem at all.
Perhaps that is where Chen Mo's real stage lies. Lin Jianfeng also felt a surge of joy in his heart.
A monster with 3 great talents.
If Yixingchen and Qin Xian knew that they had missed out on such a monster, they would be so angry that they would vomit blood on the spot. At this time, Huo Xiu, the vice president, said with a smile, Lin Jianfeng's investment this time is truly a wise one. But everyone, you can also take a good look at the strength of Chen Mo's prototype of spear intent.
It's not too late to make a decision then.
For a moment, everyone turned their attention over there again. On the screen, Chen Mo's eyes, which were like black holes, suddenly opened wide.
Chapter 42 I'm not as good as you.
As those eyes that were like black holes opened, Chen Mo's aura at this moment also reached its peak.
Buzz. Countless air dragons made up of dark thunders were lingering around him.
The whole person seemed to be covered with a layer of dark lightning light, and strange rune patterns appeared on both sides of his cheeks. It was at this moment that the mutated mammoth on the opposite side seemed to sense a huge threat. The mutated mammoth roared and charged towards Chen Mo with the pressure of a steel tank.
Rumble. Rumble.
Under the astonished gazes of countless people, the mutant mammoths trampled huge cracks on the ground, making countless people terrified by its power. Looking at the mutated mammoth that was constantly enlarging in his sight, Chen Mo just smiled lightly.
Ant.
But the noise it caused was still quite loud. At this moment, the dark thunder spear in Chen Mo's hand, like a long dragon, suddenly stabbed towards the head of the mutant mammoth.
Buzz.
The long spear wrapped in the power of dark thunder, combined with the gun intent generated by the true self-level gun skills, the momentum of the dark thunder giant spear is as terrifying as a storm. In an instant, the spear tore through the air. In an instant, the terrifying tip of the gun was already against the head of the mutant mammoth. Then, the dark thunder spear pierced through the mutant mammoth's head like a tornado. Tear. The entire mutant mammoth was split into 2 halves in an instant, and countless blood splattered everywhere, covering the earth with warm blood. This mutant beast that made countless people tremble in their hearts was killed by Chen Mo with a single shot in just a moment.
This guy is too powerful? A genius felt his legs go slightly weak. Who could have imagined that Chun Mo could unleash such terrifying power? No one expected it.
The terrifying Dark Thunder energy and true self-level gun talent, no matter how many of them appear on an ordinary genius, will cause shock in an entire province. But at this moment, the two of them converged into the same person, and suddenly everyone felt like there was something stuck in their throat.
There are no adjectives to describe Chen Mo's horror.
At this moment, Gu Jin and Lan Qi also stopped killing the ferocious beasts for a while.
Gu Jin gave a bitter laugh. I'm not as good as him.
This was the first time he admitted defeat in front of others.
You know, he was born in the Gu family.
At the same time, he was the top genius in the #1 middle school in the provincial capital, and everyone envied him. But in front of Chen Mo, his title of genius seemed fake.
Chen Mo, I think he can compete with the #1 guy in the capital, right?
Lan Qi smacked her lips and said in disbelief.
You know, Lan Qi is the runner-up in the capital, ranking second in the capital, and the #1 genius is known as the most terrifying monster in recent years.
However, when comparing that monster with Chen Mo, Lan Qi felt that the monster pales in comparison.
For the Kyoto Lan family, this is already an extremely terrifying compliment.
And on the other side,
Shang Wuji's hands trembled slightly.
He looked at the mutant mammoth that was killed instantly by Chen Mo, and his mind was a little confused.
How is that possible? Is Chun Mo really stronger than me? And, he's actually even stronger than me?
You know, Shang Wuji chose Shenyuan Martial Arts University with the purpose of getting the first place in the entrance examination, gaining admission to the 4 major colleges, and receiving the admiration of countless people.
But now, Chen Mo, who possesses dark powers, has completely surpassed him? Shocking. Stunned. Incredible.
All kinds of emotions flooded into Shang Wuji's heart, and he even felt a sense of brokenness in his heart.
Since he was born, Shang Wuji never thought he could lose to anyone.
But in Chen Mo, he actually felt a sense of frustration that he had never felt before.
Just now he was feeling proud of inflicting a wound on a mutant mammoth with a single sword strike, but now he can kill a mutant mammoth instantly with a single gunshot? The difference between the two is as huge as heaven and earth. This is shit.
All of Shang Wuji's previous pride was completely shattered here. However, before Shang Wuji could think more, the mutated mammoth in front of him suddenly stood up. Those bulging eyes seemed to be filled with blood because of Shang Wuji's sword or the death of his companions. In just a moment, the mutated mammoth rushed towards Shang Wuji. The huge body was like a steel tank, bringing a devastating blow to Shang Wuji.
It's over. Shang Wuji's face turned pale and his heart trembled. His attention was just attracted by Chen Mo.
At this moment, the ferocious mammoth beast attacked him, but Shang Wuji did not react at all. But when he noticed it and wanted to raise his two-handed sword, it was too late.
The mutated mammoth was charging forward, its head as hard as steel rushing towards Shang Wuji like a tide. And just at this moment,
a faint murmur suddenly resounded throughout the world.
Dark Thunder throwing spear.
Chen Mo exhaled a breath of foul air, and his body suddenly bent down with flexibility like a spring. Immediately afterwards, the 5-meter-long gun suddenly flew out of his hand.
Rumble.
The huge spear completely tore through the air and shot towards the mutated mammoth that was attacking Shang Wuji.
Bang.
Under the shocked gazes of countless people, Chen Mo's spear suddenly pierced the mutant mammoth's head.
With a puff, the entire head suddenly exploded. The second mutant mammoth. Die. The entire battlefield fell silent.
Whether it was the mutated ferocious beast simulated by the virtual space or the geniuses defending the city, they all felt their whole bodies stagnate.
What kind of monster is this guy? 2 shots to kill 2 mutant mammoths? Is this person really from the same class as us? Is this person truly a second-rank warrior? Is this person truly from Jiangnan province, and not the illegitimate son of some military leader?
All the geniuses made a roaring sound. The group of ferocious beasts seemed to have sensed Chen Mo's terror. They all took a deep breath, and ran out of the black fog again with trembling bodies.
Dayu's artificial intelligence simulation is the most advanced thing on the entire blue planet. Because it is almost a 100% simulation of the wisdom of the ferocious beast. And now, these ferocious beasts were actually scared and retreated because they were afraid of Chen Mo. No genius has ever thought about this. However, they knew that the reason for this was because Chen Mo was standing on the battlefield. Are you okay?
Chen Mo stepped forward and stood in front of Shang Wuji. Looking at Chen Mo's handsome face, Shang Wuji was stunned and smiled bitterly.
Really? Turn out to be I'm really no match for you.
All the geniuses looked shocked.
Because it was hard for them to imagine that Shang Wuji would actually say such words to Chen Mo. Chapter 43, The Lord of Fierce Beasts.
You know, Shang Wuji's strength has always been considered the best among all the freshmen in Xianyuan Martial Arts University. The fighting ability he demonstrated in the college entrance examination naturally made countless people recognize his title.
And now, he actually admitted that he was weaker than the other party?
If it were in the past, these geniuses would definitely shake their heads and express a negative attitude towards this.
However, the person Shang Wuji was talking to was Chen Mo. In an instant, everyone just felt that it was right.
At this moment, the fighting power displayed by Chen Mo is absolutely worthy of such a title. After hearing what Shang Wuji said, Chen Mo just smiled lightly. You are not bad, you are just a little bit short of me.
A few billion? Is that really billions?
A rare bitter smile appeared on Shang Wuji's face. Chen Mo, at this moment, has become the undisputed #1 freshman. Along with the spread of the footage of Chen Mo killing 2 mutated beasts, and the bitter smile that Shang Wuji finally revealed, countless geniuses on the virtual screen suddenly felt their scalps tingling.
Who could have imagined that Chen Mo could reach such a terrifying level? Who could have imagined that Chen Mo could be even more powerful than Saint Wuji? Who could have imagined that Chen Mo could actually be ranked first among the freshmen at Xianyuan Martial Arts University today?
If someone had told them before that the freshman at Xianyuan Martial Arts University this year was Chen Mo, they would have just sneered and ridiculed him. And now, almost none of them could laugh anymore. Because, in front of them, there is a terrifying genius who is suppressing this group of college entrance examination geniuses from all over the country.
Forgive me for being blind before. Stronger than Saint Wuji, holy shit. I can't even imagine it.
I want to ask, who has Chen Mo's contact list?
I want to make friends with Chen Mo.
I also want to give Chen Moshing a monkey.
You're a fucking man. It would be about the same if it were me.
Countless discussions were heard, but their tone was full of shock and astonishment towards Chen Mo.
In a corner of the entire viewing area, 3 people from Jiangbei #1 Middle School were also staring at Chen Mo's image on the screen in a daze.
Brother Chen, did he really get first place? Yi Kam almost screamed out. You know, although Chen Mo has never experienced a real struggle with Shang Wuji, however, with the help of this mutated mammoth at the moment, he can prove their true level from the side. Saint Wuji's sword left a scar.
But Chen Mo was able to kill the mutant mammoth with one shot. Comparing the two, Chen Mo's horror is clearly visible. Li Xuanyun shook his head. I never thought this guy could actually achieve such dazzling results in the entrance exam.
Yan Jinghong smacked his lips.
I never expected that.
I bet even Wang Tianming and Long Haoren wouldn't have guessed that.
You have to know that their province is only ranked last among the 54 provinces. They have always been ranked at the bottom in entrance examinations.
Yan Jinghong and others are also well aware of their achievements. However, among them, there is such a shining star who helped their grades break through to the first place in the entire Xianyuan Martial Arts University.
What an amazing achievement! If the news reached Jiangnan Province, the Provincial Education Bureau, all schools, and even Commander Su Lingyun would be shocked. Waiting for the entrance exam to be over, I'm afraid, this news will get out.
While countless students were shocked, even the 4 deans and the director of the admissions office, Lin Jianfeng, in the monitoring room were in shock. Looking at Chen Mo on the screen, who was facing countless respectful gazes, the 4 deans fell into a rare state of calm.
After a long time, Gu Linghan stared at Chen Mo intently. Chen Mo, you have the potential to be a 9th grade martial king. Shin Tuyi took a step forward, his eyes shining. No.
I think I can reach the level of half-step 10-piece martial saint.
Xian Tianga also nodded, triple talents, SSS-level Dark God Body plus Thunder talent, and also a talent for understanding.
Our Xianyuan Martial Arts University hasn't seen such a genius in decades. Xing Tianyi also said, I am really stunned.
This little guy is so strong. At this level, I estimate I can be around 80 by the time I'm a sophomore. TSK, if those sophomores knew that Chen Mo, a freshman, could compete with them for immortal weapons, I wonder what their expressions would be. Everyone was shocked by Chen Mo.
You know, in their original view, Chen Mo was just a lucky kid who got the top spot in the imperial examination in the bottom-ranked province. When they heard Lin Jianfeng say that he wanted to give Chen Mo a place to compete for the immortal weapon, they were all so angry that their faces turned red.
And now,
each of them was as fierce as a wolf or a tiger, with shining eyes, and they couldn't wait to eat Chen Mo up.
Gu Linghan said, "This boy has a destiny with my Tongtian Academy." Shin Tuyi angrily said, "Do you guys at Tongtian Academy have any shame? Just now you said Chen Mo was the most enthusiastic. We at Yutian Academy also welcome you." Xiang Tiange waved his hand, "Stop talking, you two are the ones who look down on Chen Mo the most. Let me come from Lingtian Academy." Xing Tianyi raised his eyes, "We at Zhongtian Academy also want Chen Mo." Just when everyone was about to start quarreling over Chen Mo, Lin Jianfeng suddenly coughed lightly twice. "Okay, stop arguing. Next, there is one last battle. It's not too late for you to watch it carefully." Lin Jianfeng chuckled, and the deans of the 4 major colleges turned their heads at the same time. The appearance of the mutant mammoth? Isn't that the highest exam question ever? Could it be even higher? Lin Jianfeng spread his hands, stretched out his finger, and pointed it at Huoxiu. The latter, however, smiled softly and said, "I haven't seen such a genius in a long time. Shouldn't we increase the difficulty?" Xing Tianyi asked, "How difficult do you plan to make it? Add a perfect 3rd grade mutant beast to give them some practice?" Gu Linghan added, "It's for Chen Mo to practice with. No one knows the limits of Chen Mo now." However, the words they heard next made the 4 major colleges stunned at the same time. Hua Xiudao. I plan to add a Beast Lord assessment for Chen Mo. The Beast Lord isn't strong either. As for the strength, it's good enough to be at the 3rd level. The 4 deans were all in a mess at the same time. Using a 3rd grade perfect Beast Lord to test a student who was only at the middle of the 2nd grade? Are you sure this isn't a joke? With everyone's surprised gazes, Huoxiu stroked his beard and said with a smile, "Daiyu Artificial Intelligence System, start the final trial assessment. Deploy the 3rd grade perfect Sword Tiger Lord. Regarding the pressure, release it all." As the screen in front of them flickered, everyone in the monitoring room looked at Chen Mo again. "This is a 3rd grade ferocious Beast Lord. I don't know Chen Mo. Is it possible?" Chapter 44 Sword Tiger. On the virtual battlefield on the screen, all the geniuses were cheering. "You know, if you get good grades in the entrance exam, you can get more rewards after the entrance exam. This reward is undoubtedly enviable. 0% city defense destruction rate." Some well-informed students said that this has already broken the final record of Xianyuan Martial Arts University's opening of this project. Therefore, the rewards they receive are definitely the highest among all grade levels. Thinking of this, the geniuses couldn't help but get excited, but there was no doubt that everyone knew the reason why they were able to obtain these rewards. That is, there is a monster named Chen Mo in their team. At this moment, everyone's eyes couldn't help but shine with golden light. Before this, no one could have imagined that Chen Mo was so strong. In this world, the strong are respected. As long as you are strong enough, everyone is worthy of respect. And now, all the geniuses have focused all their attention on Chen Mo. This exam should be over by now. Shang Muji said with a smile, "Let's fight again after we get out." Chen Mo smiled and said, "Okay, fighting in real life is also more exciting." Gu Jin raised his hand and said, "I want to spar with you. Your black armor looks very defensive." Lan Shi jumped up and said, "My dark gold flying knife may not be able to break your defense, but it will definitely make it difficult for you to defend yourself." Hearing the voices of the 3 top geniuses, the geniuses around them were extremely shocked. Before this, who could have imagined that the 3 top geniuses would act as challengers to Chen Mo? No one. After hearing what Gu Jin and Lan Shi said, Chen Mo nodded and said, "Okay, let's go out and try again later." Seeing that Chen Mo was so easy to talk to, the other geniuses were also eager to try. At this moment, the expressions of all the geniuses suddenly changed, and they immediately looked towards the surging black fog. Suddenly, an extremely terrifying aura burst out from the black fog. Rumble. The terrifying pressure exploded completely, and the eardrums of all the geniuses actually felt a dull pain under this pressure. What? I heard from my senior that mutant-level beasts are already the most terrifying test? No, why is there more? Wait, look at this pressure. Holy crap! What the hell is that? Amid the exclamations of countless people, a huge tiger-shaped beast that was 6 meters in size suddenly stepped out from the surging black fog. The tiger-shaped beast's body was a startling silver-white color, and its eyes were azure blue with a biting look. What makes people's scalps tingle the most is the 3 10-meter-long tail swords on the back of the tiger-shaped beast, hanging to the ground like blades. This is a Lord-level sword tiger. A genius face turned pale and he suddenly lost his voice.
He's still from the upper third rank. Lord level. These 4 words were like a heavy hammer, striking deeply into everyone's heart. You should know that ferocious beasts are generally divided into 3 levels: ordinary level, mutant level, and lord level. The lord level beasts are the strongest among all beasts of the same attributes and realm. Generally speaking, a lord level ferocious beast is powerful enough to kill a ferocious beast of the same kind across levels. Not to mention facing warriors who are born with weak bodies. Chapter 45: The Real Assessment. On the battlefield, when a 3rd grade lord level beast appears, it often requires several 4th grade beginner warriors to go and deal with it. And now, their final test in the city defense exam. It turned out to be a lord level sword tiger. 1-tail sword, ordinary level, 2-tail swords, mutant level, 3-tail swords, lord level. 3-tail swords came out at the same time, making it almost impossible to defeat them. It's over. The hearts of countless geniuses suddenly trembled. Even top geniuses like Shang Wuji, Lan Qi, and Gu Jin had an unprecedented solemnity on their faces. Outside the screen, countless people looked at the sword tiger and their bodies trembled suddenly. Even through the screen, they could feel the horror of the sword tiger. If they were to face such a ferocious beast in the real world, they would probably be killed instantly upon contact.
Chen Mo and the others are finished. A 3rd grade, high-level lord-level beast. No one can defeat it unless they are 4th grade warriors. Oh my god. This entrance exam is too difficult. We are simply the most miserable class. Everyone was talking about it, and their teeth couldn't help but feel sore. Among the 3 people from Jiangnan province, they couldn't help but look at each other, their faces turning pale. Their highest strength was only at the middle of the 2nd rank, and the oppressive feeling brought by the lord-level sword tiger was too strong. Yan Jinghong reacted, "I suspect this was set up specifically for Chen Mo." Li Shuanyan nodded, "It's possible." Yi Kong said, "What about Brother Chen? Isn't he doomed?" However, Yan Jinghong and Li Shuanyan shook their heads at the same time, and their eyes met Chen Mo's on the screen at the same time. "I can feel that Chen Mo is so damn confident," Yan Jinghong said. Li Shuanyan gave a thumbs up. Although the lord-level sword tiger is indeed very powerful, why does he feel that the lord-level sword tiger cannot defeat Chen Mo? Sword tiger. A perfect 3rd grade sword tiger. Old Hua, it's a relief that you were able to produce it. Gu Linghan curled his lips. On the battlefield, we probably have to ask for external aid, Xing Tianyi added. Facing the 2 people's voices, Wuxiu just smiled lightly. You all know that things change rapidly on the battlefield, and any ferocious beast may appear. So, don't take it lightly. Otherwise, he would most likely die on the spot. I'm doing this for their own good. Look at them, each one of them has a 0% damage rate defending the city, and they're all cheering. And now? Most importantly, I want to see the limits of this little guy Chen Mo. Huaxiu's soft murmur also won the approval of everyone. You know, they were able to become deans and directors because they were not raised in a vase, but fought their way out on the battlefield. The human race is in trouble. Warriors come to help. Any warrior who graduates from university basically has to go to the border to kill ferocious beasts. This is everyone's responsibility. Only. Everyone focused their attention on the screen again. They were curious whether Chen Mo, who mastered 3 terrifying talents, could defeat this lord-level beast. If they cannot defeat him, they will also be able to see Chen Mo's limit of strength. What if we win? They simply couldn't imagine what they would do. Just as they were thinking about it, the 3-tailed sword tiger on the virtual battlefield seemed to have discovered the geniuses. Then. Roar! A terrifying tiger roar sounded, shaking the heavens and the earth, causing countless geniuses to feel their blood freeze. This ferocious beast lord showed murderous intent towards them. Chapter 46: Attack. When the huge whistling sound spread, everyone immediately released their supernatural powers and concentrated them on the eardrums. Rumble. The terrifying sonic attack created a series of air circles, even causing some cracks in the ground. Everyone's expression suddenly changed. They looked towards the city wall and saw that the city defense destruction rate was still at 0%. They couldn't help but breathe a sigh of relief. This 3-tailed sword tiger is so terrifying. Even its sound waves can have an attacking effect. It truly deserves to be a lord-level beast known as a killing weapon on the battlefield. Let's join forces. Shang Wuji said solemnly, this ferocious beast is no longer something we can handle alone. Gu Jin, Lan Qi and other geniuses also nodded.
They knew that the Lord-level beast in front of them was really powerful. Immediately, they turned their eyes to Chen Mo.
After Chen Mo showed his extraordinary strength, the center of the entire team had unconsciously shifted towards Chen Mo.
However, the next moment, what Chen Mo said made all of their faces suddenly freeze.
I think this ferocious beast is prepared for me. I'll come alone. Chen Mo smiled lightly, holding a huge Dark Thunder gun and wearing Dark Thunder light armor, and came to the front of the entire team.
Everyone suddenly froze, looking at Chen Mo's back in shock.
They had never imagined that Chen Mo would actually dare to attack alone against a Lord-level beast. Just how confident is this guy in his own abilities? Could it be that Chen Mo really has the means to fight against this ferocious beast? They didn't know and didn't dare to believe it. However, a faint expectation suddenly surged in their hearts, believing that Chen Mo could defeat the ferocious beast lord alone.
At this moment, Shang Wuji spoke.
Chen Mo, are you sure? Shang Wuji asked. Yeah. Chen Mo nodded gently.
The hurricane made his black hair dance wildly, and his robes rustled.
I want to use some of my true strength. Use some real strength. Everyone felt their scalp tingling. Could it be that Chen Mo hadn't used his true strength before? How is that possible? How much more has Chen Mo hidden?
Be it Shang Wuji, Gu Jin, Lan Qi, or the 33 geniuses, they were all shocked after hearing these words.
Finally, Shang Wuji said, "Stand back. Let Chen Mo handle it on his own." Gu Jin said solemnly, "Chen Mo, if you are defeated, remember to call us."
Lan Qi said seriously, "I will also lend you a hand." Just as everyone finished speaking and gradually stepped back, Chen Mo slowly turned his head and smiled at them.
Please believe me.
I want to nail the body of that ferocious beast to this very earth.
Buzz.
The black fog rolled, and on the vast land, only Chen Mo and the three-tailed sword tiger stood there. The terrifying pressure, like a tide, collided like heaven and earth. Everyone's eyes were directed towards Chen Mo, revealing complex expressions such as anticipation, shock, fear, etc. Before this, everyone thought that there would be a group war that would shock the world.
But now, Chen Mo was fighting this battle alone. He's too confident. Confidence is both a good thing and a bad thing.
If I were Chen Mo, I would never be so arrogant and would definitely let all the geniuses attack together.
If I fail, then Chen Mo will be the sinner of the 35 geniuses.
At this moment, Yan Jinghong took the initiative to stand up.
So, you are not Chen Mo. You don't have Chen Mo's confidence. Li Xuanyun laughed and said, I said, Chen Mo is the strongest, no doubt about it. Yi Kong raised his hands, my brother Chen is invincible.
Everyone's eyes were slightly stunned, and the words of the three people contained countless complex emotions.
Some people expect that Chen Mo can defeat the Beast Lord and successfully complete the entrance examination. Some people also expect that Chen Mo will be smashed to pieces by the Beast Lord with a slap, so that their dark hearts will be satisfied. However, in the end, everyone's eyes were on Chen Mo.
On the virtual battlefield, the three-tailed sword tiger looked at Chen Mo in front of it, and a human-like sneer appeared on its terrifying and sharp huge head. The ferocious beast simulated by Dayu's artificial intelligence system is almost 100% restored. The Lord-level beasts already possess the intelligence of a 10-year-old human child. After sensing the aura of a mid-level second-grade warrior emanating from Chen Mo's body, even the three-tailed sword tiger couldn't help but reveal a scornful smile.
How dare the human being before me be so arrogant? Isn't this Chun coming to bring him food?
Thinking of this, all the hair on the three-tailed sword tiger's body stood up, and an astonishing murderous intent burst out from its pair of snow-white vertical pupils.
Roar!
Accompanied by a huge roar, the three-tailed sword tiger suddenly stepped out of the ground, and a huge force suddenly gushed out, causing the earth to shatter into countless cracks. Immediately afterwards, the three-tailed sword tiger rushed towards Chen Mo like a steel chariot. What a fast speed, a genius exclaimed. He has mastered the top-level S-level storm talent, and his speed is already among the best among all the geniuses. However, in his opinion, he was not even half as good as the three-tailed sword tiger in front of him.
Chen Mo is in danger.
In the blink of an eye, the three-tailed sword was in front of Chen Mo.
It opened its fangs and mouth and let out an astonishing roar.
Then, the three-tailed swords behind him suddenly gushed out tsunami-like energy like meteors and swung them all towards Chen Mo. Yes, the three-tailed sword tiger's tail sword attack is his most terrifying method. The three terrifying tail swords suddenly tore through the air and stabbed towards Chen Mo violently.
Laugh. In an instant, the tail sword was already 10 feet away from Chen Mo.
Looking at the three tail swords that were getting bigger and bigger in his sight, Chen Mo's face, which was wrapped in a smile, suddenly showed excitement. A fighting spirit that had not appeared for a long time suddenly flashed through his mind. It turns out that only opponents like this are worthy of his real attack. In an instant, an energy that was enough to change the color of all the geniuses present burst out instantly.
Rumble.
The huge dark thunder energy, wrapped in thunder and darkness, actually formed a circle with a radius of half a meter around Chen Mo.
Then, this vast circle, as vast as a mountain, suddenly burst out a terrifying dark lightning beam towards the sky. Boom!
The terrifying beam of light shot straight into the sky, causing the entire earth to tremble slightly. The pupils of the three-tailed sword tiger suddenly began to shrink. Under this terrifying energy, an absolute sense of crisis actually flashed through the heart of the three-tailed sword tiger.
This human before me. How could such a strong energy fluctuation erupt? Chapter 47 Release. What the hell kind of power is this?
A horrified question mark appeared in the heart of the three-tailed sword tiger. Looking at the huge energy column in front of it, the three-tailed sword tiger retreated quickly. In the blink of an eye, it strategically retreated dozens of meters. And on the vast battlefield in front of him, the dark thunder energy column was still surging. Even the black fog in the sky seemed to be connected to Chen Mo.
Boom!
At this moment, the terrifying energy column expanded again, as if it was going to occupy everything in front of it. Countless geniuses suddenly felt their scalps tingling, and their blood seemed to completely freeze at this moment.
No! Tell me, is Chen Mo really in the middle of the second rank?
The energy intensity of this explosion is estimated to be at the beginning of the fourth rank.
The energy of the early fourth stage bursting out from the middle of the second stage? No, is this a monster?
Under the energy column released by Chen Mo in front of them, all the geniuses showed a bitter smile on their faces.
In front of such a genius, what are they fighting for? What are they competing for? It's simply amazing, there's nothing to compare. Just considering the energy intensity, Chen Mo probably wouldn't even need to use his true self-level marksmanship to kill them all in an instant. But in the eyes of the three top geniuses, it was a completely different scene. Looking at this dark energy column, Gu Jin smiled softly. Perhaps, sometimes there are some monsters that we can't compare to. Lan Shi sighed, if Chen Mo came to the capital, I guess the top scholar in the capital would be his. Shang Wuji was slightly stunned. The top scholar in your capital is not as good as Chen Mo? In terms of energy intensity, I'm afraid it really can't compare.
Lan Shi said seriously. In an instant, the three top geniuses took a deep breath at the same time.
They knew that the first place in this entrance examination would be none other than Chen Mo. This guy is really too strong. Is that Lord-level, high-level third-grade three-tailed sword tiger really Chen Mo's opponent? When the screen opened, countless people were still completely shocked by the dark lightning energy beam. No one could imagine that Chen Mo could burst out with such energy.
The energy that Chen Mo unleashes is a little bit inferior to that of my martial arts teacher.
You can become the principal of a middle school in the county now. I've just started school. I'm sorry, brother Chen Mo. I shouldn't have called you weak just now. Oh my god. Oh my god. Oh my god. Where am I going to compare my head with this?
Accompanied by the shocking howling of countless people, the entire viewing area suddenly cast a series of fiery gazes towards Chen Mo.
Everyone has a certain admiration for the strong, and at this moment, the eyes of everyone looking at Chen Mo are as burning as a raging fire. The reason is simple, the shock Chen Mo brought to them was simply too terrifying. I told you, Chen Mo was very strong.
At this moment, Yan Jinghan and the other two actually straightened their backs proudly, looking around domineeringly. And all the people around had no objection. You know, if they had an older brother like Chen Mo, he would probably be more arrogant and contemptuous than these three people. In the monitoring room, the six people were all stunned, staring at the dark beam of light that Chen Mo emitted in disbelief. Who is it that can unleash such pressure at the second-grade warrior stage? Even Gu Linghan, who had already become an 8th-grade martial master, couldn't help but completely lose his composure in all this.
No? Shin Tuyi exclaimed on the spot.
This guy has the most terrifying talent I have ever seen.
Xiang Tianga also lost his composure.
This combat power is close to the top sophomore level.
It's at the upper-lower level. Xing Tianyi said.
They couldn't imagine that Chen Mo could burst out with such power at this moment. Looking at the stunned expressions of the crowd, even Lin Jianfeng, whose heart was already filled with turbulent waves, couldn't help but put his hands on his hips and smiled.
Ah. Why that expression? Just now when I said I was giving Chen Mo a chance to fight for the immortal weapon, why did you all express anger and resistance? What now?
At this moment, the cheeks of the four deans were unusually rosy. They roared furiously in their hearts.
Knowing that Chen Mo possessed such strength, how could they possibly make a sound?
No wonder even the principal had no objection when he knew that Chen Mo had the qualifications to compete for the immortal weapon in advance. If those sophomores knew there was this terrifying junior competing with them.
I guess everyone feels a little pressure, right?
However, with Chen Mo's strength, it is still too difficult to make it into the top 10 in the battle for immortal weapons.
But, the top 10 represents the strongest genius level of sophomore class. If he could train for another year, how terrifying would Chen Mo's strength be? No one dared to imagine.
Alright, calm down, stop being shocked, and look at the screen. All of a sudden, everyone's eyes turned to the screen at the same time, and the appearance that appeared the next moment made countless people's pupils shrink suddenly.
I saw a terrifying dark lightning column in front of the vast city wall.
A thin figure slowly walked out from the dark lightning column. The next moment, terrifying dark thunder dragons suddenly surged out from all around this thin figure.
Rumble!
The air dragon rushed into the sky, completely tearing apart the air around it. Everyone suddenly looked towards the thin figure, and then everyone was stunned. Under everyone's astonished gaze, Chen Mo's dark thunder light armor had completely disappeared and turned into streams of dark thunder liquid.
And that dark thunder liquid flowed on the surface of Chen Mo's skin.
If it were a flexible object, it could actually surge throughout his body with Chen Mo's breathing. Under the endless wind and waves, Chen Mo's black hair danced wildly in the air, and the terrifying dark liquid had already attached to his arms. A strange rune suddenly condensed on the side of Chen Mo's cheek, and a faint smile appeared at the corner of his mouth.
Fear. Horrifying. Shocking.
Everyone looked at this scene in disbelief, and suddenly felt a chill rushing from the soles of their feet to their heads. They had never imagined that Chen Mo could actually burst out such terrifying energy.
Chen Mo looked at the dark thunder liquid wandering in his palm and smiled. Is this the initial construction form of the Nine Heavens Dark Thunder God Body? What a pity.
It can only condense an energy block the size of an arm. Feeling the power surging in his body, Chen Moxu narrowed his eyes. At this moment, he only felt 8 words.
I am the only one in the world. Chapter 48 Go to Die.
Oh, yes, there's also a ferocious beast that needs to be dealt with.
Chen Mo raised his head, revealing a pair of eyes like black holes.
Then, this look filled with sarcasm looked at the three-tailed sword cat with a solemn tiger face in the distance.
Bastard! I said I was going to put a gun in you.
Buzz. As the whispering sound spread, an invisible circle of darkness also spread out.
Countless people were shocked.
Chen Mo's murmurs spread throughout the venue. Under the astonished gazes of countless people, the pupils of the Lord-level beast suddenly widened to their largest size ever. At this moment, he knew very well that the human in front of him was mocking him.
Roar!
Suddenly, the three-tailed sword tiger roared towards the sky, trying to use the pressure of its Lord-level beast to intimidate the human in front of it. However, his deterrence had no effect at all. What greeted him was still a look of contempt, as if he was looking at a pile of garbage.
Kill him!
Anger like lava suddenly erupted from the heart of the three-tailed sword tiger. In an instant, the snow-white hair on his body turned blood red, and his huge 6-meter body expanded again to a full 7 meters in size, almost as terrifying as a 3-story building.
Rumble!
Under countless fearful gazes, the three-tailed sword tiger stood up completely. Its huge body was extremely flexible, and in the blink of an eye, it had arrived in front of Chen Mo. The three-tailed swords burst out with completely different terrifying power at this moment, which can pierce almost anything that stands in the way of the three-tailed sword tiger. However, looking at the three-tailed sword tiger rushing towards him, Chen Mo said calmly,
Dark Thunder Cut. For simple and unpretentious words.
However, the dark thunder liquid between Chen Mo's arms began to twist rapidly. In an instant, this dark thunder liquid stretched out like a tentacle, and condensed into 2 giant blades in the air at thundering speed.
Then, the giant blade fell, cutting through the endless air.
At the same time, he cut off the 3-tailed swords of the three-tailed sword tiger with great force. Tear. Blood splattered everywhere, and the 3-tailed sword tiger let out a shocking howl, and its pair of silver-white eyes were filled with incredible bloodshot on the spot.
The tail sword was cut off in one move.
All the geniuses felt their scalps tingling.
However, this is not enough.
Looking at the horrified three-tailed sword tiger, Chen Mo smiled lightly.
I'm Chen Mo. Please die.
In an instant, the dark thunder liquid between Chen Mo's hands changed again, and in an instant, it moved behind Chen Mo, and then, a pair of dark thunder arms as big as peerless giant pythons suddenly appeared. Then, 2 7-meter-long giant guns suddenly appeared in the palm of Dark Thunder's hand. The terrifying spear, condensed with darkness and thunder, burst out with an aura that was enough to destroy everything. Then, under the horrified gaze of the three-tailed sword tiger, the 2 giant Dark Thunder spears suddenly came from the left and right sides.
Tear. The giant Dark Thunder spear seemed to burst out from an empty space and forcibly pierced through the membrane of the three-tailed sword tiger. With its overwhelming pressure, it pierced the three-tailed sword tiger alive. However, this is not enough. The spear penetrated deep into the body of the three-tailed sword tiger like a skewer, and then inserted into the ground. A huge amount of energy exploded, and a deep pit several feet deep appeared on the entire earth. Countless dust and fog burst out, covering Chen Mo's body. What happened?
The gurgling sounds of swallowing saliva suddenly echoed in the throats of every genius, and all the geniuses stared at the dust mist intently.
For a long time.
The dust and fog gradually dispersed, and a thin figure slowly walked towards the city wall. Behind this figure, a huge tiger was crawling close to the ground.
But if you look closely, you will see that on both sides of the tiger's head, there is a dark spear, like a dragon nail, locking the three-tailed sword tiger tightly. So far, the three-tailed sword tiger, a high-level third-grade ferocious beast lord, died in this way. Quiet. Eerie silence. So quiet you can hear a pin drop.
Everyone looked at this scene in disbelief, as if a nuclear bomb had exploded in their ears, and they could no longer hear many sounds. All that was left was the sound of Chen Mo's footsteps. When Chen Mo walked in front of the geniuses, the dazed eyes of the geniuses began to show some signs of alertness.
You're so strong. Shang Wuji looked at Chen Mo, and a smile of acceptance of defeat appeared on his handsome face. At this moment, his arrogance had completely disappeared. No one expected that Chen Mo could kill the Beast Lord in seconds with such an almost crushing attitude. Chen Mo smiled politely and said, "Your talent for holy light is not bad either." Thinking of this, the bitter smile on Shang Wuji's face became more intense. It seemed that in that mountain forest, he still wanted to use his holy light to get the first place in the entrance examination. But now it seems that my wish is a bit too big. Gu Jin smiled and said, "After we get out, let's add him as a friend in our address book?" Chen Mo nodded, "I'm very happy to do so." All the geniuses, including Lan Qi, looked at Chen Mo. They also wanted to add Chen Mo to their address book. In addition to being shocked, everyone looked at each other in surprise. Chen Mo, the strongest among them. Only this kind of person could live a life of such grandeur among the geniuses of the human race, right? I heard that there will be a grand competition for immortal weapons in the sophomore year in a month. I'm afraid that by the time he reaches sophomore year, I don't know whether Chen Mo will still be able to obtain that supreme immortal weapon. How exciting will it be then? When they thought of this, everyone couldn't help but look forward to it. But how could they know that Chen Mo had already obtained the qualification to compete for this immortal weapon before entering school? If they knew, how surprised would the geniuses be? Outside the screen, countless geniuses watching the game were completely dumbfounded. Chen Mo won? Chen Mo defeated the ferocious beast lord just like that? Chen Mo got first place in the entrance exam just like that? Looking at the thin figure on the screen, everyone knew one fact. The future Chen Mo might really be the brightest star in their entire freshman year. With such terrifying strength, even sophomores would probably have to give way to it. Too strong, Lao Yan, Chen Mo is too strong. Li Xuanyan felt like he was dreaming. Yeah. Yan Jinghong's eyes were dull and lifeless, and he stood there in a daze. Brother Chen, you are simply invincible. Yi Kong said excitedly. Not long ago, they were still thinking that Jiangnan province was not paid attention to by any other province, but now, they are afraid that Jiangnan province will become the target of public criticism. And all of this was brought about by Chen Mo. At this point, the gazes of Yan Jinghong and the other two suddenly became completely fiery. Chen Mo. The strongest among them. At the same time, in the monitoring room on the other side, there was also a earth-shaking sound. Chapter 49 Fight. The huge monitoring room also fell into silence. However, after a brief silence, a sound like a volcano erupted.
Gu Linghan, the dean of Tongtian College, said that Chen Mo must come to our college.
Gu Linghan raised his hands.
Gu Linghan, your academy won first place last time, and this time the first place will come from our Yutian Academy.
Shen Tuyi didn't want to give in at all. Our Lingtian Academy is the most suitable for Chen Mo. Xiang Tiange gritted his teeth.
I tell you, this time, I won't give in.
I must get Chen Mo. Xing Tianyi also said.
In an instant, the four people looked at each other, suddenly turned into streams of light, and disappeared from the spot in an instant.
After Chen Mo killed the three-tailed sword tiger, the news spread like a tide.
Even after leaving the virtual space, countless candidates were still smacking their lips, looks of shock on their faces. After all, in this world, it is particularly rare for someone from the last worst province to get first place in the entrance exam. Especially when they heard that Chen Mo was only a graduate of a county middle school, they were all stunned and their eyes popped out.
County-level middle school. Countdown province. Freshman first.
When these three labels fall on the same person, it can already cause a huge uproar.
Countless people were shocked by this.
At this moment, the protagonist of this incident was in a huge office. Looking at the four deans around him, Chen Mo swallowed secretly.
I'm not afraid.
But the four deans' gazes were so fierce that they looked like they wanted to eat people, which was really frightening. At this time, Gu Linghan smiled gently and looked at Chen Mo with a very warm gaze. Student Chen Mo, we at Tongtian Academy are very optimistic about your potential. If you could come to our Tongtian Academy, I'm afraid everyone in the entire academy would come and welcome you. Gu Linghan narrowed his eyes. I guarantee that the treatment you receive will definitely be the best among the other three academies. Also, we will provide you with the most high-quality resources for competing for immortal artifacts.
Before Chen Mo could reply, Shen Tuyi from Yutian Academy spoke first. Student Chen Mo, don't listen to Gu Linghan's nonsense. Their Tongtian Academy is a place that eats people without leaving any bones. Come to our Yutian Academy and learn the most powerful defense. As for the competition for immortal weapons, our school can also guarantee it.
Shen Tuyi rubbed his hands excitedly, but before he could say anything more, Lingtian Academy's Dean Xiang Tiange spoke.
Why not come to our Lingtian Academy?
Student Chen Mo, you know that our Lingtian Academy specializes in learning body movements.
Look, what about practicing body techniques? There are so many women. If you come to our academy, I can introduce you to 10 senior students. Let those senior students accompany you and guide you in the fight for the immortal weapon. Chen Mo. You are hurting me. The other three deans. On the side, Lin Jianfeng and Hua Xiu couldn't help but twitch their lips. They didn't expect that Xiang Tiange would actually use this trick. Seeing this, Lin Jianfeng couldn't help but sigh again. He didn't expect that the scene of their three universities competing for Chen Mo a month ago could be reproduced here. At this moment, Xing Tianyi from Zhongtian Academy cleared his throat and said with a smile. Student Chen Mo, I know that your comprehension is extraordinary. Should it be at least SS-level Qitian comprehension talent? Chen Mo nodded. It was no surprise. He did not deliberately hide any of his talents, but showed them all. If you pretend to be a pig and eat the tiger, you will not get any resource support. When the others heard what Chen Mo said, their pupils couldn't help but shrink. It was just as Xing Tianyi said, he really had SS-level Qi Tian's comprehension. This guy was born with 3 talents. Shen Tuyi continued. What we cultivate in Zhongtian Academy is Zhongtian method, which requires one to become a 4th-grade warrior before they can practice it. Moreover, the threshold for cultivation is extremely high and difficult. However, it is precisely this high threshold that brings huge benefits. Tongtian, Yutian, and Lingtian are cultivating strength, defense, and speed. And we at Zhongtian Academy practice all 3. Practice all 3 at the same time. Speaking of this, Chen Mo's brows suddenly raised, and a hint of excitement flashed across his eyes. You know, he has an SSS-level comprehension that is against the sky, so practicing any martial arts will become extremely easy. If I practice this method of the end of the world, I may be able to improve my potential by more than a little bit. Before Chen Mo could think more, Shen Tuyi suddenly said something that made everyone's eyes widen. Each of the 4 major academies has the Tongtian Monument, Yutian Monument, Lingtian Monument, and Zhongtian Monument. Xing Tianyi explained clearly, and only once every 10 years can one person comprehend these 4 monuments. Student Chen Mo, if you are willing to come, I am willing to give you this opportunity. Buzz.
Gu Linghan, Shin Tui, and Xiang Tiange all widened their eyes at the same time. No matter how talented Chen Mo was, they could hardly imagine that Xing Tianyi would give this opportunity directly to Chen Mo. You should know that the qualifications for comprehending these monuments are extremely strict. Not only talent is considered, but also character and all other aspects. Moreover, to obtain a place in the Enlightenment, one must fight hard among countless monsters. They haven't even decided who to send next year. And Xing Tianyi, the dean of Zhongtian College, actually said he would give this spot to Chen Mo? What if a more talented genius emerges in the future? How dare you gamble? For a moment, everyone couldn't help but feel their scalps tingling. At the same time, Lin Jianfang and Hua Xiu couldn't help but look at each other, and both saw the shock in each other's eyes. Unexpectedly, Chen Mo could actually get the opportunity to comprehend the monument of the end of heaven directly. I didn't expect that Xing Tianyi would be so generous. And after Chen Mo heard Xing Tianyi's sincerity, even though we don't know what the function of this so-called monument to the end of heaven is, judging from the reactions of the crowd, I'm afraid it must be very precious. And Zhongtian College has had a sparse population over the years. Perhaps if I go there, I will be able to enjoy better resources. At this time, Chen Mo met everyone's gaze and smiled gently. President Xing, I'll come to your place. In an instant, everyone's eyes suddenly fell on Xing Tianyi, and Xing Tianyi just smiled slightly. Congratulations, classmate Chen Mo. Success chose us. No. We should choose each other. Go for the immortal weapon. Come on. Chen Mo smiled softly and said, Immortal weapon? I will try my best to get it. Chen Mo knew that his performance in the entrance exam was nothing to be proud of. Perhaps, the competition for immortal weapons is the stage that truly belongs to him. Immortal weapon. Just hearing these two words seems to be able to shock people's hearts. With the official end of the freshman entrance examination, the news that Chen Mo had surpassed Shang Wuji, Lan Qi, Gu Jin and other geniuses suddenly spread throughout the college like a tide. Countless people were impressed and shocked by Chen Mo's terrifying nature. After all, it was incredibly difficult for a candidate with such a background to achieve first place among freshmen. There are even rumors that Chen Mo's superpower is a rare dual power. At the same time, this rumor spread rapidly to other places. The other two Shenghuodao universities, Jiangnan Province, and even Jiangbei County where Chen Mo was previously located, all knew about this matter. In an instant, everyone showed an incredible look. Chapter 50, Gun Intention. For a moment. Whether on campus forums, short video platforms, etc., Chen Mo has become the undisputed hot topic champion. And after the news spread throughout the Xianyuan Martial Arts Academy, these news spread in all directions like lightning. After the news spread like lightning. In the Starry Sky Martial Arts Academy, Long Haoren opened his eyes, and his golden pupils flashed. In this year's freshman exam, I ranked 29th. From this point of view, it's quite good. It's just, I don't know how many points Chen Mo can get in the exam. Chen Mo won the championship in the college entrance examination. Even though he didn't say anything, he actually felt a little uncomfortable. Maybe my entrance score is higher than Chen Mo's? Just then, Long Haoren received a text message from his mobile phone and opened it. Suddenly, a bitter smile appeared on Long Haoren's face. This guy is so strong. First place in the freshman entrance exam, suppressing Shang Wuji, Lan Qi, and Gu Jin. So, it seems like losing to Chen Mo wasn't too embarrassing after all, right? After Long Haoren, Wang Tianming, the Zhang brothers and others also received the news that Chen Mo had obtained the first place in the admission to Shenghuodao University. In the end, everyone came up with one sentence: this guy is really perverted. At a second-tier university, Lin Qiming had just finished their freshman assessment. Lin Qiming's performance is in the middle, neither strong nor weak. At this moment, he was lying on the bed, staring at the ceiling and lost in thought. I wonder if Chen Mo's results are among the best. Shenghuodao University is very stressful. His roommates were discussing the results of the freshman competition. TSK, come and see, the top freshmen of the three sacred martial arts universities have been announced. The Sky Martial Arts University is actually a little girl, how terrifying. The first place in Starry Sky Martial Arts University is not bad either. Lightning flashes all over his body, very scary. Look. Hey. The number one student at Xianyuan Martial Arts University is quite handsome. These eyes are like black holes, so handsome. Let me see his name.
What's it? Oh. Chen Mo.
Suddenly, Lin Qiming jumped up from the bed and came to the side of his roommate.
What did you say? What's the name of the first place? Lin Qiming asked anxiously. The roommate rolled his eyes at Lin Qiming and said, Chen Mo, what's wrong? Do you know him?
Lin Qiming chuckled. I know him, of course I know him, he's my brother.
We were in the same class in high school.
All of the roommates' faces were immediately filled with suspicion.
How could such a freak know Lin Qiming, who was only from a second-tier university?
And when Lin Qiming took out the photo of him and Chen Mo,
the entire dormitory fell into an unusual silence.
Then, there were gurgling sounds of people swallowing saliva one after another.
Jiangnan Province, Commander-in-Chief's office.
Su Lingtian rubbed his head.
Even now, he still had a headache.
Although this time a top genius like Chen Mo emerged in the college entrance examination, he is still a long way from reaching the KPI assigned to him by his superiors.
Frankly speaking, Su Lingtian was still hoping that his superiors would send him a grandmaster pill to help him break through. It seems that we can only wait until the next college entrance examination. I hope there will be a top-level genius like Chen Mo. By the way, I wonder how Chen Mo and the others did in the exam.
However, at this moment, Su Lingtian suddenly received a text message.
From Chen Mo? Let me take a look.
The moment Su Lingtian saw the text message, the blood in his body suddenly froze as he was a 6th grade master. He smacked his lips and stared at his phone screen in disbelief.
First place in the freshman entrance exam? I'm not dreaming, am I? Wait. I'm not dreaming. Chen Mo really got first place in the freshman exam.
In an instant, the smile at the corners of Su Lingtian's mouth spread wider and wider, and faster and faster.
Ha 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 ha. Report. This year's KPI, no. The KPIs of the past few years will all depend on Chen Mo. And in Jiangbei No. 1 Middle School.
At this moment, Jiangbei No. 1 Middle School has been given a brand new glow.
After Chen Mo won the top spot in the college entrance examination, the entire Jiangbei No. 1 Middle School received awards from the county, city, and province.
At this moment, the principal Wei Qingtian was directing his statue workers. In front of him, a huge statue of a handsome young man gradually took shape. Yes, the one he wanted to sculpt was Chen Mo. This brat, I want him to be worshipped by the students of Jiangbei No. 1 Middle School day and night.
Wei Qingtian's face was flushed.
At this moment, a text message suddenly came from his mobile phone. But when he saw it clearly, his phone fell to the ground with a snap.
Wei Qingtian's lips trembled. Chen Mo? Got first place in the freshman competition?
So much so that today, all the hot searches on Weibo were filled with entries about Chen Mo. However, he, the victim, lived in the most technologically advanced and luxurious villa in the entire Xianyuan Martial Arts Academy. As a special recruit and the top freshman, the resources allocated to him are the best. But with such good resources, he can't relax.
You should know.
In a month, he will need to participate in the Immortal Weapon competition. He gained a lot in the battle to defend the virtual space, however, there were some areas that were not perfected.
In that case,
then work hard.
If I don't achieve good results in the Immortal Weapon competition in a month, I can't be ranked last. Chen Mo thought. A month passed in the blink of an eye.
Chen Mo's realm improved by leaps and bounds. With the help of the high-quality resources provided by Zhongtian Academy, his realm rose at a rocket-like speed. In just 1 month, Chen Mo broke through from the middle of the 2nd grade to the middle of the 3rd grade. In fact, it is not just the middle stage of the 3rd rank. Immediately, he exhaled a breath of foul air. A vast amount of blood energy suddenly gushed out, almost forming a blood mist in the entire room. Chen Mo's mind moved. This month, I have improved the SSR-level 9 Heaven's Dark Thunder Body a little bit. If I were to face the 3-tailed sword tiger, I could kill it instantly using only my physical body.
All right, system lottery. Ding.
Congratulations to the host for signing in for the 3rd month and obtaining the SSS-level God Killing Spear Intent.
Oh my god. Withdrawal.
Suddenly, Chen Mo's heart was filled with ecstasy. As the matter fermented over a month, the university leaders gradually released the news that Chen Mo was participating in the battle for the Immortal Weapon.
Countless freshmen were amazed and shocked by this.
According to relevant information, the competition for immortal weapons can almost only be participated in the sophomore year, and there is only one chance. After all, the more immortal weapons are used, the less they are, and there is an almost extremely strict limit on the number of them available. The fact that Chen Mo was able to get this opportunity in his freshman year was enough to shock everyone. Even Shang Wuji and others were surprised.
Of course, there are also some sophomore students who are extremely dissatisfied with Chen Mo's special treatment. Why? Why can Chen Mo participate, but we can't? A mere freshman, no matter how talented he is, so what? What qualifications does he have? At the barbecue stall, 3 people were making dissatisfied noises. Add the third update for you. Chapter 51 Choice. At a barbecue stall, 3 sophomore students were cursing loudly. Really? Why? I just want to ask why. There are only 20 spots for sophomores in the entire school, and because of him, there's 1 extra spot, making it 21? I worked so hard all year and got nothing. 3 sophomores looked at the information on the school forum and wanted to smash their phones. If you are familiar with them, you will know that their sophomore rankings this year are exactly 21st, 22nd, and 23rd. In other words, their strength is actually very close to that of competing for immortal weapons. However, due to luck or condition, he completely missed the chance to obtain the immortal weapon. Seeing that a freshman had the opportunity to compete for the immortal weapon, everyone couldn't help but get angry. Lao Wang, I have a solution, said a sophomore with an extremely gloomy expression. You said. Another sophomore nodded. After the sophomore student whispered a few words, the eyes of the other 2 sophomores suddenly lit up. Okay. Let's do it. How strong can a mere freshman be? It's okay to participate in the fight for the immortal weapon. We must make him lose face and die. Ha 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 ha. Let's go. Drink. Along with these 3 hearty laughs, a plan against Chen Mo gradually unfolded. At the same time, more and more sophomores learned about this matter. In Lingtian College. In a bamboo forest unique to the back of the villa area, there stood a slim woman. In her right hand, she was holding a thin and soft long sword. The long sword, gleaming with the brilliance of glass, seemed to sparkle in her palm. A hint of surprise flashed across those beautiful eyes that were as clear as mirrors. Lin Xingju smiled softly, and suddenly, thousands of sword shadows flashed around her. Every time it fell, tens of millions of sword shadows flashed and set off strong winds, completely cutting the falling bamboo leaves into pieces. A freshman is here to participate in the competition for immortal weapons? Did the school set this precedent specifically for him? Originally, there were only 20 spots available for the sophomore year. The higher-ups should just be giving him a formality. Chen Mo? He's actually quite good-looking. I just don't know if it's strong enough. Lin Xingju's long sword suddenly fell down, and with a buzzing sound, the bamboo branches in front suddenly exploded, and the terrifying sword energy filled the air, leaving a huge pit about 10 feet in size on the ground. Middle 4th grade, Lin Xingju. And on the other side. On the top of a 1,000-foot-high mountain, there stands a rock-like figure. There were various weapons placed around him. Long sword. Dagger. Giant gun. Large spear, and so on. If you look closely, you can definitely see the dense wounds all over the surface of its body. There were blood scabs on each wound, but the scabs were completely cut apart. It was obvious that they had experienced thousands of beatings and tempering. It's so scary that it makes your scalp tingle. Zhou Wenyu exhaled a breath of foul air, and his pair of dark eyes contained a sense of darkness that was extremely difficult to detect. TSK. It seems that the school attaches great importance to the new junior students it has recruited this time. It actually gave him the qualification to participate in the competition for immortal weapons in his freshman year. You know, because the number of immortal artifacts is limited, almost everyone can only participate once. This time, it is generally set in the sophomore year. However, in the past, Zhou Wenyu had never heard that anyone could participate in the competition for immortal weapons when they were in their freshman year. Good. You want to get a spot from me? Isn't that too fantastical? Tongtian Academy. In the dark and narrow secret passage, a young man with muscular body stood there. He closed his eyes, and his fists seemed to contain infinite power. As he stepped out lightly, he suddenly saw 3 robots rushing towards him. And the aura of each robot has actually reached the level of the middle 4th grade or above. However, his eyes remained unchanged. Then, he looked at the 3 robots and gave a polite smile. Bastard! Suddenly, an astonishing lightning energy burst out from Shang Tianlei's body. Buzz. Rumble. In an instant, 3 violent thunder dragons suddenly appeared in front of the 3-headed robot. Under the power of the thunder dragon, the 3-headed robot instantly vanished into thin air. My strength has grown stronger. Sheng Tianlei crossed his arms across his chest, the corners of his mouth slightly raised. He stretched out his right palm, and a ball of thunder and lightning suddenly appeared in the center of his palm. No one could have known that after Sheng Tianlei had been in seclusion for a whole year. His thunder talent ability had already broken through to the SSS level. Looking at this dark alley, several thrilling flashes of lightning flashed across Sheng Tianlei's eyes. This time's fight for the immortal weapon. It must be me. First, he had also heard of the name Chen Mo. He's just a freshman monster. I guess participating in the sophomore immortal weapon competition is just a formality. But it is said that Chen Mo has the talent of thunder. This made Sheng Tianlei's heart excited. Perhaps his thunder ability could become stronger again. As the outside world underwent earth-shaking changes, Chen Mo was completely immersed in the system space and knew nothing. And within the system space, Chen Mo was seen holding a gun in one hand, looking at Su Bai in front of him, and slowly opening his eyes that were like black holes. A mysterious aura that made people feel the state of mind suddenly lingered from Chen Mo's body. Immediately following, kill with one shot. In an instant, the space seemed to be collapsing and rippled, the terrifying airwaves were completely detonated, and the terrifying power was completely released. A vast gun intent suddenly exploded. Buzz. The spear was like a dragon, and its shadow was overwhelming, piercing through and tearing the sky and earth apart. Looking at the fluctuations caused by the god-killing spear intent, a touch of ecstasy flashed through Chen Mo's heart. When I used the god-killing spear intent, I didn't even use the power of the 9 heavens Dark Thunder God Body. The power I was able to match was probably at the beginning of the 4th rank, or even close to the middle of the 4th rank. Feeling the mysterious spear intent boiling in his body, a smile finally appeared on the corner of Chen Mo's mouth. There are 2 rounds in total for the battle for immortal weapons. The first round is often the Battle of Machine Canyon. And the second round will be the ring battle. Only those who rank in the top 5 out of the 20 will be eligible to obtain the immortal weapon. You know, those competing with Chen Mo are elites from the sophomore class. After a year of training, and with his realm reaching the 4th level, he might be able to practice the martial arts of Tongxinfa, Yuxianfa, and Lingtianfa. But Chen Mo looked at the scene of Xianyuan Martial Arts University outside the villa. Okay. I'm not bad either. I should also find a weapon that suits me. My marksmanship has reached a new level. If I don't find a suitable weapon, I will be doing a disservice to my marksmanship. And that immortal weapon. Maybe it's the best choice for you. Host, Chen Mo. Talent, SSR-level 9 Heavens Dark Thunder God Body, SSS-level Comprehension Against Heaven. Realm, 3rd rank Warrior Mid-term. Martial Arts, Basic Spearmanship. Artistic Concept, SSS-level God-Killing Spear Intent. Chapter 52 Challenge. After leaving the luxurious villa donated by the university, Chen Mo planned to participate in the competition for the immortal weapon. The competition for the immortal weapon will be held at noon today, and you can get there by taking the campus bus. It is said that the place is located in the back mountain of Xianyuan Martial Arts University. Don't know what it's set up there for? Just then, Chen Mo looked up. Suddenly, a streak of light fell down, and Xing Tianyi appeared in front of him with a smile on his face. How does it feel? When Xing Tianyi's gaze fell on Chen Mo, his pupils actually shrank slightly. How come your realm has improved so quickly? While being surprised, as Xing Tianyi's perception spread, the next moment, he suddenly opened his eyes. Have you made a breakthrough in your marksmanship? Xing Tianyi said in disbelief. You know, it hasn't even been a month since Chen Mo's last true self-level spearmanship breakthrough. And now, he's made another breakthrough from the true self-level of marksmanship. Could it be that he's reached the perfection level of marksmanship? Looking at Xing Tianyi's stunned expression, Chen Mo just smiled lightly. Luckily, it broke through 100 million points. Hundreds of millions? Xing Tianyi's face was full of suspicion, and then he suddenly stretched out his hand and slapped Chen Mo. Good boy, come on. Looking at the enlarged palm in his sight, Chen Mo raised his eyebrows slightly, and then suddenly pointed out with a finger. The mysterious and domineering spear intent lingered and burst out like a long dragon. Bang! Their fingers and palms touched, and Chen Mo took 2 steps back.
But when he raised his head, he saw Xing Tiany's shocked face.
Damn it, kid, you actually made a breakthrough. Oh my god.
An 18-year-old in the middle third rank, with perfect spear skills.
Your talent is too terrifying. Even Xing Tiany couldn't help but feel shocked by Chen Mo's breakthrough. You know, what does perfect level marksmanship mean?
I'm afraid only the third-year students can master it. It can even be said that he is one of the top-ranked students in his junior year. And now, Chen Mo, who is only a freshman, has almost mastered the perfect level of gun skills. In fact, this perfect level of gun skills is not a forced breakthrough, but gives people a sense of natural development.
I found a treasure. Xing Tiany was filled with ecstasy.
If he told this to the people from Lingtian Academy, Tongtian Academy, and Yutian Academy, I'm afraid those old guys will come over and snatch people away. Then, Xing Tiany smiled and patted his shoulder.
Xing Tiany smiled softly and said, Chen Mo, I think you can make a big difference in this fight for the immortal weapon. Our Zhongtian Academy needs outstanding people like you.
Don't worry, as long as you reach the 4th rank warrior, I will immediately let you comprehend the End of Heaven monument. The ultimate secret of the End of Heaven method is engraved in the End of Heaven monument.
The opportunity to comprehend it only comes once every 10 years, which is extremely precious. Chen Mo nodded. This was a good thing, but it was not what he should be thinking about right now. Does he still have a battle to fight for the immortal weapon? Stepping out, Chen Mo said, Dean Xing, you must be here to pick me up to go to the immortal weapon competition, right? What about the other seniors? Hearing Chen Mo's words, Xing Tiany was stunned and laughed. Forehead.
In the past few years, our End of Heaven method was quite difficult to learn, so no one is qualified to participate in the competition for immortal weapons this year.
Ahem, only you are qualified. Chen Mo was stunned, only me? Xing Tiany said awkwardly and seriously, yes, only you. Chen Mo.
No wonder, after he entered this villa area which was ranked among the top freshmen, he did not see a single student from Zhongtian College.
Finally, Chen Mo sighed. Old Xing, there's nothing else I can do.
I have no choice but to help our Zhongtian Academy gain face.
Don't worry, I will definitely get the immortal weapon this time. Xing Tiany nodded, yes, don't be proud, we should be humble. Etc. You said you were going to get the immortal weapon this time? Are you kidding me?
You know, Xing Tiany, Lin Jianfeng and others let Chen Mo participate in the 4-year competition for immortal weapons, which was itself to allow Chen Mo to gain experience and ensure that he could get the immortal weapon.
And now, Chen Mo actually said he wanted to get the immortal weapon? Is Chen Mo crazy? Or is he crazy?
However, after looking into Chen Mo's eyes that were like black holes, all the words Xing Tiany wanted to say were stuck in his throat.
A bold idea suddenly emerged. Just in case. Did Chen Mo really obtain the immortal weapon this time? With incredible anticipation, Xing Tiany and Chen Mo turned into streams of light and immediately arrived at the back mountain of Xianyuan Martial Arts University. The fight for immortal weapons is a confidential matter.
Therefore, no one else is allowed to watch. Yan Jinghong, Shang Wuji and others also sent blessings to Chen Mo in the address book.
During the flight, Chen Mo responded one by one.
I saw that 20 students had already gathered in the back mountain. When they saw Chen Mo coming, a series of sharp gazes suddenly swept over him. You know, freshmen are participating in the competition for immortal weapons for the sophomores. This has never happened in all the years.
They were all very curious about what qualifications Chen Mo had to get the opportunity to compete for the immortal weapon. Even if Chen Mo has SSS-level Dark talent, what does it matter if he has S-level or above lightning talent?
Their strength has already reached that of a 4th grade warrior. Due to the gap in realm, no matter how big the gap in supernatural powers is, it will be filled in an instant. But when they saw Chen Mo's eyes that were like black holes, their eyes narrowed slightly. They could sense that Chen Mo's aura was unusual. But it's just that her temperament is unusual. A warrior in the middle stage of the 3rd rank? Tisk, it's a big realm away from us. It seems that it was specially designed for him to experience it. I heard from my vice president's relative that this guy has earned 4 years of eligibility.
4 years? Tsk, is the school planning to train him as a top-tier player? So what? In front of us today, it's not even up to par. Be careful, what if they pretend to be a pig and eat the tiger? Shoo.
All of a sudden, the top geniuses present also started discussing. In response to this, Chen Mo still had no expression on his face, but instead cast his gaze slightly at the three warriors from the three major academies, staring at them for a few seconds. After all, it seemed that only these three could arouse his interest.
Lin Qingzhu was slightly stunned, and a touching smile appeared on the corner of his mouth. He can actually detect me? This guy's perception is not bad.
She practiced the Ling Tian method, which not only had a terrifying speed, but also had an amazing ability to hide her aura.
And the other side. Zhou Wenyu frowned. He didn't expect that the first people Chen Mo noticed were the three top geniuses. You want to challenge the three of us right away? This idea is too fantastical. In that case, don't blame me for teaching you a lesson. I don't know what that guy is thinking.
As he spoke, Zhou Wenyu glanced at a young man in a blue robe next to him.
Chapter 53 Provocation. This idea is too fantastical. In that case, don't blame me for teaching you a lesson. I don't know what that guy is thinking.
As he spoke, Zhou Wenyu glanced at a young man in a blue robe next to him. The young man in the blue robe raised his eyebrows slightly. Looking at Chen Mo's glance, Shang Tianlei's mouth curled up into a playful smile. The lightning and thunder flowing through his body seemed to be about to burst out at any time.
Do you have the same lightning talent as me?
Shang Tianlei's right hand trembled slightly. He knew that it was a tremor caused by excitement.
Don't worry. I will devour Chen Mo's lightning talent. Let him know what true thunder is.
Just as Shang Tianlei finished what he was thinking about, three streams of light arrived at the scene one after another. Everyone's faces immediately turned respectful, and they bowed and said, "Greetings to Dean Gu Linghan, Dean Xiang Tianga, and Dean Shin Tui."
The three deans nodded without saying anything.
Then, he looked at Chen Mo.
Gu Linghan smiled softly and said, "How is it? How's your freshman year? We just need to do our best in the fight for the immortal weapon this time.
There's no need to put too much pressure on ourselves."
Gu Linghan's words were like those of a kind elder. Chen Mo quickly said, "Thank you, Dean Gu, for your concern. I understand." Afterwards, Shin Tuyi and Xiang Tianga also gave the same instructions. It was these instructions that made everyone stunned.
You know, normally the deans of these four colleges are all extremely aloof guys, and they never smile. And now, he behaves like a relative next door in front of Chen Mo.
Damn it! This sparked endless imagination in everyone's mind. Could this guy be the principal's illegitimate son?
Perhaps feeling the strange looks from the people around him, Xing Tianyi coughed lightly twice.
Now that everyone is here, let's go in and take part in the first round of testing. As for the rules, we will tell you when the time comes. Only then did everyone's eyes become serious. They knew that what they were about to participate in was a fight for the supreme immortal weapon. Every immortal weapon is an extremely precious treasure with growth potential. If you miss it, you don't know how many opportunities you will need in the future to make up for it. In this battle for the immortal weapon, no one wants to lose. Just as everyone was about to go into the back mountain, a voice suddenly rang out. We refuse to accept. Why is Chen Mo able to participate in the competition for immortal weapons?
At this moment, three simultaneous voices suddenly came from behind everyone.
Everyone's face froze and they suddenly looked behind them. At the gate, three imposing young students were standing tall with fierce expressions. They were wearing clothes from Yutian Academy, Tongtian Academy, and Lingtian Academy. Apparently, from three different colleges. The students who were selected to participate in the battle for the immortal weapon naturally recognized them. Wow! It's Li Yun, Zhang Hu, and Wang Li. I think the three of them scored 21, 22, and 23 in the final exam, right? Yes. That's right, he was right behind me. It's a shame I missed the chance to fight for the immortal weapon. Their strength is at the third level of perfection. TSK, it looks like he's dissatisfied with Chen Mo. The fight for immortal weapons is the best opportunity to improve combat power, but these three people didn't have it. When they saw Chen Mo, a freshman, got this opportunity, they were naturally dissatisfied. Most of the students couldn't help but have a playful expression on their faces. You know, these three guys said this with the obvious intention of embarrassing Chen Mo. So, what are the consequences? First, Chen Mo attacked the three of them and was defeated by them, losing all face. Second, Chen Mo chose to remain silent and lost all face. This is obviously a naked conspiracy against Chen Mo. At the same time, Xing Tianyi's face also turned gloomy.
Beside him, Gu Linghan and the other three deans looked at each other, wishing they could arrest these three guys immediately. You know, these three people appearing here and questioning Chen Mo so impulsively, isn't this just a slap in their faces? Chen Mo participated in the competition for the immortal weapon and was recognized by the three of them. The reason why Xing Tianyi was in a bad mood was even simpler. Chen Mo was a student of their Zhongtian college. Could it be that he wanted to be criticized by other colleges? And no one from their academy has participated in the competition for immortal weapons for several years. I finally got one this year, but now I have to be gossiped about again? Any dean would feel uncomfortable if this happened to him. However, when Xing Tianyi was about to speak, Chen Mo took the lead and stood in front of them. Let me do it. Chen Mo smiled lightly. Then, amid everyone's astonished gazes, Chen Mo looked at Li Yun and his group of three. Are you dissatisfied with me? There was a bright smile on Chen Mo's lips. The three of them were stunned for a moment, and then the leader Li Yun stood up and said, "That's right, we just don't accept you." Snort! The three of us have worked so hard for so long, and I don't know how much effort we have put into this fight for this immortal weapon. Why do you, a newcomer, get this spot? At the same time, Zhang Hu and Wang Li also straightened their backs, their eyes full of disdain. They knew that Chen Mo would not dare to attack them. Anyway, there is no chance to compete for the immortal weapon. They just want to disgust Chen Mo. Let Chen Mo know that the existence of old students like them is still scary in this school. However, the next moment, what Chen Mo said made countless people's pupils shrink slightly. For some odds and ends. I'm too lazy to say more. Since you want to fight, then come over here. Three of us together. I'm in a hurry. Do you understand? Why am I qualified? It's because I'm better than you. Do you understand? Chen Mo looked at the three people, and a chill flashed across his eyes. In this world where the strong prey on the weak, only by demonstrating corresponding strength can you avoid arousing jealousy. Since some people are not convinced, he will beat them until they are convinced. Only the strong can make and use rules. This guy has courage. Lin Xingzhu was slightly stunned, but shook his head, but it's just limited to being courageous. If I were this guy, I would probably just keep silent. Zhou Wenyu also shook his head. You know, although Li Yun and the other two are not very strong, they all have the strength of the third rank. If they join forces, they can even shake the fourth rank initial stage warriors. Not to mention Chen Mo, a mid-level third-grade warrior. In his opinion, Chen Mo was just a young man who spoke out of anger. Sheng Tianlei, who was standing beside him, had no expression on his face. The deans of the four major colleges were about to say something, but when they noticed Xing Tianyi's gaze, they stopped. The expressions of Gu Linghan, Xin Tui, and Xiang Tianga suddenly froze. Could it be that Xing Tian intended for Chen Mo to face Li Yun, Wan Li, and Zhang Hu alone? Chapter 54 Dark Thunder, Shattering. Xing Tianyi, this guy, is he really too bold? The deans of the three major colleges thought of this at the same time. You know, even if Chen Mo took action, he would be facing students who had been in college for a full year. Whether it is comprehensive combat capability or combat techniques, they are more than twice as strong as freshmen. If only one is fine. But this is three of them together. In history, there has never been a guy like Chen Mo who fought with three top-ranked senior students within 1 month of entering school. While worrying about Chen Mo, the deans of the three major colleges seemed to be looking forward to it. What if Chen Mo really defeated Li Yun and the other two? There's no way Chen Mo could have improved so much in just 1 month, right? Anyway, when the fight for the immortal weapon is over, the three deans will definitely punish Li Yun and the other two severely. You know, Chen Mo has become a seed-level player in their Xianyuan Martial Arts University. How could it be done like this? However, when Li Yun, Wang Li and Zhang Hu heard Chen Mo's sarcasm, their faces turned red. They originally thought that Chen Mo would give up, but they did not expect that Chen Mo would dare to speak to them like this. He even invited the three of them to a duel in a mocking manner? This is clearly a humiliation to them. However, when they sensed the humiliation, a flash of excitement suddenly flashed across the eyes of the three of them. I didn't expect that I could teach this kid a lesson this time. Thinking of this, they glanced at the three deans whose faces showed no expression, and all three of them rubbed their hands. I was right. I'm afraid those three deans are very dissatisfied, right? After all, a freshman was allowed to participate in the competition for immortal weapons. Thinking of this, the three of them became excited again.
Perhaps by teaching Chen Mo a lesson this time, they could even receive a reward from their dean and gain access to even more high-quality resources?
Thinking of this, the corners of the three people's mouths curled up slightly. At this moment, Li Yun stepped forward and looked at Chen Mo. Chen Mo, don't blame the three of us brothers for not warning you. Zhang Hu crossed his arms and said, since you want to challenge the three of us, we will not be polite. Wang Li shook his head, alas, if I were you, I would definitely choose to remain silent despite what I just said.
Hearing the words of the three people, Chen Mo smiled lightly. Stop being so noisy. It's so loud.
Hearing this, the three men's faces turned cold and they sneered at Chen Mo.
Let's go together. Li Yun shouted. Bang.
All of a sudden, as if a volcano that had been erupting for thousands of years had erupted, terrifying energy poured out from the three of them.
Rumble.
A faint glow of energy lingered around their bodies, and then they raised their heads and looked at Chen Mo with extremely sharp eyes.
Boom.
The three of them suddenly turned into three afterimages and rushed towards Chen Mo like lightning.
Cloud-splitting palm. Tear. Li Yun came first, and his palms condensed a milky white light.
The next moment, he slapped towards Chen Mo as if tearing through the air. Zhang Hu and Wang Li behind him had a tacit understanding and actually separated and rushed towards Chen Mo from the left and right. A tiger roar erupted from Zhang Hu's fist, echoing throughout the mountains and forests.
The giant axe in Wang Li's hand was even more powerful, as if it was going to split the entire air into pieces. Chen Mo is finished.
Under this three-pronged attack, many sophomore geniuses shook their heads. The attacks of Li Yun, Zhang Hu, and Wang Li did not seem very strong for them at the fourth rank. However, this was far beyond the ability of Chen Mo, a mid-level third-grade warrior, to withstand. However, at this moment, Chen Mo looked at the three figures rushing towards him, and the corners of his mouth curled up slightly.
Fight with me? You don't deserve it. Boom.
Under the astonished gazes of countless people, Chen Mo's nine heavens Dark Thunder God Body exploded.
Rumble. The overwhelming dark thunder energy poured out like a tsunami.
The terrifying energy aftermath caused the earth to tremble slightly, and the leaves around it rustled violently.
Such a strong energy fluctuation. Many sophomores quickly formed energy shields to prevent themselves from receiving any damage. After feeling the pressure erupting from Chen Mo, Li Yun's expression changed first. How is that possible? How can a freshman have such power? Something's wrong. In an instant, Li Yun wanted to retreat. However, it was too late. Who told you to leave?
Suddenly, a huge hand like a giant python condensed from the burst of dark thunder energy, and it punched him fiercely. Li Yun's pupils shrank, and he felt a great sense of crisis rushing into his heart.
Not good.
Tearing talent, tearing the world apart. In an instant, Li Yun suddenly opened his arms, and his palms showed a tearing shape, trying to tear Chen Mo's giant dark thunder hand apart. However, when his palm touched Chen Mo, only a faint spark was produced.
It's over.
With a loud bang, Li Yun flew backwards dozens of meters like a kite with a broken string.
How is it possible? Li Yun was knocked away by one punch? Many sophomores' pupils shrank. Oh. Interesting. Lin Qingju looked at the giant dark thunder fist, and a strange look appeared between his eyebrows.
This strength is really well hidden.
Zhou Wenyu crossed his arms across his chest, slightly surprised.
As several sounds fell, Li Yun fell heavily to the ground, leaving a mark about a foot long.
Li Yun.
At this time, Zhang Hu and Wang Li's hearts also skipped a beat. Before taking action against Chen Mo, they already understood Chen Mo's strength. In the freshman competition, his strength is at most mid-level third rank. How could he be so strong? After all, what they didn't know was why Chen Mo was able to get first place in the freshman exam. He had actually killed a lord-level beast with his bare hands. However, at this moment, they no longer have time to think further.
They have already taken action against Chen Mo.
If they win, that's fine, as it proves their slight strength.
However, if they didn't win, they would probably become the laughingstock of the entire sophomore class.
Thinking of this, Zhang Hu and Wang Li immediately shouted loudly. Tiger of despair shocking heaven and earth. The power of terror, shaking the nine heavens. The skills of the two were extremely loud, and from their hands, a terrifying aura gushed out.
Boom. A tiger-shaped fist and a sky-controlling axe suddenly fell towards Chen Mo. However, the thin Chen Mo just smiled contemptuously. Since you want to die so much, don't blame me for taking action. Dark thunder shattering. In an instant, a dark thunder energy that was even more violent than before completely erupted. Chapter 55 Strength. Dark thunder, shattering. Only these three words were heard coming from the majestic dark thunder energy. Buzz. The terrifying energy completely exploded, and a huge arm 5 meters long condensed on both sides of Chenmo's body at the same time. Boom! Each dark thunder arm is like a towering tree, which is frightening. And amidst everyone's astonishment, Chenmo's eyes suddenly became stern. Immediately afterwards, the two dragon-like dark thunder arms behind him suddenly slapped down. Boom! Two huge dark thunder arms suddenly collided with the axe and tiger-shaped fist. The spreading aftermath suddenly caused the earth to tremble slightly. Then, under the astonished gazes of Zhang Hu and Wang Li, a crack suddenly appeared in the energy shield condensed around their bodies. No! More than one. But countless. With a snap, the energy shield condensed on Zhang Hu and Wang Li suddenly shattered. Amidst many incredulous gazes, the two men suddenly flew backwards, and at the same time, a mouthful of blood spurted out, spilling all over the ground. Quiet. The entire scene fell into complete silence. You know, before this, these sophomore geniuses had to make fun of Chen Mo, a freshman. Even when Chen Mo challenged Li Yun and the other two to a fight, the sophomore students all viewed Chen Mo as irrational. However, Chen Mo now actually used two moves to instantly kill Li Yun and the other two? This guy. Not simple. In an instant, almost all the sophomore geniuses restrained the contempt in their eyes. The sophomores who participated in the competition for the immortal weapon were the top 20 students. For the 15 to 20 of them, they had to exert a certain amount of strength to resist the combined attack of Li Yun and the other two. However, looking at Chen Moyun's calm and composed look at the moment, it's probably not easy for him to launch this attack. As for the sophomore geniuses ranked from 4th to 14th, they all took note of Chen Mo's condition. Their strength has already reached the middle stage of the 4th rank. For Li Yun and the other two, it was just a simple matter of killing them instantly. Only. For Chen Mo, they still need to be careful. After all, no one wants to be eliminated by a freshman. No wonder the school was willing to break this rule for Chen Mo. Lin Qingju's face flickered with a strange color, so, he really does have some strength. Not bad. Even Zhou Wenyu couldn't help but nod and praise Chen Mo. If Chen Mo were allowed to practice for another year, I'm afraid no one present would be his match. However, compared to the three of them who were at the upper 4th level, Chen Mo's strength was not that strong. On the contrary, they can also kill instantly with one move. The other side. Sheng Tianlei suppressed the trembling of his right hand and looked at Chen Mo's figure. A hint of excitement flashed in his eyes. Thunder and lightning. Such a strong thunder and lightning. Although it's mixed with a little bit of other aura. But perhaps it can lay a foundation for my lightning evolution. A glimmer of greed flashed across Sheng Tianlei's eyes. This greedy feeling was as if encountering some prey. As Chen Mo turned around, Sheng Tianlei could hardly suppress the smile on his face. Good. Well done. If there weren't other people around, Sheng Tianlei would probably have laughed out loud. Chen Mo just smiled lightly, as if the previous battle was just an ordinary little thing to him. Sheng Tianlei laughed heartily, well done. Then, he turned around, looked at Gu Linghan, Xiang Tianga, and Shen Tui, and said with a gentle smile, Ahem, how are you? Students from our school? Not bad, right? The corners of Gu Linghan's mouth twitched, but he didn't say anything more. There was a hint of complexity in the look he gave Chen Mo. With the full absorption of high-quality resources, the fact that Chen Mo reached the middle level of the 3rd grade warrior did not shock them too much. However, what really shocked them was Chen Mo's intention that burst out from time to time. Could it be that Chen Mo really understood the meaning? It shouldn't be possible. You know, intention is the main means of attack used by 5th grade warriors. Generally speaking, few people can comprehend it at the 3rd grade warrior stage. It should be an illusion. Illusion. After realizing what was happening, the deans of the 3 academies looked coldly at Li Yun and the other two who were supporting each other and standing up from the ground. After seeing the gazes of the 3 deans, the 3 of them lowered their heads completely. They wanted to die and never thought that they would be defeated by a mere freshman. This time, I'm really embarrassed. Gu Linghan said. The fight for immortal weapons is one of the biggest events at Xianyuan Martial Arts University. The final test results will determine the 3-school competition in a month.
Although there are legitimate reasons for you to cause trouble like this, it still violates school rules and regulations. You should know that Chen Mo's participation in the competition for the immortal weapon was approved by the principal himself.
The reason is simple. He was able to kill a third-grade Lord-level beast at the second-grade warrior stage. Can you do this as a freshman?
In an instant, the gazes of most people in the audience suddenly changed, and the so-called solemnity in their eyes when they looked at Chen Mo became even more serious.
If they were to fight against a third-rank beast lord now, they would certainly be able to defeat him. But they were asked to fight a third-grade beast lord at the second-grade stage? This is just a ball beating. I'm afraid he will be slaughtered unilaterally. Is this new student really just from a county school? All of a sudden, everyone questioned the rumors they had heard about Chen Mo. Li Yun, Zhang Hu, and Wang Li lowered their heads even lower, almost buried in the ground. Monster Chen Mo. A second-rank beast lord fights against a third-rank beast lord. The principal personally agreed. No matter which one is taken out, they will die. They actually had the nerve to challenge Chen Mo to a duel? The key point is that the three of them attacked together and were taught a lesson by Chen Mo, a freshman. This is so embarrassing. Gu Linghan was also not polite.
As for the punishment for what happened today, please go to the Academic Affairs Office and receive your punishment.
At least a month of solitary confinement. Then one person wrote a 100,000-word review to apologize to Chen Mo. Go down. Solitary confinement room.
Hearing these three words, the three people shuddered suddenly. That place is really not a place for people to stay.
There is also a 100,000-word review. A full 100,000 words. Enough for a short story.
Thinking of this, the three of them could only sigh and leave. Looking at the backs of the three people leaving, Chen Mo smacked his lips slightly.
Old Gu is so cruel.
A full 100,000 words were displayed in one go.
However, it is what these three people deserve. Okay, now that it's over, let's go and participate in the immortal weapon competition? Gu Linghan waved his hand. All of a sudden, the expressions of everyone, including Chen Mo, became serious. Chen Mo did not forget the purpose of his trip. That is to obtain the immortal weapon. Improve your combat effectiveness. That's a magical weapon. Just hearing the name, it sounds like a very terrifying existence. Chapter 56 Machine Canyon. As everyone walked further towards the back of the mountain, the surrounding scenery became increasingly gloomy.
Ancient trees tens of meters high, with canopies that block out the sun. After the ferocious beasts invaded the blue planet, even the original flora and fauna underwent rapid changes. The crowd's footsteps soon stopped in front of a deep canyon. And in that deep canyon, the pressure emanating from it made everyone's faces feel a little cold.
This is not simple. Many sophomores looked gloomy. At this time, Gu Linghan walked out. This is a checkpoint specially set up by our principal.
It's called Machine Canyon.
Machine Canyon.
Dozens of eyes were simultaneously cast into the deep canyon, as if they could sense the breath of the terrifying mechanical puppet from within. The puppets inside are at least 4th grade beginners, and the highest is 4th grade high. And your goal is to quickly pass through the Machine Canyon in the shortest possible time.
The top 12 will qualify to advance to the next round. Do you understand? Everyone's face suddenly became solemn. The lowest level was a 4th grade initial stage mechanical puppet. This test was probably extremely difficult. There were also many people whose faces did not change at all. For example, Lin Qingzhu, Zhou Wenyu, and Sheng Tianlei, their expressions remained unchanged, as if nothing was worthy of their attention. Chen Mo looked at the canyon, and a flash of excitement flashed across his eyes.
Since the breakthrough, my strength has not been highlighted for a long time.
Maybe we can give it a try here. Next, enter according to the number.
The deans of our 4 major colleges are waiting for you at the finish line. All of a sudden, the deans of the 4 major colleges suddenly turned into streams of light and disappeared on the spot.
The students who stayed behind fell into a brief silence. Sheng Tianlei, who was ranked first in his sophomore year, raised his eyes and walked to the front of the Machine Canyon. As he ranked first in the grade exam last semester, he was naturally the first student in the entire school to take the machine test. Snap! All of a sudden, he stepped in and disappeared amidst the astonished gazes of many people. Behind the mechanical puppet, Gu Linghan, Xing Tianyi and 4 others were already standing at the finish line. TSK, worthy of being a kid from my academy. There's not even the slightest change in expression.
Gu Linghan looked at Shang Tianlei in the machine canyon, and the corners of his mouth curled up slightly. Even though they failed to win over Chen Mo, Shang Tianlei is undoubtedly one of the most talented people in their Tongtian Academy. He even got first place in the freshman to sophomore year exam, which really made him, the dean, proud. I don't know how long it will take. I have to say, Shang Tianlei definitely has a share in this year's competition for immortal weapons.
Xiang Tianga crossed his arms and said, but our Lin Qingzhu is not bad either. Come on.
Shin Tuyi waved his hand. Your Lin Qingzhu is only ranked 3rd in the grade, and our Zhou Wenyu is 2nd.
I almost beat Shang Tianlei during the final exam.
Looking at Shang Tianlei slowly walking towards the mechanical puppet on the screen, everyone began to discuss heatedly.
What if Chen Mo gets first place? Shang Tianyi suddenly said. Chen Mo is number 1? The corners of Gu Linghan, Xiang Tianga, and Shin Tu's mouths twitched.
You know, if they were to compete among Lin Qingzhu, Shang Tianlei, and Zhou Wenyu to see who would be 1st or 2nd, they would fight to the death.
However, Chen Mo intervened at this time?
They did admit that Chen Mo's talent was truly strong, unprecedented.
But want to take first place from Shang Tianlei, Lin Qingzhu, and Zhou Wenyu? That's too fantastical. Actually, there is no need to discuss it. See how they perform. You'll know then.
At this moment, a streak of light flashed in the sky again. Everyone looked closely and found that it was Vice Principal Hua Xiu. Old Hua, you're finally here to take charge of the situation. Gu Linghan said with a smile.
Hua Xiu shrugged. Nothing can be done. Lin Jianfeng is busy and the principal is in seclusion. He will only be able to come out during the 3-school competition.
So, this important task naturally fell on me. The fight for immortal weapons is still very important.
Just as everyone was chatting, a voice suddenly rang out. Sophomore Shang Tianlei made it through the machine canyon in 6 minutes.
Suddenly, everyone looked at each other in surprise.
A 6-minute machine canyon?
Gu Linghan laughed heartily. 6 minutes, a sophomore, you're truly worthy of being a student who has practiced my Tongtian method.
TSK, this result is even in the top 10 in the history of the whole school.
On the other side, everyone was stunned when they heard Shang Tianlei's results.
You know, this machine canyon is full of 4th grade robots.
And Shang Tianlei was able to pass the test in just 6 minutes.
This guy is really ridiculously strong. 6 minutes.
Man, this is tearing the inside apart.
You really deserve to be the number 1 in our class.
The geniuses discussed it one after another.
Even though they are geniuses, there is still a gap between geniuses and geniuses. For example, those who are ranked lower than Shang Tianlei have a huge difference compared to them. Chen Mo also paid attention to Shang Tianlei's performance. 6 minutes? I wonder how many minutes it will take me to get in. Chen Mo clenched his fists, his eyes flashing with excitement.
However, at this moment, a voice suddenly rang out.
It should be my turn next, right?
At this moment, Zhou Wenyu, whose figure was like an iron tower, slowly walked in front of the mechanical puppet.
Dharma Gate, control the sky. All of a sudden, he let out a light shout, and then, his body was covered with a golden light. Minor success level heaven controlling technique? No wonder Wenyu was so confident. Basically, the attacks of a mid-level 4th grade warrior will probably be completely ineffective.
There were sounds of discussion all around.
Is this the method of controlling the sky? Chen Mo watched intently.
Tongxianfa, Yuxianfa, Lingtianfa, and Zhongxianfa are all top-level martial arts. It is an ultimate training method to tap into the potential of the human body beyond natural abilities.
Originally, Chen Mo didn't feel that he was that strong. But now it seems.
I'm afraid it's more than that. I should speed up my training to become a 4th grade warrior and come into contact with the method of the end of heaven. And at this moment, Zhou Wenyu stepped into the machine canyon.
6.5 minutes later. Sophomore student Zhou Wenyu took 6.5 minutes. 6.5 minutes.
Even though it is not as good as Shang Tianlei, it is also an extremely outstanding result. Then, a graceful figure walked in slowly, holding a sword. Lin Qingzhu held a long sword in her hand, lightly tapped it, and leaped into the machine canyon like a crane. It seems that Lin Qingzhu's Lingtian method is also very powerful.
I'm afraid he has mastered it. Oh my god. I really don't know how to compare with this group of top geniuses. Everyone exclaimed.
As Chen Mo looked at the disappearing figures of Sheng Tianlei, Zhou Wenyu, and Lin Qingzhu, a thought suddenly occurred to him. It seems that martial arts training cannot be weak either. After becoming a 4th rank warrior, I will go to Old Xing to ask for the End of Heaven steel and practice the End of Heaven method. The entire world of warriors is divided into 3 means of attack: talent, martial arts, and artistic conception.
As Chen Mo possesses SSS comprehension, he naturally chooses to advance all 3 together. However, this will have to wait until after the fight for the immortal weapon. Chapter 57 Can't Do It.
Chen Mo could see the mysteriousness of the body movements that Lin Qingzhu had used previously.
It can be said that the speed is extremely fast. Is this the martial art that specializes in strength, defense, and speed?
Combined with his own talents and abilities, it is undoubtedly an extremely terrifying weapon. But the path that he was cultivating was said to be the ultimate heaven method that could achieve all 3, cultivating all 3 attributes at the same time.
So, how strong will I be when I become a 4th grade warrior? Even more, if I win this immortal weapon, to what extent will my strength increase? Chen Mo was extremely looking forward to it.
At this moment, the sounds of breaking through levels rang out one after another.
Sophomore Lin Qingzhu timed at 6 minutes and 40 seconds. Sophomore student Yun Tian finished in 8 minutes and 20 seconds. Sophomore student Su Qing finished in 10 minutes and 2 seconds. Voices suddenly rang out, and the candidates around Chen Mo kept disappearing. When Chen Mo was the only one left, another voice rang out. Sophomore student Zhang Li finished in 20 minutes. At this point, Chen Mo was the only one left at the entrance to the entire machine battlefield. And on the other side of the Great Wall of Machines, Gu Linghan and others were standing on the top of the cloud. You should know that the effect of watching through the screen is far less comfortable than watching with your own eyes. As 8th grade martial masters, their own strength has reached a level that ordinary people cannot imagine. Lin Qingzhu from our academy is really good. Xiang Tianga smiled lightly. What about Lin Qingzhu?
He is no match for our Zhou Wenyu.
Shen Tuyi crossed his arms. During the actual fight? Just beat you big guys? Pin them down and kill them. Xiang Tianga said sarcastically.
Ha, Zhou Wenyu smashed your Lin Qingzhu to pieces with just one slap.
Shen Tuyi still fought back.
Seeing that the two were about to quarrel, Wuxiu sighed. There was nothing he could do. The deans of the 4 major colleges were like this in private. At this time, Gu Linghan said, well, anyway, no one can compare to Sheng Tianlei.
Xiang Tianga and Shen Tuyi immediately wanted to form a front, and when they were about to refute, Wuxiu spoke. However, the big guys in this class all did pretty well. It only took 20 minutes at most. This result is truly excellent.
Upon hearing this, the deans of the 3 colleges raised their lips slightly.
Ever since the disastrous defeat in the 3-school competition last year, they have specially strengthened the training of their students, wishing to train them like AI. And this kind of training has also achieved corresponding results at this moment. Perhaps if I just keep practicing like this, by the time this class of sophomores becomes juniors, Xianyuan Martial Arts University will no longer be ranked last. By the way, Lao Xing, how long do you think your Chen Mo will take?
At this time, Gu Linghan turned his head and looked at Xing Tianyi, who had a calm expression.
The others also turned around and looked at Xing Tianyi with a little curiosity.
You know, it is said that during this month, Chen Mo has been in seclusion in the dormitory, concentrating on studying martial arts.
Therefore, they did not know to what extent Chen Mo had cultivated. Universities have corresponding teachers who are responsible for teaching students their daily practice.
Of course, if a student has extraordinary talent, he or she can apply to skip classes.
And Chen Mo is exactly like that. It's a little bit stronger than before.
Xing Tianyi said casually.
A little bit stronger?
There was some suspicion on everyone's faces, but when they saw Chen Mo who was about to break through, their eyes couldn't help but become curious.
I don't know this kid. What kind of achievements can be achieved in this Great Wall of Machines?
You know, including Wuxiu and the other 4, their demands are not high. As long as Chen Mo can pass the machine canyon and control the time within half an hour, it will be an extremely excellent result. After all, Chen Mo was just a freshman. The fundamental reason for letting Chen Mo participate in the competition for immortal weapons is to let Chen Mo train first, so that he can prepare for participating in the competition for immortal weapons in his sophomore year.
Seeing everyone's expressions, Xing Tianyi didn't bother to say anything more. Just watch it. Xing Tianyi shook his head, and then looked intently at the machine canyon below.
At the exit of the machine canyon, 20 talented students were already standing there. Regardless of the final result, after a brief adjustment, everyone's mentality has calmed down. You know, the essential element to becoming a genius is a good attitude. It's just that they didn't expect it. The top 12 finishers had already reached 12 minutes. This was something no one had expected. But at this moment, their eyes were all looking towards the direction of the machine canyon.
I wonder how much strength Chen Mo has shown. Alas, let me tell you, the higher-ups are just giving Chen Mo a chance. It doesn't matter whether he wins or not. I'm so envious. Such a talented person. But we can also make a bet. What are you betting on? It's simple. Let's bet on whether he can get through the machine canyon within an hour. 1 hour? I think that's too much. He's only at the middle stage of the third rank, right? Even though there is a record of killing the Beast Lord, that thing is only in a virtual battlefield. This mechanical puppet is the real deal. As everyone was discussing, the 3 top geniuses standing at the front of the group also started a brief discussion. Zhou Wenyu smiled and said, "They are all betting? Should we make a bet?" Lin Qingzhu looked at the machine canyon and said, "Let's bet on whether Chen Mo can make it?" Zhou Wenyu said, "That's right, I'll bet for an hour." Lin Qingzhu pondered for a moment, 30 minutes. Suddenly, Zhou Wenyu's eyes widened as he stared at Lin Qingzhu. "No, are you so confident in him? You know, he's only in the middle of the third rank. As the realm becomes more profound, the gap between each level becomes extremely huge. Sometimes, the realm is so high that it cannot be matched by any martial arts or talent. In this machine canyon, there are a total of 50 4th grade puppets. Although most of them are puppets of the initial stage of the 4th grade, there are still puppets of the higher stage of the 4th grade. Even if he dodged one by one, Chen Mo's walking would be extremely slow. After all, we have to face attacks from all directions. And Lin Qingzhu actually had such confidence in him, which was something Zhou Wenyu and others had never imagined. "Sheng Tianlei, what do you think?" Zhou Wenyu turned around. Sheng Tianlei smiled lightly, and the corners of his mouth almost reached his ears. "How do I see it? I'm looking forward to it. Will Chen Mo make it to the second round?" Seeing Sheng Tianlei's expression, Zhou Wenyu and Lin Qingzhu felt helpless. This guy probably noticed that Chen Mo had a talent for lightning. For some reason, Sheng Tianlei would always show a strange expression every time he knew that his opponent had a talent for lightning. But, then again, if Chen Mo wants to enter the second round, he needs to finish within 15 minutes at least to be ranked in the top 12. Only the top 12. Only then can you enter the second round. Chen Mo can't do it? Chapter 58, Gunshot. While the outside world was arguing with each other, Chen Mo, who was standing at the entrance of the machine canyon, narrowed his eyes slightly like black holes. With absolute perception, Chen Mo was able to sense the horror in the machine canyon. It's time to go in. Suddenly, Chen Mo stepped in. Buzz. The surroundings suddenly changed drastically, and I saw dozens of robots standing on a 3-meter wide road. Each robot is forged from special metal, and the pressure it exudes is actually the aura of the 4th rank. Fear. Sharp. It's suffocating. When the eyes of each robot burst into blue light, waves of vast pressure spread out completely. However, there was no fear in Chen Mo's eyes. On the contrary, there was a flash of excitement. I've been practicing diligently for a month. Finally, I can show off my skills. Just as Chen Mo was muttering to himself, 3 4th grade initial stage mechanical puppets in the distance had already discovered Chen Mo. Buzz. 3-headed, 4th grade, initial stage mechanical puppets rushed towards Chen Mo like steel chariots. Around Chen Mo's body, dark thunder liquid surged rapidly. Just in time. Above the sky, the 4 deans were still floating. This little guy really didn't hesitate. Gu Linghan crossed his arms. You know, Chen Mo has never experienced a real fight. The virtual battle is indeed very real, and the simulation degree can reach 100%. However, it is still virtual. But the battle in reality is completely different. There are some geniuses who can kill everyone in the virtual battlefield, but in reality, they can only display less than 1/10 of their strength. Therefore, their college has specially set up realistic assessments to test their abilities. Old Xing, how many 4th grade robots do you think Chen Mo can kill? Shen Tuyi looked at Xing Tianyi. Xing Tianyi shrugged. I said, he can enter the second round. Shen Tuyi. Well, this topic cannot be expanded. Xiang Tianga pointed diagonally downwards. Alright, Chen Mo is about to start the battle, so let's stop arguing.
But when they looked down, their pupils shrank slightly. 3 robots with strength reaching the initial stage of the 4th rank raised their fists and suddenly came from a distance.
The speed is jaw-dropping.
You know, mechanical puppets have almost no shortcomings, whether it is strength, defense, speed. Under the corresponding programs, they are all set up extremely precisely. It might be extremely difficult for ordinary warriors of the same realm to deal with it.
Not to mention a third-grade warrior like Chen Mo.
However, a hint of fighting spirit burst out in Chen Mo's eyes.
Since you want to die so badly, come on then.
Looking at the 4th-grade mechanical puppet that was constantly expanding in his sight, a playful smile appeared on the corner of Chen Mo's mouth. In an instant, he suddenly pointed forward.
Dark Thunder Spear throwing spear. Boom.
Suddenly, streams of dark thunder liquid suddenly surged onto Chen Mo's shoulders, and then, a smoke like black fog completely condensed behind him in an instant. Then, behind Chen Mo, giant dragon-like dark thunder arms condensed again. Under the puzzled gaze of the 3-headed mechanical puppet, the 4 giant dark thunder hands suddenly condensed into 4 6-meter giant spears, and terrifying pressure burst out.
And in it, there was actually a faint artistic conception lingering. The next moment, they all shot out. Boom! In an instant, 4 giant dark thunder spears suddenly tore through the air in front of them, and rushed towards the 3 mechanical puppets with a devastating force. Ding ding ding! Terrorist attack detected.
The internal program of the 3-headed mechanical puppets suddenly issued a violent alarm. They raised their hands and formed shields in an attempt to block Chen Mo's attack. However, it was only the moment when the dark thunder gun touched the mechanical puppet. Suddenly, cracks appeared on the machine shield, and then these cracks expanded rapidly, and then the machine shield exploded instantly. And that huge dark thunder spear suddenly destroyed the 3 4th-grade initial stage robots like a whirlwind. Such a strong talent fluctuation.
Above the sky, Gu Lingen's pupils shrank. Everyone nodded in agreement.
Not only was the energy released by Chen Mo powerful, but they actually sensed a mysterious smell in this energy.
Very similar to artistic conception? Could it be that Chen Mo has grasped the artistic conception? Otherwise, how could such terrifying power be condensed from the giant dark thunder spear? However, the power of artistic conception.
That is only possible if you practice your gun skills to perfection.
And Chen Mo only mastered the perfect level of marksmanship at the age of 18?
Thinking of this, the deans of the 3 colleges shook their heads and said it was impossible. After a brief thought, everyone turned their attention to the machine canyon.
Chen Mo was able to defeat a 4th-grade initial stage mechanical puppet.
They were not surprised. After all, after defeating the combined forces of Zhang Hu and 3 others, Chen Mo's strength has been preliminarily proven.
And what awaits him next is the mechanical puppet, which is the real test.
Inside the machine canyon, Chen Mo shrugged lightly.
Snap.
He stepped out from the wreckage of the 3-headed mechanical puppet, his expression unchanged. Even though his realm is only the middle stage of the 3rd level. However, the strength of his innate abilities, the strength of his body and blood, and even his comprehension ability, are not comparable to those of ordinary people.
Therefore, Chen Mo has absolute confidence in himself.
It seemed that the aura he exuded was too strong. In the distance, 5 mechanical puppets were suddenly awakened, and faint blue light burst out from their eyes. The terrifying pressure swept over like a violent storm. They were actually 5 mid-level 4th-grade mechanical puppets. At this moment, the aura of each mechanical puppet is more powerful and terrifying than that of a 4th-grade initial stage mechanical puppet. And this is the time when one of the real tests of the machine canyon begins. Dealing with a mid-level 4th-grade mechanical puppet is not as easy as dealing with a first-level 4th-grade mechanical puppet. In the sky, the 3 deans were also in anticipation.
I wonder how many minutes it will take Chen Mo to deal with these 5 mid-level 4th-grade mechanical puppets.
At this moment, Chen Mo looked at the 5 puppets and smiled lightly. He stretched out his hand. The 4 giant dark thunder hands behind him suddenly moved towards him, and then countless dark thunder energies flashed in the sky like air dragons.
Finally, a 5-meter-long dark thunder spear suddenly condensed into shape. Black fog rolled and thunder roared. Chen Mo held the spear in his hand, like a god holding power.
Sensing the mechanical puppet's pupils growing larger and larger, Chen Mo held the spear and whispered softly.
Dark Thunder Gun You Sure. Chapter 59 The Strong. Dark Thunder Gun You Sure.
Chen Mo took a deep breath, and a great power seemed to burst out from his chest.
The terrifying dark thunder energy condensed at the black tip of the gun. In an instant, it seemed as if countless dark thunder dragons were flashing at the tip of the spear.
The terrifying pressure caused the air around to condense, forming strips of air that swept out.
The air is shaking. The earth trembles.
However, the 5 4th-grade mid-level mechanical puppets were unaware of the outbreak of a major crisis. He still held up the pair of huge fists made of special metal and attacked Chen Mo. The approaching giant fist completely exploded the air, and attacked Chen Mo in 5 different directions.
How does Chen Mo counter this move?
Gu Linghan had a smile in the corner of his eyes. But what happened next made everyone, including Hua Xiu, look stunned. It was seen that the tip of Chen Mo's gun was not only filled with terrifying innate energy, but also carried a faint sense of gun intent.
It's not the prototype of gun intent.
Rather, it is a state close to the prototype of gun intent and the peak state between gun intent.
It's called half-gun intention.
The next moment, Chen Mo's spear suddenly swept forward.
Rumble.
The energy on the tip of the Dark Thunder spear was instantly detonated by this action, and the wanton energy rushed out like a flood, forming a crescent-shaped wave.
This crescent wave, carrying a fierce force, instantly tore through the air.
Swish. The difference between Dark Thunder, spear and throwing spear is that Dark Thunder, spear and Yushur are absolutely fast.
So fast that it seems to transcend time. The entire machine canyon seemed to have fallen silent. Boom. However, the crescent-shaped Dark Thunder wave destroyed the bodies of the 5 mechanical puppets with ease.
Buzz. After chopping off the bodies of the 5 mechanical puppets, this crescent-shaped wave still did not stop at all and descended upon the earth in an absolutely terrifying manner. Suddenly, a huge pit about 10 feet in size was created by the explosion.
Fragments of mechanical puppets are scattered everywhere.
And on the battlefield, only Chen Mo's thin figure was left standing alone.
It's really boring.
As Chen Mo's voice fell, everything that happened in the machine canyon naturally reached the eyes of the 4 deans and vice presidents.
Half of the spear intent. Chen Mo actually comprehended half of the spear intent.
Gu Linghan's eyes were bloodshot and he rubbed them to make sure he was not seeing things. Mastered half of the gun intent at the age of 18. Then it is very likely that you will master the true meaning of gun before the age of 20.
This is a real monster.
Yes, this little guy's talent is truly terrifying. Shintiyi also spoke, his eyes full of envy. You know, if Xing Tianyi hadn't offered the condition of viewing the monument of the end of days, he would have definitely taken Chen Mo into his pocket.
TSK, no wonder Lao Xing cares so much about him. Xiang Tiange sighed.
Chen Mo's talent is indeed unique in this class, no, in these 2 classes.
If Chen Mo were to concentrate on crafting it for a year, he would be able to easily obtain it in the next year's battle for the immortal weapon without any effort. If we work hard for another 2 years, I might even be able to win the championship in the 3-school competition. Chen Mo already possessed this kind of fighting power when he was a freshman. By the time he was a junior, he must have already understood the true meaning of the gun. This is an extremely amazing thing. But the 3 deans also knew one thing.
That means Chen Mo has comprehended half of the gun intent, which almost means that he will have no problem entering the top 12. You know, half gun intent almost represents the ability to control one's own body and the ability to control gun skills, which has reached a level close to that of a master. If you were facing a real person, it might be a little more difficult. But for a robot that has no intelligence and is purely computational, it would be easy to sweep it away. In the machine canyon, there are only more than 10 mid-level 4th-grade machine puppets. There are only 2 high-level 4th-grade mechanical puppets. Even if Chen Mo didn't deal with it, it would be extremely easy for him to just dodge. TSK. Gu Linghan's expression was a little complicated. At this speed, Chen Mo estimated that he could reach the destination within 10 minutes. I wonder what expressions those sophomore geniuses would have when they find out that they have been surpassed by their juniors. The other side. Xing Tianyi looked at the expressions of the deans of the 3 colleges, and the corners of his mouth curled up slightly. Are you so shocked by just half a gun intention? If you knew that Chen Mo had mastered all the gun intent, you would probably be so shocked that your eyes would pop out. However, Xing Tianyi was not in a hurry to speak. He wants to hold back a big wave. When it came to the second round of the competition for the immortal weapon, the moment of the ring battle, that was when Chen Mo really wanted to show his true performance. When I think about what the expressions of the 3 deans will be at that time. A feeling of excitement swept through Xing Tianyi's heart. As Chen Mo stepped over the puppet fragments under his feet, he continued to walk into the machine canyon,
carrying a gun on his shoulder. Not afraid of anything.
At the end of the machine canyon, the geniuses were still chatting.
It's already 6 minutes. It seems I can't break Shang Tianlei's record. What the hell are you dreaming about? 6 minutes? Even a god couldn't do that. Ha 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 ha. Honestly, I really envy Chen Mo for having this opportunity. Yes. When you are a freshman, you can come and compete for immortal weapons to train. No way, he was specially recruited. Which of us isn't a special recruit? We have to admit that there is a gap between the prodigies.
Time passed slowly, and it had already been 10 minutes.
Everyone sighed and started chatting.
Lin Qingzhu and Zhou Wenyu also began to close their eyes and rest, preparing for the upcoming ring battle. After all, in their eyes, Chen Mo was only a mid-level third-rank warrior. Being able to pass through the machine canyon is already an extremely remarkable thing. Not to mention being able to reach the top 12 in the ranking of those who have passed the machine canyon.
I guess, last one?
Among the crowd, only Shang Tianlei's eyes were always focused on the machine canyon. His heartbeat became louder and louder, and he even stretched out his red lips and licked the corners of his mouth.
It's getting closer. TSK TSK. What a fun thunder type. Never seen it before. My Thunderbolt is also excited about this.
As this whisper fell. At this moment, a thin figure slowly walked out of the mechanical puppet.
Everyone looked up and saw Chen Mo with a calm face. It's out. It took a few minutes. Let me see, 11 minutes and 7 seconds? 11 minutes. That's not even a minute for a freshman. Wait. What the hell did you say? Chen Mo passed the test in 11 minutes. Oh my god.
In an instant, everyone looked at Chen Mo in shock. There was a sudden jump between his eyebrows.
Unbelievable. Chapter 60 Arena. 11 minutes? What is this concept? You know, those who participate in the competition for the immortal weapon are the top 20 sophomores. Excluding the top 10, their average time is around 14 minutes. And now, Chen Mo's time is actually 11 minutes? Damn it! Is this really a freshman? What does this prove? Relying on his status as a freshman, Chen Mo defeated hundreds of sophomores. He even ranked 11th among this group of sophomore geniuses. What a monster!
Many geniuses ranked outside the 12th place changed their expressions. His contempt for Chen Mo also completely changed at this moment.
This guy is so scary. No wonder he was able to surpass his level and kill the ferocious beast lord?
The geniuses ranked within the top 10 also looked at Chen Mo with a serious look. In their opinion, Chen Mo is already capable of competing with them. Even though Chen Mo is only in the middle of the third rank, they cannot relax at all in the subsequent competition. And behind all the geniuses. Looking at Chen Mo's thin figure, Lin Qingzhu's beautiful eyes were full of surprise. She never thought that a freshman could achieve this. You know, every one of their students has gone through a year of exams, big and small. Whether it is practical ability or theoretical ability, they are much higher than the so-called freshmen. In fact, almost all the geniuses who made it into the top 20 had more or less practiced top-level techniques, such as Tongtian method, Lingtian method, Yutian method. In this situation, Chen Mo was still able to defeat them and even ranked in the top 12. 11 minutes. It can be ranked 11th. Lin Qingzhu could almost see that the faces of the 12 people turned extremely pale in an instant, and then turned into a bitter smile and helpless expression.
This kid seems interesting. Looking at the handsome Chen Mo, a hint of curiosity appeared on Lin Qingzhu's face.
Perhaps, in the second round, Lin Qingzhu will be able to know exactly what kind of strength Chen Mo has, and why he has reached the 11th place.
And on the other side,
Zhou Wenyu looked surprised.
His face burned with pain.
You know, before, he seemed to be desperately thinking that Chen Mo was not capable of doing it. And at this moment, Chen Mo actually gave him such a big surprise. This guy's strength, wow, I didn't expect him to be so strong. It turns out the leaders didn't want to give Chen Mo a chance to train. It's to let Chen Mo really see if he can compete for the immortal weapon. After a brief moment of distraction, Zhou Wenyu immediately returned to his normal composure. Be strong then. Anyway, in this test, it is absolutely impossible to threaten his top 3 position.
In this exam, only Lin Qingzhu and Sheng Tianlei gave him some pressure.
However, Zhou Wenyu did not expect that Sheng Tianlei had actually guessed Chen Mo's record of entering the top 12. The purple-robed young man standing beside him looked at Chen Mo's figure and smiled softly.
Fusion. Evolution. Only thunder can make me stronger. And Chen Mo's thunder. Sheng Tianlei's voice became smaller and finally disappeared.
Looking at the shocked, surprised and unbelievable eyes of the crowd, Chen Mo just shrugged.
Actually, he can also exit Machine Canyon at a much faster speed. Moreover, the results shown will definitely shock countless people. Only to see, during the battle. Fatally, Chen Mo felt that his gun intent seemed to be about to break through. Then, let's warm up our hands. Before the big battle, some foreplay is still necessary. Get your blood boiling. My own spear intent has not yet been revealed. If it were to be shown, what a dazzling scene it would be.
This time, Chen Mo is determined to win the immortal weapon. Only by obtaining the immortal weapon can his strength be taken to a higher level. It can also provide space for the god-killing spear intent to be truly displayed. He really wanted to know the scene when the god-slaying spear intent and the 9 heavens Dark Thunder God Body truly erupted. At this moment, 5 streams of light fell from the sky, and everyone rushed towards them. They were the 4 deans and vice presidents. Everyone hurriedly bowed and saluted, but Huaxiu waved his hand, indicating that they didn't need to bow.
Finally, the 5 visitors suddenly glanced at Chen Mo.
You know, Chen Mo was able to enter the top 12 and participate in the second round of the Immortal Weapon Competition arena. They Gu Linghan, Shen Tui, Xiang Tianga, and Huaxiu were not surprised.
Instead, what surprised them was the calmness Chen Mo displayed when dealing with the final high-level 4th-grade mechanical puppet.
It's like an old man teasing a naughty boy, he's just warming up his skills and has never shown his true strength.
Could it be that Chen Mo is still hiding?
And when they turned their eyes to Xing Tianyi crossed his arms and whistled, as if nothing had to do with him.
There was nothing anyone could do. Have to.
By the time the second round of the ring battle comes, Chen Mo's hidden strength will definitely be forced out. They were quite curious about one thing. That is, after a month of training, what level of true strength has Chen Mo reached?
This is something to look forward to. Then,
Huaxiu, the vice president, stood at the front and smiled at everyone. Now that the test in Machine Canyon has concluded. Then, the next step should be the second round of testing, the ring battle. When the top 12 sophomore prodigies heard the words ring battle, they couldn't help but feel nervous. You know, only after you rank among the top 5 in the second round of the arena test will you have the opportunity to get in touch with the magic weapon.
No top 5? That means everything is off the table. This is almost the most important thing among the 3 holy martial arts universities.
Only by mastering the immortal weapon can one go one step further and better lead to the endless road of martial arts. Huaxiu chuckled and then gently shook his hand. In an instant, the earth trembled, and a huge silver arena suddenly appeared in front of everyone.
Huaxiu smiled lightly. The second round of tests for the immortal weapon competition over the years has always been extremely simple.
Through a random draw, the top 12 will select their opponents.
Victory, advancement.
Failure means no advancement.
It's that simple. If you choose a strong opponent, don't say there's any shady dealings.
You know, on the battlefield against ferocious beasts, luck is also a part of strength. At the same time, luck is also extremely important in the fight for immortal artifacts. Huaxiu's tone was calm and he stated something calmly.
There is no absolute fairness in this world. The Daiyu artificial intelligence system will conduct a random lottery.
Huaxiu said softly. All of a sudden, a virtual screen flashed in front of everyone, and then, the places jumped rapidly.
Everyone became nervous. Finally, the quota is determined.
The first ring battle.
Sheng Tianlei vs. Dugasheng.
Looking at these 2 names, Chen Mo narrowed his eyes.
Sheng Tianlei's strength is almost the strongest in the entire sophomore year.
He also wanted to see how strong Sheng Tianlei was.
Are you stronger than him? Chen Mo smiled lightly.